America, success in both fame and fortune. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 726, Cutting the Gordian Knot. Martin was quite impressed by the film Sicario, as it was truly unique. It wasn't just Thanos and werewolves, the most important thing was the female lead. Emily Blunt's character, while seemingly the star of the show at first, played a minor role throughout the film. By the middle of the film, the protagonist had completely changed. She didn't even contribute to the plot. Perhaps it could be described as using a female perspective to reveal the dark world of the US-Mexico border. Martin put away the script and business card and thought again. He wasn't sure how the film performed at the box office, but he did remember that Sicario had a sequel. Hollywood investors, including him, would never invest in a second installment of a film that didn't make money. This was the best proof of its commercial value. Martin called Denis Villeneuve directly, and when the call was connected, he said, "This is Martin Davis. We met last night." Villeneuve quickly emerged from a crowd of women in a detached house on the beach in Santa Monica. He pushed an arm free, kicked a leg free, and pushed off the mountain of pressure from above. Finally, he struggled to his feet from the thicket of flesh and quickly said, "Excuse me, Mr. Davis, please wait a moment." Several women's hands reached out and grabbed him. Villeneuve, protecting his vitals, left the area and approached the window. He said, "Mr. Davis, have you read the script?" Martin said, "Where's the rest of it? Do you have it? If you have time today, you can come to my studio in Burbank." Villeneuve, the budding director, seemed to have seen the stairway to the upper echelons of Hollywood, unlocking the most crucial door. He said, "I'll be there in 2 hours tops." "No, I'll wait." The caller hung up. Villeneuve glanced at the number on his phone, quickly saved it, and shouted. Someone in the crowd of women shouted, "Dennis, are you crazy? Let me sleep a little longer." Villeneuve leaped over and shouted, "Taylor Sheridan, get up. Hurry up." He pulled someone out of the crowd. After last night's rave, the women were too drunk and too energetic to wake up, and Taylor Sheridan, enveloped in the midst of it, closed his eyes again. Villeneuve, enraged, went to the bathroom, fetched a basin of water, and hurled it down. The room erupted in exclamations, and 5 naked women and a man scrambled to their feet amidst a flurry of words beginning with F. Taylor Sheridan, seeing the basin of water in Villeneuve's hand, wanted to confront him. The other women also called him a psychopath. Villeneuve stopped Sheridan with a single word, "A company has read your script and wants to see the rest. Let's go right away." Sheridan paused, his anger directed at the women. "Get out. Get out. The party's over, fuck you." Several of the older women gave him the finger. Sheridan found his pants, dug out his wallet, pulled out a wad of cash, and stuffed it into the lead woman's pocket. "This is all I have." The woman took the money and waved, "Sisters, let's go." After the women left, Sheridan put on his pants while asking, "Which company? Who called you?" "Martin Davis. The superstar, producer, and investor who just won the Best Actor award last night," Villeneuve said briefly. "I ran into him at the Oscars party and gave him a copy. You've been rejected so many times, you didn't care about this one." But I didn't expect Martin to respond. He hurriedly put on his pants. "Hurry up, hurry up. I promised Martin that I would be at Davis' studio in an hour." Sheridan quickly put on his clothes, saying as he did so, "I haven't finished the script yet, and you're submitting it everywhere. You've been rejected so many times, and you still don't give up." Villeneuve used his own experience as an example. "I received the script for Scorched Earth in 2003. How long did it take to get it made into a film? How many 8-year periods are there in a lifetime? We must seize the moment and seize the opportunity." This resonated with Sheridan. He had been an actor in Hollywood for over a decade, consistently playing marginal roles, his acting career never progressing much. 2 years ago, he decided to switch gears and try his hand at writing his own scripts. By chance, Sheridan met Villeneuve, and they hit it off, planning to collaborate on this project. They each grabbed a briefcase, got in their car, and headed straight for Burbank. Over half an hour later, Sheridan and Villeneuve appeared in Martin's office. Martin had already had someone look up screenwriter Sheridan's information. Taylor Sheridan was a former actor whose earliest credits dated back to 1996. His most notable roles were in CSI and British Detective, often minor supporting roles. Villeneuve introduced the two. Martin didn't waste any time. "Where's the rest of the script?" Taylor Sheridan opened his briefcase and placed a bound stack of printouts on Martin's desk. "This is just a rough draft, not yet refined," he said. "Please take a seat, I'll take a look." Taylor Sheridan knew that after more than a decade in the industry, whether he could change career paths and break through was crucial today. After sitting down, Taylor Sheridan glanced at Villeneuve, who had experienced the spectacle of an Oscar nomination for Best Foreign Language Film. Although he hadn't been in the industry as long as Sheridan, he was much more composed and gave him a patient, waiting look. Villeneuve was, in fact, anxious too. His future lay at stake. Martin quickly flipped through the script. Although he couldn't remember the exact scenes, the main plot remained largely the same. After a dozen minutes, he flipped straight to the ending, quickly skimmed through it, and looked at Sheridan and Villeneuve. "The script is interesting. Would you be willing to work with Davis Studios?" Sheridan and Villeneuve had submitted their work to numerous companies before, but either received no response or been rejected. Mr. Davis, are you planning to make this into a movie? Sheridan, a veteran of the industry, knew that many companies would see a great script, buy the rights, then slough it off for years, potentially never filming it. If Davis Studio did the same, Sheridan would absolutely refuse to cooperate. Martin Davis could afford to wait, but a small-time figure like him couldn't. Villeneuve glanced at Sheridan, wondering if he'd forgotten what he'd agreed to. Sheridan pointed at him and added, "Dennis gave me a lot of advice when I was writing the script. He's the perfect director," Martin said. "I just saw The Scorch. It's very unique and a very good film," Villeneuve said. "Thank you," Martin said. "Send your agent over to discuss the details of the collaboration. Even if a film like this was well made, it was unlikely to be a commercial success." Villeneuve didn't want to repeat the 8-year ordeal of the previous film, The Scorch, and kicked Sheridan. Sheridan wasn't hesitant, but rather felt a lack of confidence facing a top figure like Martin. He quickly said, "I'm willing to work with a Davis studio, but there's one caveat I need to clarify. The script is only a rough draft, and I need to refine it. Filming can't start immediately. It might take several months, or longer." Martin wasn't surprised. "That's not a problem." Sheridan breathed a sigh of relief, pulled out his phone, and went to call his agent. Villeneuve felt the same way. With such a strong offer from the Davis studio, they quickly seized it. If they missed it, they didn't know when the next one would come. Martin then discussed the script with Sheridan and Villeneuve, and realized that the film wouldn't be ready until the second half of the year at the earliest, or even longer. Sheridan's agent arrived first to discuss the matter with Jessica. Martin stopped Villeneuve and remembered something. He and Graham King had been searching for a suitable director for the project Prince of Thieves. He asked directly, "Dennis, besides directing this current project, do you have any other work?" Villeneuve was a smart man and said, "Not yet." He smiled helplessly. "Although The Scorch was nominated for Best Foreign Language Film, my situation hasn't improved significantly. I haven't received any invitations yet." Martin dug out the script for The Prince of Thieves and said, "I have a project here. It's about a group of bank robbers. Here's the script." Villeneuve took the script and read it carefully. He said, "Is it adapted from a novel?" "I've read the original novel." Martin gave a brief introduction. "Yes, it's based on Chuck Hogan's novel of the same name. The project has already begun preparations, and the producers are Graham King and Louise Mayer." Villeneuve flipped through the script for a while and looked up at Martin. "Can I direct this project? I can only guarantee you an interview opportunity." Martin felt that he was not as professional as Graham and Louise in this area. "You need to be interviewed by 2 producers." Villeneuve thought about the progress of Sheridan's script and said, "I want to give it a try." Martin sent a message to Graham King and Louise Mayer, giving them their contact information. "The studio for this project is at Disney Studios. Please schedule an interview with the 2 producers." Villeneuve quickly put away a note and said, "I'll call them right away." Both Graham King and Louise Mayer were top-tier producers in the industry, the kind of people a young director like him would dream of collaborating with. Soon, Villeneuve's agent arrived at Davis Studio. Negotiations proceeded swiftly. Fearing another Megan Ellison-style situation, Martin cut a Gordian knot and bought Sheridan's script for $100,000. The script was officially titled Sicario. Chapter 727 deliberately showing off. With the Oscars over, The Martian was completely pulled from North American theaters, ultimately landing at $322 million in North America. The film's overseas run hasn't concluded yet. In Japan, a market often deserted by Hollywood films, The Martian won't be released until March. Currently, the film has grossed $776 million worldwide. As March approaches, most of last year's Hollywood releases have settled their box office figures. Martin's two films, John Wick 2 and The Martian, both ranked in the top 10 of both the North American and global box office charts for 2011. The Martian ranked third on both charts, behind Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 2 and Transformers, Age of Ultron. John Wick 2 took fourth place on both charts, with $261 million in North America and $623 million worldwide. Furthermore, the film sold $255 million in DVDs last year, ranking second in North American sales, behind only Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 2. For both films, Martin signed contracts with a base salary of $20 million, plus a tiered profit-sharing agreement covering up to 10% of the North American box office. John Wick 2 premiered last summer, and Disney has already settled 2 settlements with Davis Studios. In addition to his $20 million base salary, Martin received $22.57 million in box office revenue and $19.67 million in DVD and television rights revenue. Martin achieved a personal earnings record of over $60 million for a single film. Similarly, for The Martian, Martin's salary and box office revenue alone exceeded $50 million. However, with distributor Disney still in the process of reconciling payments with major North American theater chains, Martin won't receive this income until mid-year. In 2011, Martin's acting earnings exceeded $100 million for the first time. People magazine recently released its annual list of Hollywood celebrities with $115 million, placing him at the top. Although the majority of his earnings haven't arrived yet, Martin has already made plans for where to spend his money. Besides investing, he plans to buy a yacht. This was something that had been promised to Elizabeth Olsen, but Elizabeth changed her mind. We are both in the stage of developing our careers. The number of times we go out to sea each year is limited. Even if we buy a yacht, it will basically be idle and can only be thrown on the dock to rust. In the living room, Elizabeth rested her head on Martin's legs. When she looked up, Lily, who was lying on Martin's shoulder, was hanging down and swaying. She stretched out her fingers and pressed them one by one, saying, "In the past 2 months, after seeing yacht advertisements, I feel that they are not necessary for us at this stage. It is more cost-effective to buy a private jet." Lily grabbed Elizabeth's fingers, pressed them on Martin, and said, "Liz often goes on business trips, and I attend art exhibitions and lectures everywhere. Martin, you have to run a lot of announcements every year. A private jet is more practical. At this stage, private jets are indeed more useful." Martin followed the advice. "You choose a suitable one and place an order directly." Elizabeth asked, "Do you have any special requirements?" Lily chuckled, "It would be best to play poker in the sky." Martin was more serious than her. "It must be able to fly international routes, with a private space." Okay, Elizabeth understood. But thinking about flying in the sky was also quite exciting. The three of them discussed which brand they wanted to buy. Top brands like Bombardier, Gulfstream, Raytheon, and Falcon were top choices. As for Lily's random suggestion of a modified Boeing 737, Martin wasn't quite that extravagant. Speaking of airplanes, Martin thought of something else. Ukraine apparently had some of the world's largest aircraft, though he'd forgotten what they were called. He wondered if the global village leader would be able to get one once he went online. Lily checked the time, climbed off Martin, and pulled Elizabeth along. "Come on, go to work with me," Elizabeth said. "Do you practice every day?" "Of course." Lily gathered her clothes. "If you don't practice for a day, your hands will become rusty. Sculpture is a long-term endeavor. I don't want to be one of those artists who's simply hyped up by commercials. At least you need real skill." Elizabeth smiled sweetly, but her words weren't. "How did you get your fingers so nimble?" "That bastard Martin wouldn't last long." Lily opened her hand, then clenched it. "Because I've been secretly observing Martin for 7 or 8 years now. I understand his characteristics and can spot his weaknesses instantly." Elizabeth knew what she meant, and she also knew that Lily had an older sister. Before coming to Atlanta, one of Lily's hobbies was peeping. Lily leaned over and asked, "Liz, do you want your fingers to become more flexible?" Elizabeth licked her slightly dry lips with her tongue, letting Lily, who was trying to show off, know that she was much better than her in some aspects. Lily forcibly pulled her away. "Hurry up and go to work with me. We agreed that no one can cheat." The two men went to the studio. Martin also had things to do, so he went out quickly and met with lawyer Hamlin in Burbank. The latter was in charge of Martin's case against Warner Brothers. A month had passed since the lawyer's letter was sent, and Warner Brothers still showed no sign of wanting to pay the 2011 annual share of dozens of people, including Martin and Nolan. A few days ago, the lawyer representing Warner Brothers held the first out-of-court negotiation with several other lawyers. Warner Brothers proposed a plan to postpone the payment to July. At that time, in addition to paying the original amount, Warner Brothers would also pay interest based on the bank's interest rate. As expected, the talks between the two sides broke down. Martin's request was very simple, the same as everyone else. In addition to interest, there must also be liquidated damages and late payment fees. "Everything must be in accordance with the provisions of the contract," Hamlin said. "I understand. Leave it to me." He didn't stay long and quickly said goodbye and left. Afterwards, Martin went to the studio for the new project Prince of Thieves at Disney Studios, where Graham and Louise were preparing for the film. Louise was in the studio, and after seeing Martin, she said, "The director you recommended, Denis Villeneuve, is okay." After Graham and I interviewed him, he said that he would shoot a few minutes of footage based on the script to prove that he is suitable for directing this project. Martin asked, "How long will it take?" "At most a week," Louise said simply. "Of all the directors I interviewed, I personally feel that he is the most suitable. He has studied the script carefully. And taking into account your basic salary of $20 million, the film can be completed with $50 to $60 million. Martin nodded. "We have a sufficient budget and funding is not a problem. Davis Studios, Pacific Pictures, and GK Pictures are co-producing the film, and Martin also has investment from Woo Maoding in South Korea." Louise said, "If the footage Villeneuve presents passes our assessment, Graham will negotiate the contract directly with his agent, and the project will be fully launched in 10 days. She paused slightly and said, "My main focus is on La La Land. They also need to select a director. Disney Pictures has extensive experience in shooting musicals and has recommended several directors. I will meet with them one by one next week." Martin sighed. "It's really troublesome to prepare a musical. It's mainly because musicals are a small category within a small category." Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. "There are not many professionals in this field anymore," she reminded Martin. "Once the choreography is in place, you have to start professional training, and you have to start practicing piano as well." Martin had learned piano privately from Sebastian for a while, but he had just graduated from the One Fingers and technique. "Sebastian will also be my piano teacher. Whether it's dancing or piano, both are quite tedious, but Martin is dedicated enough to not use a body double and will perform himself." His upcoming acting roles are almost confirmed, with appearances in Interstellar, John Wick, Chapter 3, La La Land, and Prince of Thieves. Filming schedules are easily adjustable. With the exception of Interstellar, directed by Nolan, the other three films are funded and produced by Davis Studio, allowing the crew to film around Martin's schedule. The two discussed Warner Bros.' progress. Louise, having worked with Warner Brothers for many years, is exceptionally well informed. Last year's new films did not perform well at the box office or offline, so Warner Bros.' payouts were indeed much slower. However, this isn't the case with the older films. Warner Brothers is holding back on your share of the profits because John Berg misappropriated the funds, Martin speculated. Will John Berg use the funds to produce new films? Louise said. Additionally, they were used for Jack the Giant Slayer. Did he create a new post-production editing model? Each edited version and the expert screening team assembled all require significant funding. The original budget wasn't enough, so they had to add to it. Martin asked, if this blockbuster fails, will John Berg be the primary responsible person? Yes, said Louise. In the event of a failure, even if John Berg is Kevin Tsujihara's brother-in-law, he won't be able to escape accountability. Kevin Tsujihara can suppress the objections of the Warner Brothers board of directors, but there's also the Time Warner Group. Martin nodded and asked, I remember Jack the Giant Slayer was released at the beginning of this summer season. Louise thought for a moment and said, in mid-May, there didn't seem to be any major productions of the same scale opening the week before or after. Martin made no secret of it and said directly, I wish him failure. The La La Land crew hired a piano teacher specifically for Martin, and once the choreography was in place, he had to come to the set regularly for dance practice. Capitalizing on the Oscar buzz, Disney Pictures officially launched the DVD release of The Martian. With Ridley Scott absent due to his busy filming of Prometheus, Martin threw himself into the DVD promotions. After all, DVD sales were not only crucial to Davis Studios' revenue, but also closely tied to his share of the profits later in the film. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, Musk and the Three Sisters of Silicon Valley. At Macy's in San Francisco's Union Square, Martin sat at a signing table, signing a DVD a fan handed him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your support." The afternoon signing was almost over, and the line had thinned considerably. A tall, white man, holding a commemorative Blu-ray disc, had arrived at the end of the line. When Martin looked up, he saw Musk at the end and wondered what he was doing there. Musk's turn soon arrived. He handed the disc to Martin and asked, "Old friend, want a picture?" After Martin finished signing, and with no one else to follow, he simply stood up and joined Musk. Holding the disc in one hand, Musk opened his phone's camera with the other and handed it to Bruce, not forgetting to instruct him, "Make me look good, make Martin look uglier." Martin replied, "Just do as he says." No matter how he took the photo, he looked better than Musk. After the photo, Musk took his phone back and said, "Wait for me." He tweeted the photo. Regardless of anything else, Martin, the newly crowned Oscar winner, was in the spotlight, so he just had to capitalize on the buzz. Musk racked his brains to promote Tesla. Seeing him finish his work, Martin asked, "You came here just to take a picture with me, didn't you?" Musk replied, "I heard you were in San Francisco promoting your DVD, so I came to invite you to dinner." He glanced at Martin, who could ignore a billionaire? Especially one who had risen from the bottom? "So, are you free tonight?" Martin flexed his wrists, aching from signing so many autographs, and said, "Let's go." They left Macy's, got into a Tesla driven by Musk, and headed straight for the San Francisco Bay Area, where they stopped at a restaurant near the bay. The dinner was sumptuous. Martin was from Hollywood, and Musk had deep ties to Hollywood, so the conversation centered around Hollywood. Not long into the conversation, Musk brought up an old topic. "Have you forgotten what I told you about Amber Heard last time?" "That's really unkind of you, isn't it?" Martin retorted. "Where are those beautiful women in the Silicon Valley tech world you were talking about?" Unexpectedly, Musk had been prepared. He pulled out a photo and shoved it towards Martin. "I've always been particular about what I do, and I've got 3 candidates for you." Martin took the photo, which showed 3 women with long, golden brown hair, and frowned. They all looked older. Martin thought, this is clearly Means type. Could Musk have made a mistake? "These 3 are sisters," Musk introduced, "Susan Wojcicki, Janet Wojcicki, and Anne Wojcicki." Martin returned the photo. "Hey, men, I thought your appreciation of beauty was on par with mine, but it turns out this is awful." "Are these the beauties you're talking about?" Musk held the photo. "Would you listen to me first before you decide if they were beautiful or not?" Martin gestured for him to be accepted. Musk introduced, "Susan Wojcicki, Google's 16th employee, is now the head of Google's advertising business. It is said that she is likely to take over the position of CEO of YouTube." When Larry Page and Sergey Brin started their business, they rented a garage. He pointed to the second oldest woman, Janet Wojcicki, a respected female professor with a PhD in anthropology and a master's degree in epidemiology from the University of California, holds multiple patents and is wealthy. And this one, Musk pointed at the youngest woman, Anne Wojcicki, the third of 3 sisters, is the founder of a DNA testing company. Her net worth is richer than you and me combined. She is the wife of Sergey Brin. After hearing these words, Martin looked at the photos again and found that the 3 ladies were indeed quite beautiful. Musk had carefully selected these 3 candidates. He said, "They're all married." "Wait," Martin interrupted. "Elon, what do you mean?" Musk laughed. "I've heard some rumors in Hollywood. Isn't that your style?" Rumors like these circulate frequently in Hollywood, and Martin had heard them too. Of course, he defiantly refuted the slander. "Do you think it's possible? Does it match my taste?" Musk thought the latter statement might be true. He didn't believe the former. Who doesn't have a girlfriend or wife in Hollywood? Who doesn't know about the messy things that happen in the Hollywood world? What's the story with Jolie and Aniston? How did the rumors about Charlize Theron and you come about? There were even rumors in the modeling world that supermodels had invited Martin to their bachelorette parties. Could all this be false? Musk loosened his tie and began to speak seriously. Depp and you are mortal enemies. You found a way to get me close to Amber. It's like I helped you get your mortal enemy's wife, right? Martin looked at him and said, if you want to do something shameless, don't drag me into it and raise the banner of justice. Musk's shameless remarks were far from over. Look, I'm doing you a favor. In exchange, shouldn't you do me a favor as well? Martin said, your purpose in looking for these three people is not pure. How can it be pure? Musk said directly, how can there be a pure relationship between men and women? Martin thought about the identities and wealth of these three people. Don't talk nonsense. What do you want to get from them through me? Musk said, as far as I know, the three of them are your fans. The kind who like you very much? Well, Tesla is preparing to raise funds to expand its shares. I want to get people from Google to join in. They are the best breakthrough point. He seemed ready to sacrifice himself. Martin, the two of us will go together then. 2 against 3, absolutely no problem, Martin sneered. He had a brother who could easily take on 3 of them his age. Musk continued, as long as we can convince them, we can definitely get Google on board this time. Martin sneered again. Musk said, Susan and Ann have billions. If you told me that 6 years ago, I'd have thanked you. Martin wasn't a stickler for morality. Back in Atlanta, his biggest goal was to find a wealthy woman to work with. He later found 2 wealthy women, Kelly and Louise, but they wouldn't let him get away with it, only offering to push him from behind when he was sprinting. Martin shook his head, dismissing the thought. Forget it now. Musk understood, if you can come with me to convince them, Tesla will set aside a portion of its share capital for you this time. Martin wasn't the broke kid he used to be. He'd worked so hard to climb the ladder, so why would he put his brother in a difficult position? He flatly refused. Go on your own. I believe in your abilities. Martin said he couldn't enjoy the beauty of the tech world. Musk chided, everyone says Martin is loyal to his friends, but what's the result? You're disloyal. I helped you deal with Depp, and you won't even do me a favor. Martin replied, I'm afraid Sergey Brin will kill me. Musk shook his head. Seeing he couldn't convince Martin, he didn't say anything further. Instead, he considered taking action on his own. A 1-on-3 situation would be a big problem, but finding one as a breakthrough wouldn't be a big deal. He quickly set his sights on Sergey Brin's wife, Anne Wojcicki. Martin and Musk were already acquainted, and he played to his thick skin. Tesla is raising funds for a share expansion. It seems you're facing a lot of difficulties. As a friend, I'll help you out. I just received a large commission this year, and I'm investing in Tesla. Musk thought to himself, didn't I just tell you about this? You're not helping again. He said, funding alone won't help much. Remember, the endorsement negotiations between me and your agent broke down, and you've renewed your contract with Cadillac. Martin said, Cadillac offered me a $15 million annual endorsement contract, and you won't even give me $5 million. You're also unwilling to put your investment commitment on paper. There's no point in just talking nonsense, Musk said. Forget about a simple investment, dude. You're ignoring the advertising I can bring. Martin added, last year, I ranked first on the most powerful and highest paid Hollywood celebrities list. Musk didn't care. Martin added, I'm the leader of the Coca-Cola cult. According to incomplete statistics, there are tens of millions of Coca-Cola cult members in North America alone, and hundreds of millions worldwide. Although I don't endorse Tesla, I'm optimistic about it and have invested in it. How big is the advertising impact of this? Musk looked at Martin and suddenly realized how handsome, sunny, and loyal he was. He was a very high-profile person, and a big reason for this was to attract attention and draw more attention to Tesla. But the jerk on the other side had just rejected him, so of course he wouldn't give in. Let me think about it. Martin didn't force it. Tesla was already publicly traded, so if things didn't work out, trading on the secondary market was an option. After dinner, Musk asked, I remember Johnny Depp's movie Transcendence is coming out soon. Haven't you received the premiere invitation from Megan Ellison yet? Martin said, don't worry, I'll let you know when I do. I'm different from you. I'm loyal to my friends. Musk acted like a good brother. I'll definitely help you deal with Depp. Los Angeles, Columbia Building. A mansion occupied the entire top floor of the building. After Johnny Depp and Amber Heard married, they moved here as their love nest. Amber was out partying. As night fell, Depp and his friends began their daily revelry. Alcohol and flour were essential for the party. Depp took his medication and drank a glass of wine, and his previously depressed spirits immediately became excited. Listening to his staff discussing flour, Depp suddenly remembered something and asked one of them, "Coulson, you mentioned last year that Fernandez said his superiors would deal with Martin Davis, because they were either drunk or high." They had long forgotten about it. "I'll call and ask," said Coulson. Chapter 729, $5 million to kill Martin. Near Venice Beach, a sprawling villa was ablaze with lights. Dozens of models milled around a massive swimming pool, setting the scene. From the villa's terrace, Michelle Bryant surveyed her kingdom. Fernandez emerged from below and declared, "Boss, the goods are here." Michelle smiled. "Excellent." Fernandez's phone vibrated. He spoke to Michelle and went to answer it. Upon returning, he hesitated. Michelle glanced at him and said, "Just say it. Last time, to appease Johnny Depp, you told me to tell his men that they were working on a solution to Martin Davis," Fernandez said cautiously. "Depp's people called me to ask about a situation." Michelle's good mood vanished at the mention of Martin Davis. Fernandez didn't dare say anything more and hurried away. "I'll go downstairs and see how the distribution is going." Michelle picked up the nearby glass and emptied it, then pulled out her phone and made a call. "Come over here." A few minutes later, Lynch came up to the terrace and asked, "Boss," Michelle asked, "have you found Nikia, Malena, and Maya?" These three bitches had taken her money and then vanished without a trace. Not only had they failed to seduce Martin Davis, they had also fabricated lies and deceived her, costing her a fortune. "No, our people have searched all over Los Angeles," Lynch reported truthfully. "I sent people to check Maya and Malena's hometowns, but they haven't returned. They must have gone into hiding after leaving Los Angeles," Michelle snapped. "Keep tracking them. I'll find them, dead or alive," Lynch said. "I'll catch them." He asked, "Martin Davis, I'll pick a few more suitable candidates and find an opportunity." Michelle thought for a moment. "Don't worry about it. I'll find a way." After his three best girls defected, who else would be suitable? As for Depp, as long as there's enough flour, that bastard will soon forget about it. Los Angeles, Nokia Plaza. Transcendence, the sci-fi blockbuster produced by Annapurna Pictures and distributed by Warner Brothers, is currently holding a roadshow promotional event. Since around 6 o'clock, a large number of fans have been gathering in the plaza. Nearby, at the temporary rest area rented by the crew, Megan Ellison, dressed in a women's suit, arrived at the door and met Daniel, the head of distribution for Warner Brothers. Ellison glanced at his watch, anxiously asking, "Hasn't Johnny Depp arrived yet?" Hearing Depp's name, Megan frowned slightly and said, "I've asked someone to rush him. He should be here soon." As the undisputed leading man of today's roadshow, Depp is the key to all the events. Daniel checked the time again. It was less than half an hour before the roadshow began. Normally, Depp would have arrived at least an hour early for makeup and preparations. Unable to contain himself, he told Megan Ellison, "The event must be postponed." Megan said, "The director and the lead actress will go on stage first, and then they'll wait for Depp to arrive, with no other options." Daniel added, "When Warner Brothers worked with Depp on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory a few years ago, he wasn't like this." Although he was occasionally late, Megan thought to herself, if you saw Depp's performance during filming, you'd be furious. Daniel continued, "Depp was originally the key to this collaboration with you. Warner Brothers has lost their star player, Martin Davis. I think Depp can fill his shoes, or even do better." "Was Martin Davis like Depp when he worked with you?" Megan asked. Daniel shook his head. "No, it's completely different. Martin can be difficult in some ways, but in terms of dedication and professionalism, he's one of the best in the industry." Those who haven't experienced Depp's torment couldn't understand Megan Ellison's complex emotions at this moment. They'd spent tens of millions of dollars hiring a super powerful man to sit and pee on the faces of the entire crew, including the producers and investors. For the sake of hundreds of millions of dollars in investment, these people had to endure the insults, and when facing the media and fans, they had to tell the media that Depp's urine smelled really good. If the film was a hit, it would all be worth it. Megan was confident and full of self-confidence. Transcendence had been receiving good reviews in internal previews. She asked Daniel, "You and Martin are good friends, right?" Daniel nodded. "Old friends, worried about not being able to invite him." Megan suggested, "Can you invite Martin to the premiere of Transcendence?" For some reason, Daniel suddenly thought of John Berg, who had also invited Martin to the premiere of Pharaohs and Gods. "We're partners now," Megan said, not giving Daniel a chance to refuse. "You wouldn't even do me a favor like this, would you?" Daniel said, "I'll invite Martin, but I can't guarantee he'll come." Megan couldn't ask Daniel to do more. The event outside began, but Depp didn't make it to the stage. Fans scattered around Nokia Plaza were furious. "Johnny Depp, we want Depp out. Give us back our captain." The plaza was in chaos, with fans furious and many media reporters stirring the pot. Megan, overheard, asked her assistant, "Hasn't Depp arrived yet?" The assistant replied, "I just called to ask, and he's on his way." Megan pulled out her phone, walked to a quiet spot, and called Amber Heard. "Where are you guys?" Amber replied, "Not out yet." "Fuck," Megan cursed, a rare outburst. The event had already begun, and the actor was still home. Fury welled up in her throat, and she growled, "Dragged up here in half an hour." Then, Megan hung up. In her penthouse atop the Columbia Tower, her phone went busy. Amber looked over to her bedroom bed. Depp, whom she had just dragged out of bed, had fallen back into bed while she was on the phone. Last night, those bastards were drinking and taking drugs, partying until who knows when, maybe even all night. Amber had taken Megan's money, so of course she had to get the job done. She reached out to Depp, yelling, "Get up. Hurry up. You have an appointment today, you have to go." Depp had barely fallen asleep when he was woken, feeling rather grumpy. He flung Amber's hand away. "Go away. Go away." This infuriated Amber, and her hand stung. She yelled again, "You have an appointment for Transcendence today." "Shut up." Depp drunkenly turned away. Amber was a fierce woman, and her anger was boiling over. Seeing Depp close his eyes again, she felt a mixture of disappointment and anger. She jumped onto the marital bed, dropped her pants, and squatted down, doing the act that would make her world famous. Depp heard the noise, smelled the smell, and jumped up, instantly sobering up. Pointing at Amber, he demanded, "Are you fucking crazy?" Amber, unconcerned, grabbed Depp's duvet and used it as toilet paper. "Are you sober now?" Depp flew into a frenzy. "You're crazy. You're a lunatic." But despite the argument, Depp never got physical. However, after the commotion, Depp sobered up considerably and eventually followed Amber downstairs. Depp's longtime nanny, who had been cleaning the room, noticed a mess and took out her phone to take a picture. In the nanny's car heading to Nokia Plaza, Amber, unwilling to pay attention to Depp, sat in the passenger seat. Depp swayed in the car, and after a push from his bodyguard, he sobered up a bit. He picked up a newspaper and began reading. It was the Los Angeles Times, with a prominent story. Depp spotted it immediately, a photo of Martin Davis and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. The report wasn't about the film, but about investment. In this round of financing, Tesla accepted a $50 million investment from Martin Davis, making him a personal shareholder. Depp casually tossed the newspaper aside, his already sour mood only worsened by the sight of his sworn enemy. He recalled the incident. "Coulson, haven't they reached any conclusions yet?" Coulson replied, "No, they say they're still working on it." Depp desperately wanted Martin Davis to be finished. "Tell them I'll give them $1 million. No, $5 million if they torture Martin Davis to death," Coulson ventured. "Isn't that too much?" Depp shouted, "I've got plenty of money. I'm worth $500 million or $600 million. $5 million is nothing. If any of you can turn Martin Davis into Brad Pitt, I'll still give him $5 million. His followers' eyes sparkled. The money was so great it made the risk worth it. Depp arrived at Nokia Plaza, over an hour into the event. Megan Ellison couldn't help herself and came over to chide Depp. Depp erupted in a heated argument with her and refused to wear makeup for the performance. The stalemate left the fans at the roadshow utterly disappointed. They had come to see Depp, to see their favorite captain. Many had lined up since the early morning, and by noon, 2 hours into the event, Depp still hadn't arrived. On the outskirts of the crowd, in a car on the side of the road, Ivan pulled out his phone and made a call. After the call was connected, he said, "Spread the word." Word quickly spread among the crowd that Depp had just arrived after a long night of drinking and high. While his die-hard fans unconditionally supported him, many bystanders were deeply displeased, and rumors spread like wildfire. After another long wait, Depp finally took the stage, but judging by his gait, he looked either drunk or high. Just as Depp reached center stage, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Queen of Piss! Queen of Piss!" The long-awaited, disgruntled crowd joined in the chant. The Queen of Piss and Shit, the Queen of Piss and Shit. Chapter 730 Tax Issues. Fans are a peculiar group, define common sense. A devoted fan can turn into a devoted hater in an instant. As the shouts rose in the square, some of Depp's fans joined in. Queen of Piss! Queen of Piss! Suddenly, the cries echoed throughout Nokia Plaza. Depp's eyes widened, his brain, ravaged by alcohol and drugs, tensed. An urge surged through his head. Depp recalled the deplorable things Amber had done in their marital bed just hours before, his chest pounding with rage. He pointed directly at the loudest shouts from the audience, raised his middle finger, and shouted, "Fuck you." Everyone on stage was stunned. Depp was shouting at a specific group, but to the audience, it seemed like he was shouting at everyone. The crowd in Nokia Plaza was brimming with excitement, and the shouts intensified. Some even threw bottles, signboards, and banners onto the stage. Depp's bodyguards reacted incredibly quickly, dragging Depp away and escorting him back. A chaotic shower of debris rained down on the stage. The roadshow was over. A successful promotional event had been reduced to chaos amidst the chaos. The reporters were increasingly excited. What was so interesting about a smooth promotional announcement? This was news. Ivan put away his camera and started the car while calling Jody. Big news. Depp provoked fans at the roadshow, giving them the finger and swearing. Jody had heard from Bruce that Depp was on the roadshow that day. A lot of people must have filmed it, right? "I need timeliness," Ivan said. "I'm on my way to TMZ. I'll be there in about 10 minutes, Jody replied immediately. "I'll meet you at the door." Within 7 or 8 minutes, Ivan had arrived, and less than 5 minutes later, the video of Depp giving fans the finger and swearing at them was already on the front page of TMZ. In the hallway, Meghan watched everything unfold, nearly mad with rage. She'd planned to call Depp to account, but instead, he got into his car and drove off. Daniel was speechless. After 20 years in Hollywood, this was the first time he'd seen Depp like this. It was normal for Hollywood stars to act like divas, and there were countless high-maintenance celebrities, but most had two faces. The private side they acted like divas rarely showed in public, especially to fans and followers. "Fuck," Meghan couldn't help herself. "I'm going to kill this bastard. I'm going to tear Johnny Depp apart and throw him into the Pacific to feed the fish." Compared to Depp, her father, the madman Larry Ellison, was a real gentleman. Daniel urged, "Hurry and take corrective measures. Initiate crisis PR." Furious, Meghan, thinking of the two projects starring Depp and the exorbitant production costs of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, both $150 million and $250 million, respectively, forced herself to swallow her anger. She called in Wilson and Darrett, two of her subordinates, to clean up the mess. Daniel also called in the distribution company. 10 minutes later, Darrett arrived to report to Meghan Ellison, "Depp's photos and videos are on the front page of TMZ. I've contacted TMZ, but they're refusing to remove the story." Meghan Ellison, hands on her hips, thrashing around in fury, said after a long pause, "Get someone to keep an eye on Depp." "I will," Darrett reminded his overbearing CEO. "We have another movie coming out with a much higher budget, The Lone Ranger." Meghan listened and waved her hand. She wouldn't do anything to Depp until The Lone Ranger was released. The sunk costs were too high. In the La La Land studio, Sebastian stood at the piano, explaining some important tips to Martin. Martin placed the music sheet and pressed the black and white keys, and the tinkling of music began. Although his playing wasn't smooth, he had completely mastered the one-finger technique, playing the entire piece in one breath. When the piano music paused, Sebastian praised him. "You've made significant progress." "Thank you," Martin said, raising his hand and looking at his slender, powerful fingers. "You're a great teacher." In his previous life, when he was a stunt double, there was a master among his cast, nicknamed Kato Monkey. He was incredibly talented. Back then, Martin specifically sought instruction from Kato Monkey. Coming to Hollywood, Martin had ample opportunities and partners to practice with, and now his finger dexterity is on par with Lily, who practiced sculpture for years. Elena, Elizabeth, Daddario, Taylor, Theron, Jolie, and Aniston can all attest to this. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone who has enjoyed his piano has received nothing but praise. Sebastian added, "Basic skills like these require a lot of practice." Martin, You'd better set aside an hour every day to practice piano until filming begins. No problem. Martin flexed his wrists and fingers, ready to continue. Sebastian wasn't shy, pointing out some of Martin's problems, especially with his fingering. This was crucial. The music that would appear in the film could be achieved through post-production, but Martin needed to play it himself, at least to make it look good. Half an hour later, the music room door quietly opened from the outside, and Bruce walked in. Martin noticed and said to Sebastian, "Is that all for today?" Sebastian glanced at Bruce and asked, "We'll continue tomorrow, okay?" Martin agreed. Martin and Bruce left the music room together. Back in the office, Bruce tapped away on the keyboard. When the LCD screen lit up, he pointed to TMZ and said, "The latest news on Depp." Martin glanced through it carefully and said, "As expected of Depp, he didn't disappoint." Bruce said, "Ivan and the others waited all morning, and it finally paid off." Martin had asked Bruce to contact Ivan because, at this stage, Depp was 80% likely to cause trouble. Apart from anything else, the probability of him showing up late or drunk was 80%. Martin turned off the video and said, "Depp is killing his last bit of popularity." Bruce had a feeling, "I've discovered that Depp doesn't need to do much to ruin himself." Martin said, "Maybe Depp will make himself a hated man in Hollywood, but he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if his career is ruined, he'll still be living a carefree life." He was a true jerk. "It hurts me to see my enemies living a carefree life, more painful than losing hundreds of millions of dollars in investment." Bruce said, "It's already working over there." Martin understood, "The situation is almost over, let's get them out." Bruce nodded, "I'm ready to go." Martin packed his things and prepared to go home. Thomas called. "Martin, Daniel from Warner Brothers sent an invitation to the premiere of Transcendence, in Tesla's new round of financing and share expansion." Martin, leveraging his influence as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, secured a $50 million investment share. Musk had been eager to attend Depp's premiere. Martin was still trying to figure out how to get an invitation, which had already been sent. Megan Ellison wanted him to witness the success of Transcendence in person. Martin asked, "How many people can you bring?" Thomas replied, "2, including you." On the way back, Martin called Musk to let him know he'd be at the premiere. Musk said even a massive earthquake in Los Angeles wouldn't stop him from attending. At the Country Fishing Club in Los Angeles, Johnny Depp's investment manager and seasoned angler, Joel Mondell, opened the trunk of his car and, along with his friend Rogers, unloaded a massive bluefin sacked in a woven bag. This was their catch of the day, a new club record. Countless anglers gathered to watch, marveling at Joel's good fortune. Several of them helped hoist the bluefin sack. Joel posed for a photo with the fish. The fish will be kept at the club and stuffed. After all the fuss, Joel and Rogers finally had a break. They went to the cafe and ordered coffee and dessert to replenish their energy. Rogers ate a donut and said, "How's your investment going?" Over the past 6 months, the two had become close friends, sharing everything. Joel didn't hide the fact, giving a thumbs up and saying, "It's going very well. We've made a lot of money. Robert and I have a completely renovated our garage and house." Rogers laughed and said deliberately, "I've made a lot of money too. The method you taught me is much better than my old, clumsy methods." He looked around. "No trouble, right?" Joel laughed. "What kind of trouble could there be? My investment documents are all signed and confirmed by Depp. Even if we sue him in court, the court won't rule in his favor." Rogers said, "Your fish is fat enough." Joel said, "I asked you to join, but you didn't." "This is your and Robert's fish," Rogers said. "I can't take your fish away from you." Joel picked up his coffee and took a sip. "These idiots have made so much money. Even if we don't take it, they'll squander it all." Rogers said, "We still have to be careful." Joel leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "It'll be fine. Depp has tax problems. If he really sues us, someone will report him for tax evasion, and the IRS will make him suffer untold trouble." Depp rarely had lucid moments. He and Robert, brothers, had obtained multiple authorizations, allowing them to both get Depp into trouble and clear themselves. Joel invited, "Want to go fishing again tomorrow?" "I won't have time these past few weeks," Rogers said. "I have a client who wants to buy a house in Australia, and I need to go over there." He blinked. "This is a great opportunity to make money. I can't miss it." They both laughed. The investment manager, who went by the pseudonym Rogers, was about to start his career in Hong Kong. Chapter 731: Megan's First Failure. Los Angeles, Hollywood and Highland Center. Martin was a familiar figure. He took his invitation through a side door and led Musk into the VIP room. They hadn't walked the red carpet, arriving early. They immediately spotted Megan Ellison. The VIP room was large, and quite a few people were already there, but Martin and Megan's eyes met, piercing through the crowd. Musk, hands in his pockets, said, "She's the daughter of the lunatic Larry Ellison. She's very much like her father. Go ahead, buddy. I'll cover for you and won't compete with you." Martin couldn't let his brother down. "You're a bit of a jerk, aren't you? If you want to go ahead." Musk, despite his strong taste, didn't look down on her. He grinned. "My target tonight isn't Megan Ellison." Just as they were talking, Megan Ellison, the host, trotted over. She looked at Martin and Musk with a hint of curiosity. How did these two get together? Assholes attracting assholes? Musk laughed heartily. "I didn't expect to meet someone from Silicon Valley here." Megan clearly disliked the fat white man and ignored him completely. She came over, looked at Martin, and said, "Welcome to my movie premiere." She was still confident. "Did you see? I had a grand premiere for Transcendence." Martin was a complete asshole. "Sorry, Elon and I came in through the back door and missed your premiere." Megan remained calm. "When the movie is successful, you'll see it in the media countless times." This was only the first of 3 movies, so Martin kept his composure and casually said, "Congratulations in advance on your success." The casualness and insincerity in his words were so obvious that even a 10-year-old could hear it. Megan took it as Martin's resignation at having lost the project and said, "By the way, if this movie is successful, I will give the screenwriter a supplemental payment as compensation for choosing to work with Annapurna Pictures." Martin laughed. "I hope you won't get too excited when the movie comes out." Although Transcendence encountered numerous setbacks during its promotion, with Depp facing widespread media and online criticism, Megan Ellison's careful research revealed countless Hollywood examples proving that as long as the film's quality is strong, these issues are not a problem. Did Depp enjoy a good reputation before the release of Pirates of the Caribbean? Seeing that Daniel was no longer bothered with the Megan Ellison, Martin went to talk to Daniel. Daniel faced Martin with mixed feelings. "It would be great if we were still cooperating," Martin said. "Warner has to pay my share first, right?" Daniel pushed the blame onto John Berg without hesitation. "The distribution company's funds have long been transferred to Warner Pictures. Now it's Warner Pictures' problem." This was consistent with what Martin had learned. He didn't make a fuss about it. Daniel was not responsible for it either. He said, "You look like you've been under a lot of pressure lately." Daniel said, "With the promotion of this film, directing people to constantly put out fires. One Depp is more troublesome than 100 of you." He was very direct. "Originally, I thought that Depp and Annapurna Pictures had a long-term cooperation, and the distribution company had cooperated with Annapurna Pictures. Depp might become a long-term partner of Warner Pictures." He shook his head. "Facts have proved that I thought too simply," Martin said. "I've seen the recent news. It's very exciting." Daniel was quite helpless. "If it weren't for the 3-film distribution contract signed with Annapurna, I would have stopped the movie starring Depp." The two continued to chat. Martin's eyes occasionally glanced outside and soon spotted Amber Heard. He spoke a few more words to Daniel. Musk had already started chatting with Amber Heard. Depp wasn't there, probably still hanging out with a crew outside the theater. Musk's vast wealth and billions clearly caught Amber Heard's attention. After Musk revealed his identity, Amber Heard readily exchanged contact information with him. She knew divorce from Depp was inevitable, so what was next? Megan Ellison had indeed promised her a future leading lady role. But with Depp, money came too easily. Earning money as a female star was too slow and difficult. How could she possibly find another wealthy man? Depp's premarital obsession also boosted Amber's confidence. As for Musk, perhaps Amber Heard just matched his taste. Or perhaps he just had a thing for that sort of thing. Martin suddenly heard footsteps and turned to see Depp approaching. Depp's burly bodyguard quickly followed. Bruce stepped forward and stood beside Martin. Daniel said, "Martin, calm down." Martin gestured toward Depp with his chin. "You better let him calm down first." Depp stopped 3 meters away, his eyes, darkened by alcohol and drug addiction, staring coldly at him, just like the name of his bar, the Black Mamba. Martin raised his hand to cover his nose, then fanned his face with his other hand. Depp instantly flew into a rage. Many people in the VIP room, including Musk, quietly pulled out their phones and pointed them at Depp's waistband, as if waiting for him to repeat his on-set feat. Depp's agent, Wiggum, chased after him, grabbed Depp's hand, and whispered, "He's deliberately provoking you." Martin smelled a mixture of cologne, alcohol, and cigarette smoke, and said, "It smells strange." Depp's chest rose and fell rapidly, but he didn't dare to take off his pants again. The bodyguard whispered in his ear, "Did you forget Calison's contact?" Hearing the mosquito-like sound, Depp turned and walked away, glancing back at Martin mid-sentence. He wanted this bastard to be ruined. Daniel then said, "It's almost time. Let's go into the theater." Amber Heard returned to her husband, and Musk followed Martin toward the theater lobby, saying, "That woman was easy to seduce. With my charm, I easily got her contact information. We even arranged to have tea together sometime." Martin secretly gave a thumbs up. "She's really rich and billions," Musk said. "Actually, you can have sex with her. I guarantee that if you show her any interest, she won't refuse you." Martin quickly shook his head. "It's too strong." "I'm afraid," Musk said disdainfully, "you don't know how to play." Martin said, "You have strong tastes." The two entered the theater lobby and sat in the third row. After a short wait, the movie began. Because of Depp and Megan Ellison, Martin was watching Transcendence very seriously. Check it out on the 6-9 forum. The trailers and commercials for this film give it a grandiose and subversive sci-fi vibe akin to Inception, but it's actually a melodramatic drama that prioritizes love over everything else. Furthermore, the film attempts to explore philosophical themes like The Matrix, but lacks the skill of the Wachowski brothers or siblings. Even the Wachowskis, now embroiled in philosophical speculation, would undoubtedly fail. The film might not be terrible, but it's incredibly mediocre. As Elon Musk put it, no one else is trying to turn a sci-fi blockbuster into something arty and refreshing. During the screening, Martin looked around and noticed many in the audience falling asleep. This situation was far more alarming than the awful Michael Bay films, which were often panned as explosive. At least Bay's films didn't make people fall asleep in the theater. Rooney Mara, sitting across from Martin, fell asleep 5 times during the entire screening. The premiere ended with thunderous applause. The audience was very polite, and there was no shortage of polite applause, but that alone can't tell the difference between a film and a failure. Musk applauded and said to Martin, "This is one of the most boring movies I've ever seen live." Martin applauded as well, "Maybe not bad, but it's definitely boring." The crew took the stage together for their curtain calls, and the audience began to disperse. Martin checked his watch. "Let's go." Musk didn't move, but winked at Martin. "You go first, I'll talk later." Martin understood and left the theater. On the way back to Beverly Hills, Martin checked Twitter and saw people were already complaining about the film. "Depp's new movie is terrible. The promotional announcements were so pretentious. I thought it was another Captain character, but this is it." Johnny Depp is getting cocky. "He's not the Captain anymore. Boycott Depp. Boycott this awful actor who insults his fans." The comments were going off track. Boycott Depp. Boycott Depp's new film. Perhaps it was the recent publicity campaigns that had Depp acting up. Even after the Nokia Square incident, the crew and distributors had rushed to public relations, but he couldn't break his habit of being late and drunk. Even with the PR materials, he didn't remember them, or perhaps couldn't remember them. These actions completely ruined his popularity. A die-hard fanbase alone can't sustain the box office of a major Hollywood production. Transcendence proved this point. Despite the support of numerous die-hard fans, Depp's new film performed dismally. On Friday, its North American opening day, Transcendence grossed a mere $4.81 million from 3,655 theaters. Typically, non-sequels or franchises with slightly better reception perform better at the box office on Saturday, but this film's Saturday single-day revenue plummeted 20%, bringing in only $3.82 million. After 3 days of its opening weekend, Transcendence had a cumulative North American box office of $10.88 million. Considering the film's $150 million production budget, this box office performance represents a significant investment disaster. Most frighteningly, the film's critical acclaim has completely collapsed. Data released by CinemaScore, a professional film market research organization, indicates that Transcendence received an average C grade from theatergoers in its opening weekend, with the film projected to gross around $22 million in North America, including overseas markets where Transcendence has yet to be released. After the distributor deducts publicity and marketing expenses, administrative fees, and other expenses, an Apurna Pictures share of the box office revenue is completely negligible. Chapter 732 I have never hated someone so much. As expected, Megan Ellison's first film failed. Driving a golf cart on the green lawn, Nicholson said to Martin in the car, "Your strategy to attack Depp was completely successful." Martin raised his baseball cap. "Actually, I didn't do anything. Depp brought himself to his own death." Leonardo pointed to his head. "He has been addicted to drugs for more than 20 years and this part of him is broken." He sighed. "Back then, Depp and Keanu Reeves both experienced the drug-induced death of River Phoenix. I didn't expect Depp to learn no lesson at all," Martin said casually. "Maybe Depp tried to quit, but failed." Nicholson suddenly asked, "Will Depp stage a prodigal son who returns home, which is the favorite of the media and the public?" Leonardo sneered. "Do you think it's possible? The probability of Martin and I getting married is higher than the possibility of Depp turning home. If you want to get married, get married. Don't drag me into it." Martin felt a headache when he heard about getting married. "Isn't a free life good?" He quickly brought Leonardo's deviated topic back on track. "I read a report this morning saying Depp has been battling alcoholism and drugs all his life. He is a real fighter." Leonardo almost spit out the water he had just drunk. He quickly swallowed it and wiped the corner of his mouth, saying, "I drink, I take drugs, I am late, and I scold fans. These are all my fights against bad habits, so I am a fighter." Martin and Nicholson both laughed. Nicholson swerved and parked the car near the hole. He asked, "Are Megan Ellison's films financed by financing?" Martin did some research. Annapurna Pictures was just starting out, and the 3 projects Megan Ellison snatched away were Annapurna's first independent productions. Few people invested in them, and most of the funds came from Megan Ellison's Annapurna Pictures. Leonardo understood. In other words, most of the money lost when the films failed was Megan Ellison's personal money. Martin said, "It is said that she brought hundreds of millions of dollars to Hollywood, but the investments in those 3 projects were too high. She didn't have enough funds, so she used the income from her personal trust fund as collateral to borrow money from the bank to support the production budget of The Lone Ranger." Nicholson parked the car. "The project failed, and the losses were all Megan Ellison's own money. Now that you mention it, I'm really motivated to do something." Leonardo jumped out of the car, took out his golf clubs, and looked at Martin. "Aside from the captain, Depp is really a sinking pit." Martin, club in hand, approached the caddy, where a white golf ball had been placed. He swung his club and hit it far away. The ball landed in the bunker. Nicholson shook his head. "Your skills haven't improved at all." Martin offered an excuse. "Not practicing enough, that's normal." Of the 3, only Nicholson was a slightly better golfer. Martin and Leonardo were both terrible. He'd come to the Los Angeles Country Club mainly to have fun with Nicholson. Martin couldn't drag them to the Angels Club for shooting or boxing practice. Leonardo was fine, but Nicholson was too old and needed more attention. The old bastard was born in 1937 and would soon be 75. However, many people born in this era in Hollywood are still active in the field. Ridley Scott, also born in 1937, shows no signs of retiring, and today 7 years their senior, is still directing a film every 2 years. At noon, the 3 of them had lunch at the country club. During lunch, Nicholson found a newspaper, read it for a while, and then said to Martin, "Transcendence only grossed $710,000 on its first day." Leonardo, who had his own production company and was well versed in the production and distribution world, did some calculations and said, "Given the current situation, after Warner Brothers deducts various distribution costs, Annapurna Pictures won't receive much in return for this film, both online and offline. They're bound to lose over $100 million. Martin raised his glass and gestured to his 2 best friends. "Let's have a drink to celebrate this good news." Nicholson and Leonardo, both looking for fun, raised their glasses and clinked them with Martin. After lunch, Martin had to practice piano on the set of La La Land that afternoon, so he left the country club alone. In the president's office at Annapurna Pictures, Megan Ellison sat alone in her executive chair, having done nothing all morning. The huge success of The Hurt Locker, which she had previously invested in, had convinced her that successfully investing in films was easy, and that she could easily pull off a single film. Even after the film's premiere, Megan maintained this strong confidence. But reality dealt her a heavy blow. The North American box office was so low that she thought she was hallucinating. The first truly independently produced film suffered a crushing failure, and Megan Ellison was inevitably devastated. Suddenly, the phone rang. Megan Ellison finally snapped out of her daze and answered the phone. Her father's voice rang through the receiver. "Such a small failure won't break you down, will it?" "No, I can handle it," Megan tried to remain strong. Larry Ellison said, "A small failure isn't a big deal. Think about how many times your dad failed when he started his business. Learn from this lesson and make it back next time." Megan's confidence gradually returned as she thought of her father's experience. After a brief conversation, Megan Ellison's spirits returned. Her confidence was back. Once her confidence returned, Megan's mind could think straight again. After a moment's reflection, she quickly identified the reasons for the failure of Transcendence. The main reason was Johnny Depp. Megan recalled carefully, and while there were indeed some minor production hiccups, Depp's troubles during the promotional period were even more problematic. As for the project itself being problematic, Megan was the first to dismiss it, as the way it was acquired made it clearly impossible. Megan called her personal subordinate, Darrett. A few minutes later, Darrett entered the CEO's office and peeked at Megan's face. Seeing that it was less gloomy, he breathed a sigh of relief. "CEO?" Megan asked. "I remember Depp still hasn't been paid the final $8 million for the Lone Ranger." Darrett replied, "Yes, that won't be paid until the film is fully completed. No mistakes. Don't pay Depp this salary for now. I remember there is a clause in the supplementary agreement. If there is any problem on Depp's side, we have the right to postpone the payment of the salary until the film is released in North America." Megan Ellison made a decision. "You are responsible for communicating with Depp and informing them that if Depp does anything excessive in the promotion of the Lone Ranger, they will not be able to get this salary." Darrett responded, "I will make an appointment with Depp's agent Wiggum right away." Megan Ellison waved her hand. "Go." She completely regained the confidence and momentum of the domineering female president, picked up the phone and dialed Amber Heard's number. "It's me. How is the thing I asked you to do?" Amber Heard on the other side said, "I have collected a lot of things that are unfavorable to Depp." Megan said, "Continue, I want more. Also, you must stand by me when I need you." After half a year of marriage, Amber was about to collapse. Depp was a good man, but also a bad person in life. Not to mention normal people, even she, who was not normal, could not tolerate it. "Mom, I've always stood by you," she asked softly. "What promises did you make to me?" Megan replied casually, "You know very well that those are trivial matters to me. How could I possibly break my promise?" Amber thought about it and realized it made sense. "I'll collect more." Megan hung up the phone. The failure of Transcendence was inevitable, with losses potentially reaching nearly 100 million yuan, and the primary cause of that failure lay with Depp. Whether the Lone Ranger succeeded or failed, she would make Depp pay the price. Megan found she had never hated someone so much. Eastern Columbia Building, penthouse. Amber put away her phone and walked down the hallway to the study. She peeked in through the window. Depp was chatting with investment manager Joel Mondell. They seemed to be engaging, and laughter emanated from time to time. She didn't linger for long, but went to the closet, found some key pieces of evidence in her collection, and reviewed them one by one. If they were ever exposed, Depp would undoubtedly face serious trouble. Amber reviewed them all, put them away, and began to ponder Megan's new request. Domestic violence is undoubtedly the best excuse for a married woman to accuse her husband. In the study, Joel Mondell produced an investment agreement and handed it to Depp. "This is the investment plan I was talking about. Take a close look. I can't guarantee a 100% return, but the chances are at least 90%. The failure of Transcendence hadn't affected Depp in the slightest. Half drunk, he said, "It's just right. I just received 2 film payments. I'll have Robert transfer them to you. You can invest directly." Robert Mondell was Depp's accountant and Joel's older brother. "Remember to call Robert," Joel insisted on following the legal procedures. "Take a close look at the plan and the investment agreement." Depp took a pen and opened the plan. Without even glancing at the details, he simply flipped to the signature area and signed his name. He then opened the investment agreement and signed the same. He returned it to Joel and casually asked, "Did the previous investments go well?" Joel put away the 2 contracts and said, "The investments went very smoothly, with considerable returns." Depp laughed. "That's good," he invited. "You stay and party with us tonight." Joel pointed to the 2 contracts. "I'll deal with these first to ensure investment returns." Depp did not force him to stay. After all, only with money could he live a carefree life. Chapter 733 Dance King Martin. At the Angel Club shooting range, Martin stood at the firing table, holding an AKM, aiming at the rapidly moving targets and rhythmically pulling the trigger. With a crisp crack of gunfire, the metal targets fell one after another. After one magazine was empty, Martin quickly replaced it with a new one and continued shooting. He only stopped after he had used 3 magazines. Martin removed his earplugs and turned to ask, "How were the results?" Mean, acting as spotter, said, "All on target." Martin handed the gun to Bruce, rolled his shoulders, and said, "This gun is powerful." Alexandrovich, on the other side, leaned over and, mimicking Mean's tone, said, "Boss, you're a great shot." Martin answered honestly, "I was forced to." Alexandrovich had also fired a few shots. "I can't handle the recoil." Martin asked, "Is the AK-74 commonly issued in Ukraine?" Alexandrovich said, "There are more AK-74 series. I'm not sure about the specifics, I've never been in the military." Mean, on the other side, was curious. The boss seemed to have a special interest in the small Ukrainian. He quietly asked Bruce, "What's going on?" Bruce didn't really understand, but Mean's question suddenly brought back the face of Alexandrovich's fiancée. Could he be impressed by Alexandrovich's talent? Their film, Napoleon's Bell, performed well at the box office, but its audience was too small. Martin checked the time and asked, "How was yesterday's DVD signing?" Alexandrovich smiled and said, "Over 100 fans showed up to show their support. They were all very enthusiastic. Many said I played the most charming Napoleon in cinematic history. You did a great job on this film." Martin patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Make Servant of the People a good film and strive to make it a classic." Alexandrovich vowed, "I'll devote my life to it." Crude comedies have a short lifespan. Napoleon's Bell was released just before Valentine's Day and was withdrawn from North American theaters after just 5 weeks. However, it grossed $19.85 million in North America, nearly 4 times its production budget. It has also grossed $14.56 million overseas. Undoubtedly, this cheesy comedy has turned a profit solely through the box office. The DVD, which began its release this week, has so far sold nearly $3 million, a respectable figure. Napoleon's Bell will be released in more territories in the future. Alexandrovich had come to see Martin today to say goodbye and return to Ukraine for the film's premiere and to begin filming Servant of the People in Kiev. Alexandrovich didn't stay long, quickly leaving the Angel Club. Martin and Mean waited for Chad, Chen-Hu, and Marcus to arrive, then went to the training hall on the other side of the shooting range to discuss the latest action scene designs. In John Wick 3, Mean, a key supporting character, would also personally engage in combat. "This is also preparation for the franchise," Chad said thoughtfully. "Through this film, you can further showcase Winston's charm and abilities, and will pave the way for the next expansion of the series." Mean took the towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, "You're really thinking long-term." Chad, an action choreographer by training, didn't have the same artistic ambitions as most directors. He said bluntly, "With Martin's support, I plan to make a living from this series." The first 2 films had already made this director, screenwriter, an action director a multimillionaire. Chad knew he wasn't particularly talented. His success in the John Wick series wasn't due to exceptional talent, but rather to years of accumulated experience. He'd spent nearly 20 years as a stuntman and action choreographer before this breakthrough. If he left the series to direct another film, Chad felt he'd likely fail. Martin asked Chad, "Have you decided to expand the series with Winston as the protagonist?" "I've done market research, and Mene has a certain appeal among audiences, and the character of Winston is quite popular." Chad wasn't just imagining things, he'd made thorough preparations. Also, fans of the series are particularly interested in the setting of the Continental Hotel. "I'm planning to center the sequel around the Continental in New York." Martin nodded. "Okay. Once the script and action design for the 3rd film are finalized, you can begin preparations." Unlike Winston in his previous life, Mene, in his 30s, was full of energy and in good physical condition. He'd filmed numerous action scenes with Martin over the years, and had a solid foundation. Having a black person as the central protagonist also fits the trends of the film and television market in the coming years. Before noon, Martin left the Angels Shooting Club and arrived in Burbank. Alan Horn invited him to lunch, and the two went to an Italian restaurant and talked while eating. Alan Horn said, "Last time, we decided to collaborate on the live-action fairy tale film Beauty and the Beast. Disney Pictures hired a screenwriter and are about to begin script development." He asked Martin, "I remember your suggestion last time was a musical?" Martin put down his glass and said, "That's Disney's strongest suit, adding grand song and dance to fairy tales. To achieve the desired effect for a film like this, An investment of over $100 million is unthinkable. Disney Pictures would have to raise external financing. Alan Horn, now confident in Martin, reiterated his previous statement, the production budget for this project cannot be less than $150 million. Disney Pictures hopes to raise $50 million in external financing, Martin said. I'm also willing to strengthen cooperation with Disney. Funding is not a problem, Alan Horn thought for a moment and added, a film like this, from script writing to project preparation, could take a year. Designing the song and dance is a difficult part. Martin, who is currently working on the film La La Land, has a deep understanding of this. I've done some research specifically on this project. There have been similar musicals on Broadway for years, and we can learn from their strengths, Alan Horn said. Good idea. As for copyright issues, Disney had never been afraid. If they had questions, they could simply explain it as an innovation based on past animations. Unrelated text follows. Disney's legal department is world-renowned. Martin and Alan Horn finalized the general direction. After lunch, Emily, on behalf of Davis Studios, formally contacted Walt Disney Studios to discuss specific investment and partnerships for Beauty and the Beast. That afternoon, Martin arrived at the La La Land studio on time and practiced piano under Sebastian's guidance. His technique became increasingly refined. During this time, Taylor visited the set and commented that his piano playing lacked soul. Martin agreed with a professional's advice. After all, his level wasn't particularly good even for an amateur. He wasn't practicing to become a musician, but to cope with filming. When Martin finished practicing, he noticed the door to the dance studio on the same floor was open and took a look as he passed by. Louise was inside with a tall, blonde-haired woman. Hi, Martin, she noticed. Let me introduce you to someone. Martin hurried in. Without waiting for Louise to introduce them, the blonde-haired woman came forward and shook his hand. Hello, Martin. I'm Mandy Moore, an actress, singer, and choreographer. Then, she casually displayed the badge on her collar. I'm also a fan of yours and a member of the Coca-Cola cult. Martin smiled and said, nice to meet you. Louise came over to introduce them. Mandy just signed a contract with a crew and will be the choreographer, responsible for the film's choreography and rehearsals. Martin said, that's a bit unexpected. I thought choreographers were all middle-aged or older, but you're so young? Mandy Moore was very tall, almost 1.8 meters tall, and definitely no older than 30. Disney Studios introduced me here. Mandy Moore smiled and quickly listed her professional resume. I voiced Princess Rapunzel in Disney's animated feature film Tangled, and I also designed all the singing and choreography. She wanted to prove her ability. I have also released 6 music albums, and the dance parts were all designed by people led by me. Martin praised, it's a remarkable achievement. I believe we will work together to create a classic musical. Mandy Moore heard from Louise that La La Land is also aiming for the awards season, which is very attractive to her, and she went straight to the point. In addition to designing the choreography, the dance aspect of the film also requires the actors to spend a lot of time practicing. I hope to determine several main roles as soon as possible. Louise took over the topic. When the dance design is completed, all the actors will be in place. Mandy Moore said no more, and discussed some matters about the male lead with Martin, especially the dance aspect. Martin said, I have practiced dancing professionally. Although I haven't touched it much in recent years, I have practiced various types of fighting all year round, so body flexibility is not a problem. Louise suddenly remembered the movie Martin filmed in Atlanta, and interrupted, Mandy, you can first watch Martin's theatrical debut Zombie Gigolo. In that movie, Martin has many dance scenes. Mandy also remembered it and said, Zombie Machine Gun Dance? I remember it was all the rage 5 or 6 years ago. By the way, this dance originated from Martin's movie, she praised. Martin, you were once a dance king. Martin shrugged, I didn't expect that dance to become so popular. If you have a dance foundation and good body flexibility, you will have less trouble in dance rehearsals. Mandy took out a notebook, quickly wrote it down, and said, my suggestion is that the heroine should also choose an actor with a dance foundation, and according to the script requirements, she should be younger than you. Louise said, this kind of person is easy to find. There are many actresses in the circle who have practiced dancing. Martin has a candidate and plans to discuss it with Louise alone later. Chapter 734, Serial Car Accident. Arriving at Louise's office, Martin pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, I have a recommendation for the leading actress. Louise sat opposite Martin and asked directly, Which actress have you taken a fancy to now? She couldn't help laughing. Or, whose wife or fiancé have you taken a fancy to? Martin was quite helpless. Am I that boring? Louise crossed her arms and stared at Martin. Her meaning was very clear. Martin returned to the point. Saoirse Ronan has been practicing singing and dancing since the middle of last year. The only problem is that she is a little young. Oh, your student? Louise asked. I remember she is 18 years old this year, Martin said. She has good acting skills. Her singing is probably at a professional level. She had professional dance training when she was a child. As for her age, you have seen her a few times. She looks older, and with makeup, there is no problem. Louise thought for a moment and said, let her audition. After all, she is still a little young. Let's see how the audition with makeup works. By the way, there is also a musical, Martin added. Disney Pictures and I are planning to cooperate to shoot a live-action version of Beauty and the Beast. The production will be handed over to you. It has become a habit for Louise to work with Martin, and she agreed immediately. No problem, Martin said. Actually, Saoirse is more suitable to play Belle. Belle was once played by Emma Watson, but now Emma Watson's reputation is often associated with something as infamous as her. Not to mention Martin's involvement in investment and production. Even without him, Disney Studios would probably not have invited her. The two discussed crew work matters. Daniel Villeneuve passed the interview with Louise and Graham with a hardcore video he shot, and got the director position for the project Prince of Thieves. The La La Land crew is recruiting directors from all over Hollywood, and several young and middle-aged directors have submitted their resumes. The discussion lasted until 4 p.m., and Martin did not come out of the studio. Next door to La La Land, another cruise studio had just been established, Marvel Studios agents of SYNOPSIS. People were coming in and out, and it was very busy. When Martin came out, he called Saoirse Ronan and told her directly, there are two musicals. One is about a small actor from the bottom of Hollywood, called La La Land. The other is Disney's live-action fairy tale movie Beauty and the Beast, and the role is Belle. He deliberately asked, which one do you want to choose? Saoirse glanced at her mother Monica and asked cautiously, teacher, can I choose both? Martin said, prepare your resume and ask your agent to submit it to the La La Land crew first. Beauty and the Beast has not yet been officially approved as a project. Thank you, teacher. Saoirse waved her fist vigorously. The singing and dancing practice in the past few months was not in vain. She knew she was deeply involved with Martin, and understood that he was her greatest support in Hollywood. She said, teacher, I've practiced a lot of dancing. I'll show you a performance on my 18th birthday. Martin's words came over the phone. Don't stop practicing singing and dancing. Even though she couldn't see the other end, Saoirse nodded repeatedly. I'll keep going. Suddenly, a whoop, a sound like a collision echoed through the receiver, and Martin's voice came back. That's it for now. Saoirse glanced at the hung-up phone, pumped her fist, and said to Monica Ronan, Mom, I have a new role. Monica smiled and nodded. You manage it yourself. Saoirse went over to hug her mother and said, I will. She gathered her things and picked up her car keys. I should go to dance class. The dance teacher said that when she first came to Los Angeles to make a living, she had done pole dancing in dance bars because she was broke and jobless. Saoirse planned to consult with a dance teacher when she had some free time one of these days to learn more. At Disney Studios, two people on the phone nearly bumped into each other. Martin was talking on the phone with his back to the agents of SYNOPSIS studio. A woman who was talking on the phone came up from behind and was about to bump into him when she was stopped by Bruce, who appeared in time. Sorry. The woman quickly hung up the phone and apologized hurriedly. I was distracted and didn't notice. Her long golden red hair was permed into big waves, and her facial features were exquisite with Eastern European features. The gray V-neck shirt and tight pants set off her figure. That was no less than Blake Lively's. The moment her shining brown eyes saw Martin, they instantly widened. Are you Martin? I was so careless. Martin's eyes quickly swept over her, said the last sentence to Saoirse, hung up the phone, and said, It's okay. The red-haired woman patted her chest and said tremblingly, Oh my God, I almost bumped into you, the top star in Hollywood. After all, Martin had experienced the test of Alexandra Daddario, and the amplitude of this shaking was nothing in his eyes. It's a trivial matter, don't take it to heart. Go ahead. The red-haired woman quickly opened her bag and took out a pen and notebook. Can you sign for me? I know it's impolite to do this in a studio, but I'm a fan of yours and have seen all the movies you starred in. Martin took the pen and notebook and signed them. The red-haired woman took the opportunity to introduce herself. "My name is Elena Sadine, a minor actress on the set of Agents of SHIELD. Nice to meet you," Martin said, returning the pen and notebook. Elena Sadine quickly put them away and thanked him hastily. "Thank you, Martin." Martin nodded slightly and walked towards the entrance of Disney Studios. Elena Sadine had been heading that way as well and quickly followed, but when she saw Martin didn't seem to want to speak, she didn't speak again. Bruce turned his head slightly, glanced at her, and pretended not to notice. They soon arrived at the parking lot near the studios. As Martin was about to get in his car, Elena Sadine stood in front of a Hyundai and waved. "Goodbye, Martin." Martin raised his hand politely. "Goodbye." Elena Sadine got into the Hyundai and left the parking lot first. Martin got in the passenger seat of the Escalade and asked, "Did she do it on purpose?" "Of course she did." Bruce wasn't surprised. Ever since Martin became famous, he'd been approached by countless women trying to run into him like this, not every day, but at least a few a week. He said, "She stole a glance at you when she was about 5 meters away." Martin sighed. "It's really hard for men out there." "You have to protect yourself at all times," Bruce agreed. "Yet, you have to protect yourself. If you don't, you can easily break your pelvis." He swerved and drove out of the parking lot. "But that woman was really beautiful. Even in Hollywood, she's one of the most beautiful." "Redheads are rare," Martin said casually. "Nicole Kidman and Jessica Chastain both have red hair." He received a text and glanced at it. "Let's go to Rodeo Drive first. Lily and Elizabeth are shopping there." The Escalade turned at the next intersection, not taking its usual route. The car turned 2 intersections, stopping at a red light, when Bruce's phone rang. He pressed the connected car phone. The bodyguard behind him said, "There's a Toyota Prado following us." Bruce asked, "Paparazzi?" "Reporters, not likely." The bodyguards had been following Martin for years, accustomed to seeing entertainment reporters and paparazzi, and could easily recognize them. "The people in the car aren't carrying cameras or video cameras. They don't look as professional as reporters or paparazzi," Bruce said. "Keep an eye on them." Martin looked in the rearview mirror and saw the Toyota Prado. He observed it briefly and said, "They're not paparazzi, nor are they professional trackers. Their tracking skills are very poor." Bruce perked up and spoke to the 2 bodyguards behind him from time to time. Martin called Elizabeth and told them that he had something urgent to do and couldn't make it. He asked them to follow the bodyguards home quickly. Lily, shrewd and knowing Martin well, replied immediately and took Elizabeth home. In the Prado following behind the Escalade, besides the driver, there was another person in the passenger seat, constantly checking in with their companions on the phone. "Where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? It'll take me time to get here." The person on the other end, drunk or high, spoke with a frenzy of excitement. "The route you got is completely inaccurate, otherwise we would have run them over." The person in the passenger seat said, "They've always taken that route. Who could have guessed they'd suddenly change their route today? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me the exact location." "There's only one intersection up this road, 14th Street. Go there and prepare, we'll be there soon." "Okay," the person in the passenger seat said. "For Johnny." The person on the other end shouted, "For Johnny." As the Escalade approached the 14th Street intersection, Bruce remained focused. Martin glanced in the rearview mirror again and saw that the Prado was gradually slipping into the traffic, the distance between them increasing. The light turned green, and Bruce drove out, but just as he was out of the intersection, he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt stop. The huge inertia made Martin rush forward, but he was pulled back by the seat belt. He braked too suddenly, and the Volkswagen behind him didn't react in time, hitting the back of the Escalade with a loud bang. Fortunately, the Escalade was very sturdy and heavy, and it barely moved. At that moment, a black Hummer rushed past the Escalade at lightning speed. The Hummer didn't slow down at all, knocking aside the car in the other lane, rushing onto the sidewalk like a tank, and crashing into the street lamp pole. The speed was too fast and the force was too strong, and the lamp pole tilted and hit the roof of the Hummer. The car that was knocked over by the Hummer triggered another chain reaction accident. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735 I'm the Villain. The Hummer's reckless rampage caused a chain reaction, with 2 cars flipping over, turning the intersection into a horrific accident scene. Inside the Escalade, Martin's left hand rubbed his neck, which was pinched by the seatbelt, and his right hand quickly fumbled for a Glock. Bruce stared intently at the Hummer, urging Martin, "Hide." The car was bulletproof, even the windows were bulletproof. Martin folded down the passenger seat and laid down. A bodyguard's voice came over the car's phone, informing Martin and Bruce that the police had been called and that they were currently monitoring the area, but no suspicious targets were currently visible. Given Martin and Bruce's personalities, they certainly wouldn't have considered this a random accident. Had Bruce not reacted quickly, the oncoming Hummer would have slammed directly into the Escalade's side. The Hummer's roof was dented by the downlight pole, temporarily rendering it inert. From Bruce's perspective, he could vaguely see the driver's airbag deploy, trapping the occupant. In a Prado, caught on the chaotic traffic, a man holding a phone yelled, "Howard! Howard, are you fucking alive?" No one answered. The driver looked at the Escalade ahead and slammed the steering wheel. "Fuck. We didn't hide it. Howard, you idiot, can't even do something so simple." Lately, Depp had been troubled by Martin. As Depp's good friends, those who were supported by him on a daily basis, they couldn't bear to see him upset, so they stepped forward to help him. Howard had planned the operation, codenamed Crash, and they assisted him. Depp had treated them well, and they wanted to repay him in their own way. Sirens wailed in the distance. The man in the passenger seat hung up the phone and asked, "What now?" The man next to him said, "First, find a way to get out of here. Get rid of this phone." Upon receiving the call from Martin's bodyguard, the LAPD rushed to the scene and secured it. McLean's call also reached Martin, who quickly explained the situation. McLean's call then reached Captain Clare, who was handling the scene. This was a major intersection with public surveillance, and LAPD technicians immediately retrieved it. Captain Clare's deputy personally led the on-site statement-taking for Martin and Bruce, and also retrieved dashcam footage. This provided a clearer picture of what had happened. The Hummer's door had been forced open, the airbag deployed, and the suspect was removed from the vehicle. The LAPD had the scene under complete control, and no further serious incidents had occurred. Clare approached Martin, who had finished taking his statement, and said, "We'll investigate as quickly as possible and give Mr. Davis an explanation." Martin emphasized, "I suspect this wasn't a simple car accident. The Hummer came directly at me." "What's the suspect's condition?" "We've conducted a preliminary examination of the suspect. His injuries aren't serious, but we're initially suggesting he may have been under the influence of drugs." Claire lowered her voice, "If it's convenient, could you please come with me? I'll see if you recognize him." Martin and Bruce followed Claire to a car and reviewed the surveillance footage in the ambulance. Lying in the car was a thin, heavily tattooed man. Martin looked familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere. Bruce was particularly impressed and whispered, "I've seen him twice." Craven asked, "Where?" Bruce elaborated, "I saw him at the crew camp in Death Valley National Park when Martin was filming The Martian." He spoke skillfully. "At the time, our crew had a conflict with Johnny Depp, and this man was standing next to Johnny Depp. Later, I saw him near Johnny Depp again and learned that he was his henchman and playmate." Claire's deputy immediately recorded this crucial detail. After Bruce's prompting, Martin reviewed the suspect on the surveillance footage and gradually recalled him. In Death Valley National Park, during the conflict between the crews of the Lone Ranger and the Martian, when Depp urinated on the Martian crew, this jerk was indeed standing next to Depp. "Captain Clare, I suspect this isn't just a car accident," Martin said, putting his hat on. "I suspect this is a premeditated murder." Clare took this very seriously. This case was clearly more than a simple accident. As a longtime friend of the LAPD and one of its most prominent donors in recent years, Martin's public involvement in the accident was, in a way, a provocation to the LAPD. Everyone knew Martin was a friend of the LAPD and an honorary citizen of Los Angeles. Clare assured him, "Mr. Davis, the LAPD will investigate this case as quickly as possible." Bruce then emphasized the Prado again. Before Martin and Bruce left, the LAPD located the Prado and temporarily detained the two occupants. From the transmitted footage, Bruce once again identified them as Johnny Depp's henchmen. While the LAPD still needed to investigate the accident before reaching a conclusion, the outcome was clear to Martin. Several freelance reporters had arrived at the scene of the accident. Once word spread that Martin was a victim, dozens of reporters and paparazzi rushed in like crazy, surrounding the scene and filming. If the LAPD hadn't set up a cordon, these people would have rushed into the scene and thrust their cameras into Martin's face. As soon as Martin, escorted by Bruce and several officers, emerged from the scene, reporters immediately surrounded him. How did this accident happen? Martin, was someone targeting you? Martin, are you injured? Terrorists are retaliating against you. Who is the killer? These questions bombarded him, but Martin seemed oblivious, remaining silent. His private judgments were one thing, speaking publicly was another. Besides, what good would it do to publicly accuse Johnny Depp? The Hummer was about to hit the Escalade, and it happened to hit the passenger side where he was sitting. Martin knew the consequences. Verbal retaliation was futile. The bodyguards arrived in another car, and Martin and Bruce got in, heading back to Beverly Hills. Bruce got in, and 2 police cars followed, escorting them back. Martin glanced in the rearview mirror and said, "This car accident is inextricably linked to Depp. Whether or not he ordered it, these people are acting so madly because of his influence." Bruce agreed, without Depp's influence, these people wouldn't be so crazy. Martin remained silent for a moment, carefully considering how to launch a forceful counterattack. The car entered Davis Manor and had just stopped at the Fountain Square when Lily and Elizabeth rushed over. Seeing Martin unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine," Martin said, glancing at Bruce as he got out of the driver's seat. "Old Bruce saved me again." Lily seemed unconvinced that Martin was unharmed, and her hands roamed around, wanting to verify for herself that he was all right. Elizabeth, making sure Martin was all right, looked over to Bruce and said, "Old Bruce, any more polite words of thanks would be disrespectful to our friendship. I'll just say this, you'll always be family." Bruce just smiled and said nothing. He and Martin had been through countless life and death situations together, there was no need for further explanation. "Lily Carter, where are you putting your hands?" Martin, clearly hurt by the pinch, let out a furious roar before a fight. "I'm not hurt." "You're going to hurt me." Elizabeth rolled her eyes helplessly. Lily, however, pushed Martin toward the villa. "Come on, I need to examine you." "You can't say if you're injured or not, I'll know after I examine you." Elizabeth, anticipating what was about to happen, followed immediately. Unwilling to be left in silence, she followed. After something like this, perhaps only a sense of fulfillment could bring them a sense of security. Bruce pulled out a cell phone and began making calls, preparing for what was to come. Before long, Martin's phone began ringing repeatedly, with calls from many people asking about his situation. Martin had to answer messages while busy. By the time he finished showering and came downstairs, dinner was ready in the kitchen. Martin had the housekeeper bring some of the food upstairs, and he and Bruce discussed their response. Bruce said, 15 minutes ago, Captain Clare called. The LAPD's preliminary investigation revealed the perpetrator, Howard Boot, had been following Johnny Depp around, drinking, and having no legitimate job. His blood test came back positive for drugs, and he was high on drugs while driving, impaired by the effects of drug use. Martin asked, did Depp order him to do this? He admitted that hitting us was a planned move. He and 2 other Depp associates had studied our daily commute through paparazzi reports. Bruce, believing he was also responsible, relaxed his guard somewhat. They were lying in wait on our route, but they rushed over because we suddenly changed lanes. At this point, Bruce took a sip of water. They insist Depp had nothing to do with this, that it was the personal behavior. Martin asked, do they want to take all the blame? Bruce said, according to them, you've caused Depp a lot of trouble, causing him to be very sad and depressed more and more often. Depp has been very good to them, and has always been willing to meet their needs, whether it's food, drink, entertainment or money. So they decided to teach you a lesson that will be unforgettable for their brother Depp. What a brotherly love, Martin said self-deprecatingly. Why do we feel like the villains? Bruce shrugged. Apart from anything else, Depp is indeed very loyal to his brothers. If what those 3 bastards said is true, they also value brotherhood, Martin said, so, I'm definitely going to be the villain. Chapter 736 Tax Evasion. The driver of the Humvee that struck Martin was one of Johnny Depp's closest associates. Depp was inextricably linked to this incident. Perhaps Depp bore no legal responsibility. But in Martin's eyes, Depp's name was already marked with a bright red X. Martin asked, did the person close to Joel Mondale leave North America? He left, Bruce said simply. He probably went to Hong Kong, found a new job under his original identity, and he's never coming back. Martin nodded slightly and asked, He's certain there's something wrong with Depp's taxes, Bruce said. It's a serious issue. Depp's investment manager and accountant are brothers. They manipulated Depp's taxes before that guy even met them, and they're putting the entire blame on Depp. These details were known only to Martin, Louise, and Bruce. Martin thought for a moment and said, "Find a suitable way to have someone quietly report Depp." "That's easy," Bruce had prepared. "That guy left some information behind when he left." Martin had never considered engaging in a verbal battle with Depp. It would be pointless and wouldn't cause any real harm. Do it as soon as possible. He glanced at the calendar. "The Lone Ranger is coming out soon. We have to prepare a good gift for Depp," Bruce said. "This gift is perfect," Martin said. "I'm sure Depp and Megan Ellison will love it." That evening, the media was flooded with reports about Martin's car accident. TMZ even released dashcam footage of the accident. This garnered national attention. This was no ordinary car accident. Word quickly spread that the perpetrators were Johnny Depp's playmates and henchmen. America was in uproar. But no one was surprised. After all, Johnny Depp had done something outrageous, like urinating publicly on the crew of The Martian. The day after the accident, the LAPD summoned Johnny Depp. As soon as Depp emerged from the station after questioning, he was immediately surrounded by reporters and paparazzi who had rushed to the scene. "Did you instruct your henchmen to attack Martin Davis? Why did you attack Martin? Was it because of a conflict during the filming of The Lone Ranger? Aren't you ashamed of your actions, Depp? Was it because you were high on drugs that you decided to attack Martin? Have you considered Martin Davis's potential retaliation?" These entertainment reporters were eager to convict Depp immediately, send him to jail that afternoon, and then send Martin there for a showdown. Depp tried to speak back several times, but was stopped by his bodyguards. Accompanied by his lawyer and agent, William, Depp remained silent until he got into the car. After instructing Depp not to give media interviews and to refrain from making irresponsible remarks, his lawyer left first. The business limousine left the police station. In the car, Depp looked very unhappy and asked Wiggum, "Can you bail out Howard and the others?" "Not for the time being." Wiggum had communicated with his lawyer. "Under the current circumstances, you'd better not bail them out." Depp seemed like a child who had not grown up. "What if I bail them out? Am I afraid that Martin Davis will know? Can he come and kill me?" Seeing that there was no outsider in the car, Wiggum asked carefully, "Is this matter really none of your business?" Depp spread out his hands and said, "I really didn't ask them to do it. Howard didn't even say hello to me. Although I really wanted to see Martin Davis get into a car accident and die, I didn't have time to do it." "Stop. Stop. Don't say the rest," Wiggum interrupted Depp directly. "No matter who you face later, you must remember what I said just now. What Howard did has nothing to do with you." Depp thought to himself, "I just asked Callison to find someone to deal with Martin Davis for a reward of $5 million. I didn't expect these brothers to be so concerned." He sighed and whispered, "He's worthy of being my Depp's brother." Back at the Columbia building, the car pulled directly into the underground parking lot. Depp got out and said to Wiggum, "Have someone take good care of Howard's family, hire them the best lawyers, and assemble a stellar legal team to fight this lawsuit." "Isn't that just money?" "I have plenty of money," Wiggum replied. "No problem. In this country, money can solve most problems." Depp added, "Contact Martin Davis's people and offer him compensation. Ideally, reach a settlement. Anything that can be solved with money is a good thing." Hearing Depp's lavish words, Wiggum thought Martin Davis wouldn't be easily dealt with simply with money. After all, he was a wealthy man. But even though he was paid, he still had to strive for the best situation for Depp. He changed his car and hurried off to attend to relevant matters. Depp, now well off, went upstairs to the mansion when he suddenly received a call from his office. "Boss, this is bad," the office assistant panicked. "The IRS Los Angeles branch inspection team showed up and presented us with documents to search our office. I couldn't stop them. They've sealed all our documents and data, accusing us of overdue taxes." Depp was surprised. "The IRS? Are they crazy? What do they want?" "My taxes are fine," the bodyguard asked with concern. "What happened?" Depp covered the phone. "The IRS came to conduct an inspection and sealed my office," the bodyguard frowned. "Hasn't your taxes always been handled by someone special?" Depp said quickly into the phone. "You guys deal with it. I'll go figure out what's going on." He hung up and told the bodyguard, "Go to the office and see what's going on." The bodyguard nodded and rushed over. Depp called Joel Mondale directly. As soon as the call was connected, before Depp could ask a question, Joel Mondell hurriedly said, "Johnny, I was just about to call you. The IRS just told me to prepare your tax returns and receipts for all the years you've been in arrears. What should I do next?" This stunned Depp. He thought, "You and Robert have always taken care of my taxes. Now there's a tax arrears, and you're asking me what to do? Who the hell should I ask?" Depp questioned. "Joel, why is there a situation of overdue taxes? I am not. Isn't this what you asked for?" Joel turned the tables and argued, "At that time, you gave me several documents specifically, saying that the tax money I prepared had other uses for the time being, and the tax was delayed first, and then you transferred the money away." Depp was angry. "Impossible." Joel Mondell asked back, "Do I need to send you the documents and contracts you signed?" He said in detail, "You embezzled part of the taxes in 2008 to buy a lot of red wine. In 2009, you spent half of the taxes and bought a new car for each of your partners. You embezzled all the taxes in 2010 and bought jewelry for Amber Heard." Depp was stunned because he had never done these things and had no memory of them. Joel Mondell continued, "Johnny, regarding professional ethics, I haven't disclosed any of this information. However, the IRS will be investigating all accounts, documents, and business dealings involving you. I must cooperate. Please prepare yourselves." He acted conscientiously. "Robert is negotiating with the IRS auditors. Please notify your lawyer as soon as possible." "That's all I can say for now," Depp hurriedly said. "Wait a minute, sorry, they won't let me talk to anyone." Joel Mondell's phone suddenly disconnected. Listening to the busy tone, Depp's brain, ravaged by alcohol and drugs, was momentarily confused. "What have I done? Why am I suddenly in this most troublesome tax situation?" He couldn't figure it out. "I can't sign those documents." Absolutely not. At this thought, Depp suddenly had a flashback, a familiar memory. In recent years, whenever Joel Mondell or Robert Mondell presented him with documents or contracts to sign, he'd trusted the brothers so much that he wouldn't even bother to read the details. He'd simply sign after hearing what they said. Unexpectedly, it was full of traps. These two bastards had betrayed his trust. Depp's rage shot up his forehead. He picked up his phone to call his lawyer, but saw a bottle of wine next to it. Putting everything aside for the moment, he grabbed the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a large gulp. As the alcohol entered his stomach, Depp's mind seemed to clear, his thoughts became clearer, and his nose twitched. He told himself, "Stay calm, don't panic, and solve this problem slowly." Depp opened a drawer, took out a plastic bag, opened it, and placed it on the table. Only when he was refreshed could he have the energy to deal with these troublesome matters. So, Depp indulged himself. The phone next to him rang again, but Depp was flying around in the sky, too distracted to answer the call. When he regained some consciousness, the doorbell kept ringing. Depp called out to Amber, hoping she would open the door, but no one answered. Then he remembered that his wife had gone to a gathering of Silicon Valley tycoons and said she was interested in investing in the high-tech industry in the region. Depp's mind became somewhat clearer, and he gradually remembered some things. Amber Heard seemed to have mentioned Tesla's CEO Musk recently. The doorbell rang more frequently, and Depp had to go to open the door himself. He leaned over to the video access control and took a look. He didn't recognize the people in suits outside. "Who are you?" Depp asked through the loudspeaker. The leader of the group took out his ID and related documents, placed them in front of the camera, and said at the same time, "I am Paul Stone, an inspection specialist of the Los Angeles branch of the Internal Revenue Service. Mr. Johnny Depp, you are suspected of tax evasion. Please cooperate with our investigation." Hearing this, Depp's head was buzzing, and the troubles that he had forgotten after drinking too much and getting high just now came back to his mind again. Chapter 737, Rich Man Becomes Debtor. In mid-April, Hollywood was once again embroiled in a scandal involving Johnny Depp. TMZ first reported that, according to confirmed IRS information, Depp had been in arrears for 7 consecutive years and was pursuing the debt with penalties. Subsequently, the Los Angeles IRS held a press conference, announcing Depp's outstanding tax situation. The agency would pursue $95.6 million in taxes, late fees, and fines. According to estimates, Depp's earnings from his acting career would be no less than $650 million. Under normal circumstances, paying back the taxes would be a relatively easy task. The best strategy for facing the IRS is to proactively pay the taxes. After all, Hollywood stars aren't powerful figures, nor do they possess the resources and connections of the CIA or FBI. But Depp sadly discovered he had no money to pay back the taxes. Hundreds of millions of dollars had been invested by Mandelkin Investments, a company founded by brothers Joel and Robert. Every investment went through Depp's hands and bore his authorized signature. These investments were constantly shifted back and forth, yielding minimal returns, with many even losing everything. However, the Mondale brothers, acting as investment agents, reaped nearly $100 million in commissions according to the agency contracts signed between the two parties. Depp's liquidity had long since run out, and his most recent expenses were covered by a $5 million loan from Mondale's Gold. As for oversight, Depp used Joel's brother, Robert, to oversee his investment manager, Joel. Depp is undoubtedly a supremely talented individual. An interesting situation has arisen. Depp, who is believed by the outside world, and even by himself, to have a net worth exceeding $500 million, is in reality a hollow shell. Even more outrageous is that Depp, who entrusted Mondale's Gold investment company with his finances and management, not only lost all his money but also owed Mondale's Gold $5 million in loans and interest. This situation is not uncommon in Hollywood and the United States, and has occurred numerous times with Black and BA stars. But Depp suffered even more, as every investment made by the Mondale brothers was legally authorized by Depp. Depp, of course, wasn't about to let the disappearance of hundreds of millions of dollars go unnoticed. He immediately sued Joel and Robert Mondale, accusing the brothers of financial fraud. Later, in an interview, Depp claimed, due to Joel and Robert's fraud, a significant amount of his wealth has vanished, and he is now forced to sell off assets to repay unpaid taxes. The Mondale brothers responded, stating that every investment was approved and legally authorized by Depp, and that his financial problems stemmed from his own extravagant spending. They revealed in the media that Depp had spent tens of millions of dollars on a small island in the Bahamas unsuitable for residential and tourist development, and tens of millions more on classic cars, each of which cost 7 figures annually to maintain. Furthermore, Depp's friends spent 8 figures annually on him. Depp's monthly wine bill was also between $200,000 and $300,000. These claims seemed plausible. In an interview, Depp shrugged it off. They say I spend $200,000 or $300,000 a month on wine. That's an insult. Alcoholics and drug addicts have different mindsets, because I spend far more on wine than that. The two sides engaged in a heated exchange of attacks. To gain leverage in subsequent lawsuits and out-of-court negotiations, the Mondale brothers, in addition to exposing Depp's financial record, also exposed a series of unreliable behaviors. For example, Depp had been forgetting his lines for several years, relying entirely on wireless headphones and using a sideline assistant as a teleprompter. Other issues, such as tardiness, alcoholism, drug use, and absenteeism, were commonplace. When Depp was at the height of his fame and immense commercial value, these weren't issues. As long as he generated enough revenue to bully everyone on the set, the studio wouldn't complain. The main problem now wasn't the producers or the media, but the IRS. In the penthouse of Columbia Tower, Johnny Depp finally sobered up and cleared his head. Facing his lawyer and agent, William, he angrily declared, "The Mondale brothers created these tax problems, and yet I'm the one to bear the brunt of them? That's not fair," William cautiously replied, "but the IRS's tax bills and fines are for you." The lawyer reminded him, "Your issues with the Mondale brothers are your own disputes. The IRS won't get involved in them. They'll target the individual or company that owes the taxes." Depp was furious. "I don't give a damn," William pointedly reminded him. "That's the IRS." Having grown up in America, Depp undoubtedly understood the intimidation of the IRS. He slumped down on the sofa, face up, and declared, "I'm going broke. How am I going to pay the taxes and fines?" No one spoke. Amber Heard remained silent on the sofa. Her husband, Depp, was in dire straits. His cash flow had dried up, and he only had a few fixed assets left. He could easily go bankrupt. What had she chosen to marry him? It's definitely not the so-called captain's charm, and it's even less likely to be Depp's alcoholism and drug addiction, or other bad things. Of course it's being rich and famous, and everything that comes with it. Amber glanced at Depp. He had sunken eye sockets, heavy eye bags, a decadent look, and a lingering smell of alcohol all over his body. Thinking back to Musk, whom she met some time ago, he was really 100 times better than Depp. It's time to divorce. Amber made a decision in her heart and secretly calculated to find a good enough time to divorce, because she had paid with her youth, and in return, she must take something away from Depp. Depp's current situation is not good, and she doesn't intend to embarrass Depp too much. She won't consider 9 figures, and 8 figures are enough. Amber glanced at Depp again. He was really not good at all, and he had problems all over his body. After persuading Depp for a while, his agent, William, suggested, sell off your fixed assets and pay the IRS taxes and fines first. The longer you delay, the worse it gets, the lawyer duly reminded Depp. Once IRS taxes and fines are overdue, they incur late fees. These late fees compound daily, and the amount can escalate dramatically. He gave Depp an example. That's why Nicolas Cage still hasn't paid off his tax debt. To pay the taxes and the resulting expenses, Cage has taken on all sorts of crappy films in recent years, but his goal to pay off his debt seems elusive. Depp had heard about this too and said, okay, let's sort out my fixed assets. I'll check the list and sell anything that can be sold. He had never imagined he would end up like this. Deal with it as soon as possible. Wiggum nodded slightly. The lawyer, who had to deal with Depp's lawsuit against the Mondle brothers, had no time to waste and wasted no time, so he took his leave. Depp suddenly remembered something and asked his agent, I remember there's an $8 million payment from the Lone Ranger that they haven't paid me yet. Please contact them and have them pay me. Wiggum said, I'll go to Annapurna Pictures and discuss this with them myself. Depp, tired and needing a drink or drugs, casually waved his hand. Wiggum left the Eastern Columbia building and headed straight for Annapurna Pictures. However, his proposal for the Lone Ranger crew to pay Depp's final $8 million in advance was rejected by Megan Ellison. According to the terms of our supplementary agreement, the film company has the right to postpone the final payment of remuneration until the film is released in North America. The recent bad things that happened to Depp have exhausted Megan Ellison. She even doesn't know where to start with crisis public relations. Depp has too many bad things, and the crisis public relations done by Annapurna are all useless. She braced herself and said, you need to rein in Depp and stop causing him negative press. Wiggum defended Depp, saying, this incident has nothing to do with Depp. He's also a victim, defrauded by his investment manager, the joint accountant. Ms. Ellison, you're well informed and should understand the ins and outs of this kind of thing. Megan, of course, saw the situation clearly, but brushed it aside and asked, what about the attack on Martin Davis? Is Depp crazy? Wiggum replied, those were 3 of Depp's friends. They saw Martin Davis bullying Depp and couldn't stand it anymore, so they took action spontaneously. Depp had nothing to do with it. Megan, thinking back to the nasty incidents that had occurred between the crew of the Lone Ranger and the crew of the Martian, shook her head slightly. Depp's idiots might have launched an attack, but they should have at least crashed into Martin Davis's car. Instead, these idiots missed the truck or the people, and ended up getting themselves killed. According to the information she'd received, the idiot who drove the Hummer into Martin's car might be charged by the Los Angeles prosecutors with public endangerment and attempted murder, in addition to driving under the influence. A few years in prison would be inevitable. Wiggum argued with Megan Ellison again, but Megan Ellison was very assertive, and he ultimately received a no. Johnny Depp wanted to resolve his tax crisis quickly, and his only solution was to quickly sell off his assets. Beverly Hills, north of Sunset Boulevard. Bruce, driving the Escalade, turned into the gates of the Davis estate. Harris Carter, the second of the 4 Carter siblings, looked curiously out a car window at Martin's Los Angeles mansion. The car pulled up to the mansion. Harris saw his sister, Lily, the familiar Martin, and a blonde woman, like Lily, with one arm around Martin's arm. He'd read in the newspaper that she was Elizabeth Olsen, the saint of the Coca-Cola cult and Martin's Hollywood girlfriend. The car parked, and Lily opened the door from the outside. Harris smiled at his younger sister, but before her smile blossomed, Lily greeted him warmly in her Atlanta accent, "Get out of the car, idiot." Up. Harris put away his smile, jumped out of the car, looked at Martin who was coming towards him, and asked, "Boss, what do you want me for?" Chapter 738, Seizing the Family Property. In the study on the first floor of the villa, Elizabeth Olsen took the data cable of the projector and plugged it into her laptop. Lily pressed the remote control, and the metal screen slowly lowered. Martin opened a folder, and the information about Johnny Depp's unpaid taxes and the fines issued by the IRS appeared on the screen. Harris Carter looked carefully. Martin asked Bruce, "Is it all in there?" Bruce nodded, All the fixed assets that can be found of Johnny Depp are in there. According to the estimates of the Mondale brothers, except for the 3 mansions in Los Angeles, the rest of Depp's fixed assets can be sold. Harris understood that Martin and Bruce were trying to seize Johnny Depp's property. Lily then said, "A while ago, Martin was in a car accident. It was orchestrated and carried out by 3 of Johnny Depp's bodyguards. One of them, driving a Hummer, nearly hit Martin. Luckily, Bruce reacted, otherwise we would have been in the hospital with Martin." Harris nodded. Depp should pay the price. No one present was a saint. Elizabeth and Lily, among them, all advocated for Depp to pay tenfold, if not 100-fold, the price. Martin said, due to a series of problems stemming from unpaid taxes, Depp will need to repay a debt of around $100 million in the coming months. His cash flow is running dry, and he'll have to sell off fixed assets. Many of his high-value properties and other assets will require significant price reductions if he wants to find a buyer quickly. He looked at Harris and said, "If we were to buy them, it would alert the seller and cause the deal to fall through." Harris said, "Leave it to me, we'll buy these assets, and we can sell them with aplomb." Truth be told, Martin didn't care about the profits, he simply enjoyed the process of Depp's fall into debt. He glanced at the people in the study. "If you're willing to invest, we can jointly finance it. Harris will complete the acquisition, and will share the profits in proportion to the financing." Elizabeth unconditionally supported Martin. "Count me in." Lily, unwilling to be outdone, said, "Me too." Bruce and Harris, of course, were also involved. Martin nodded and said, "Bruce, let's begin." Bruce switched folders, picked up a laser pointer, and pointed to an image of a yacht on the screen. "This is Johnny Depp's yacht, the Amphitrite," he said. "It's nearly 50 meters long. Depp bought it for $10 million and then spent another $8 million on renovations and upgrades. J.K. Rowling was once very interested in the yacht, but she temporarily cut off contact with the outside world last year to begin writing Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them." He further explained, "The yacht costs $350,000 per month in basic expenses. Now that Depp can't afford it, he's definitely selling it. Finding a buyer for a yacht of this size is not easy. If we can find a suitable price, we can wait until Rowling finishes her new book and then discuss the deal." Martin looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth, understanding his meaning, shook her head. "I don't like these twin-masted, antique yachts." Bruce switched the information, and the screen showed a house perched on a cliff top overlooking the sea. It occupied the entire cliff, its area comparable to the Davis estate. He shone a laser pointer on the large house in the center of the image. "This is one of Depp's 5 houses in Los Angeles, and it's also his most valuable. It sits on nearly 4 acres and has an estimated market value of $39 million, making it the most valuable of Depp's fixed assets. Other people's things just look comfortable." Martin said, "This house is nice. We have a connection." Lily agreed. "I immediately thought it was beautiful." Bruce continued switching information. "This is a wine estate in France, with an estimated market value of $19 million. Technically, it's a small French village." Martin, looking at the changing information and listening to Bruce's introductions, couldn't help but sigh. Depp is worthy of being a Hollywood star with over 20 years of fame. Even after falling into a trap set by investment managers and accountants and being heavily fined by the IRS, he still has a strong family background. Depp alone owns 14 properties in popular cities around the world. Even with the difficulties and IRS targeting, Depp's current fixed assets still have a total market value of nearly $100 million. Of course, given Depp's situation, any quick cash flow would be a steep discount. If Depp doesn't clean up these things, how can he justify the P in Death Valley National Park and the car that crashed a while ago? After the small meeting in the study, Martin asked Bruce to copy a detailed document and give it to Harris. Regarding funding, in addition to Martin, Lily, Elizabeth, Bruce, and Harris, Elena, who lives far away in Atlanta, will also be brought in. Harris quickly excused herself. Martin then called Thomas and attorney Hamlin to keep a close eye on Howard and the other 2 responsible for the car accident. Given Depp's exceptional loyalty to his brother, he certainly wouldn't abandon his 3 henchmen. Bail and legal fees would be another significant expense. All expenses for these 3, including the inevitable civil compensation and fines, would have to be covered by Depp. In this sense, Depp is a good man. The next morning, attorney Hamlin informed Martin that Depp's lawyer, who was also representing Howard and the other 2, had held an initial meeting with him, seeking a cash settlement. Martin flatly refused. After further contact, he unceremoniously demanded $50 million in emotional compensation. Depp's side, of course, would not agree. Martin was not in a hurry, he would definitely send those three bastards to jail. Depp wanted to hire a high-powered legal team to fight the case, which would require a large sum of money. Martin was preparing to cut off Depp's legal resources, making it impossible for him to hire a team of lawyers. Disney Studios, the studio for La La Land. After finishing piano practice and emerging from the music room, Martin met Musk, whom he had arranged to meet, in the lobby lounge. The billionaire, a white man, was chatting with a project screenwriter, Maya, and making her laugh non-stop. Seeing Martin coming, Maya held back her laughter and greeted him, "Good afternoon, Martin." "Hello, Maya." Martin pulled out a chair and sat next to him, and asked Musk, "What are you talking about? You look so happy." "No mistake. Just one post, one content, one book, one forum," Musk said. Maya told me about her part-time job as a soda fountain waitress. "It sounded really interesting," Martin said. "I also met Maya at the soda fountain, and then we came up with this movie project." Maya saw that Martin and she had something to discuss, so she stood up and said goodbye. "I have an appointment with Mandy Moore to discuss choreography. It's almost time, so I'll be leaving first." After they walked away, Musk said, "What a creative female screenwriter," Martin warned. "Don't mess around on my crew, or I'll tie you to a rocket and send you into space." "I heard that Martians like fat, white men. Amber is much more interesting than her." Musk made his usual swear words. "Man, you missed a gem. Amber is really amazing. Her proactive and cooperative ability is top-notch. I made her an angel." Martin didn't understand the meaning of the latter sentence and said, "Your angel has given Disney Studios a new attraction that is famous all over the United States. The attraction is called Notorious." Musk coughed and said, "Let's be serious. Don't say these useless things. I plan to date Amber officially, but she has to leave Depp first." This was also the purpose of Martin asking Musk to come. It's easy for a woman like Amber to leave Depp. As long as Depp has no money and his reputation is completely ruined, she will definitely leave. Musk seemed to be moved by his beloved. "Depp is your mortal enemy, Martin. You must have some ideas, right?" Martin asked. "You plan to steal someone else's wife, and then kick that person into a cliff so that he can never climb up again." Musk was not embarrassed at all. "Don't you think it's interesting? Amber will be grateful for what I have done, unlocking everything for me and letting me do whatever I want." Martin shook his head. "Hey, my moral standards are lowering when I often associate with you. Don't be ridiculous, Martin. This should be said the other way around." Musk pointed out the key. "I learned all this from you, okay?" Martin bent his fingers and tapped the table. "Don't frame me, you bastard. I never do such a crappy thing." Musk reminded him, "Amber and I learned from you and Charlize Theron. Okay, let me start by giving you a good head start. You hooked up with Stuart Townsend's fiancée, Charlize Theron, and got him into this huge mess of an illegitimate child scandal. He was sued by women one after another, and disappeared from Hollywood." Even Martin, with his eloquence, was speechless. Because Musk was truly replicating what he did with Charlize Theron. Musk said sincerely, "Martin, you're my teacher in this area." He was full of praise. "I've recently studied your relationships with many actresses. There are so many classic examples. You've left a treasure trove of knowledge for the whole country." "Don't be ridiculous," Martin said modestly. "I didn't," Musk said. "From today on, you are my teacher." He suppressed a laugh and called out seriously, "Teacher?" Martin's mindset shifted quickly. After all, he'd already done it, so why worry about what others might say? Musk returned to the previous topic, Amber and Depp. "What are your thoughts?" Depp's new film, The Lone Ranger, with a production budget of $250 million, is about to be released. Martin elaborated, "During the filming of this film, Depp tortured investor Megan Ellison to the point of near insanity. If something goes wrong with this film, given Megan Ellison's personality, will she let Depp off?" Musk, also in Silicon Valley, was more familiar with the Ellisons. He said, "From what I understand, even if the film is successful, Megan Ellison will not let Depp off." Martin tapped the table lightly. "This is the breakthrough." Chapter 739. Everyone is a genius. After chatting for a while, Musk left the studio, feeling satisfied. Martin and him had reached an agreement on how to deal with Depp. The Lone Ranger was about to be released. As part of the trilogy that Annapurna Pictures had snatched from Martin, it was being heavily promoted, with advertising everywhere. And unlike Transcendence, due to the recent troubles surrounding Depp, both the crew and distributor Warner Brothers were prioritizing Jerry Bruckheimer's production team. This award-winning producer, with his impressive track record, also possessed considerable market appeal. Bruce said, "No one invited you to the premiere this time," Martin, unfazed, said. "Don't they know I'm a lucky star?" Bruce said honestly, "Lucky for you, but unlucky for them." A girl with a backpack entered the studio. Seeing Martin in the lounge, she immediately ran over and said, "Teacher." Bruce automatically stepped aside. "Why are you here?" Martin pointed across. "Sit down and talk." Saoirse Ronan untied her backpack, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Maya and Ms. Mandy Moore had a rehearsal for a dance, but the dancers weren't in yet, so they wanted to see how it went. "Louise called me, and I came over to try it out," Martin said. "It's good to get familiar with it first." Saoirse Ronan looked around. Seeing no one around, she lowered her voice and said, "I've learned some special dances with my dance teacher, and I just want to show you, teacher." "When are you free?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it at the end of the month." Saoirse nodded. The end of the month was perfect. She would have turned 18 then. Also, she had been to the Davis estate a few days ago, and Elizabeth Olsen and Lily Carter were traveling to Europe, so they weren't in Los Angeles. Saoirse added, "I will practice hard during this period, and I will definitely surprise you then." Martin said, "You are the only one who has so many tricks." Saoirse smiled happily, turned her head to look at the quartz clock on the wall, quickly picked up her bag and stood up. "The time I have an appointment with Ms. Mandy Moore is almost up. I'll be leaving first." "Do you know where the dance studio is?" Martin saw Saoirse nod, and waved his hand. "Go." Saoirse hurried to the studio. Bruce was on the phone when he came over a moment later and said, "Harris has word that Johnny Depp's yacht and his Malibu mansion are now on the market. The yacht is priced at $16 million, and the mansion at $35 million, both below market value." Martin, having learned the ropes of the high-end market over the years, said, "At that price, Depp is selling it." "No one will take it," Bruce continued. "Harris has asked Ivan to bribe people close to Depp. It's said that Depp wants $11 million for the yacht." Martin said, "Let Harris handle it." Because of the recent events of the Harry Potter film set in the expulsion of Rowling from the Harry Potter franchise, Martin had some familiarity with Rowling's news. He vaguely remembered her buying a replica of a catch for nearly $20 million. If Rowling had indeed purchased Depp's catch, the middleman would have made a killing. Martin and his team had already raised the funds, so he wouldn't be involved in the specific operations. It was clear that Depp had already started selling off his assets in the face of IRS pressure. Then again, there weren't many people in the US who could withstand the pressure. Martin's phone rang. It was Nolan, asking him to meet up to discuss a new project. He had just left the studio, but before he even got on his electric scooter, when a beautiful woman with wavy red hair hurried over from the agents of SHIELD studio next door. "Hi, Martin," Elena Sadine waved. "See you again." Thanks to her striking appearance, Martin remembered her name. "Hello, Elena." Seeing Bruce approach with his electric scooter, Elena Sadine asked, "Are you leaving the studio?" "You're leaving too." Martin got on. "I can give you a ride, thank you." Elena Sadine quickly got on the scooter. Bruce started the car and headed towards the studio entrance. Elena Sadine glanced at Martin in front of her and asked, "I heard your new project is a musical?" Martin casually replied, "It's a long preparation period, so we're still a long way from filming." Elena Sadine asked again, "Isn't that your next project?" "No." Martin shook his head and said simply, "A heist movie." The studio gate was not far away. Bruce quickly parked his electric scooter, and Martin got out and went straight into the parking lot, leaving with Bruce. Elena Sadine sat in her car, watching the Escalade drive away. She lowered the sun visor, glanced at her exquisite makeup in the mirror, and reached out to hold her mountain breeze, thinking she was incredibly attractive. "Don't rush it, take your time," Elena Sadine reminded herself. "Learn from those who failed and let everything flow naturally." She started the car and left the Disney Studios, Century City, WMA. Martin met Christopher Nolan in a meeting room. The latter has been having a rough time with Warner Brothers recently, with photos of him arguing with John Berg even appearing on TMZ. Martin asked directly, "Is the project in trouble?" "I've already submitted the director's cut of The Dark Knight Rises. What happens next is none of my business." Nolan appeared exhausted. "The trouble mainly stems from Interstellar, no mistake. One song, one post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. Martin grasped the key. Warner Pictures. Nolan nodded slightly. Although this project is jointly invested by DreamWorks, Legendary Pictures, Paramount Pictures and Warner Pictures, the investment copyright is scattered among DreamWorks, Paramount and Warner Pictures. The former two have given the green light, but Warner Pictures has been blocking me, Martin asked. Because we sued Warner Pictures, Nolan shrugged. Yes, the last time I had a conflict with John Berg was because John Berg threatened me with this project. If I don't withdraw the lawsuit and reach a settlement with Warner Pictures, the project of Interstellar will continue to be delayed. Martin asked curiously, what are the terms of the settlement? Waste liquidated damages and late payment fees, and only pay according to normal bank interest. Nolan felt that John Berg was mentally ill, and he got the support of Kevin Tsujihara, chairman of the group company. He couldn't help but say, every one of the new executives at Warner Brothers is a genius, and each one has brilliant ideas. Martin agreed, giving up liquidated damages and late payment fees, and only charging negligible bank interest. How dare John Berg propose such an offer? Nolan added, even more bizarrely, John Berg advised me to be more generous, to take a long-term view, and not to be so concerned with short-term gains. He scoffed. If Warner Brothers hadn't paid him the salary he owed, would he have been so generous? Martin completely aligned himself with Nolan on this matter. There's no room for compromise on this matter. If it happened once, there will be a second time. For the new project, have DreamWorks and Paramount Pictures put pressure on Warner Brothers? Nolan nodded and reminded Martin, John Berg has a strong opinion of you and may oppose you playing the leading role, but I, Paramount Pictures, and DreamWorks all agree that you should play the leading role. Warner Brothers hasn't yet submitted this project to the review committee, and the specific details regarding the actor will have to wait for some time. Martin, thinking about the upcoming summer movie season and the release of Jack the Giant Slayer next month, said, perhaps things will change once the summer begins. Warner Brothers. I don't know what to say, Nolan replied. I'll be in further communication with Paramount and DreamWorks to move the project forward. The day after Martin met with Nolan, Nolan filed a new lawsuit in Los Angeles Supreme Court against his former agency, CAA, and his current agency, WMA. The issue is Nolan's commissions. Nolan left CAA and joined WMA during the production of The Dark Knight Rises. CAA argued that since Nolan signed a director's contract with a studio while at CAA, all fees and commissions earned during the project should belong to CAA. WMA disagreed, arguing that Nolan continued to work on The Dark Knight Rises after leaving WMA, and that the fees and commissions earned during that time should not go to CAA. The two agencies' dispute intensified, frustrating the Nolans, who decided to sue both agencies, hoping the court would decide the matter. In the eyes of industry insiders like Martin and Nolan, both the industry-leading CAA and the second-ranked WMA clearly serve as service providers. However, the news surrounding Nolan couldn't overshadow Johnny Depp's. Throughout April, the two biggest Hollywood news stories revolved around Johnny Depp, his financial crisis and the overwhelming publicity surrounding Depp's film, The Lone Ranger. This blockbuster, with a $250 million investment from Annapurna Pictures, produced by Hollywood producer Jerry Bruckheimer and distributed by Warner Brothers, will hit theaters across North America on April 20th. The film avoids the intense summer box office competition, opening one weekend ahead of Marvel Studios' blockbuster, The Avengers. In today's film market, the fate of a major production can be determined in just one weekend, let alone two. This time, neither the producers Annapurna Pictures and Megan Ellison, nor the distributors Warner Brothers and Daniel, invited Martin to attend the premiere of The Lone Ranger. Chapter 740, Box Office Failure. Compared to Johnny Depp's pettiness, Martin is a decidedly generous man. On the day The Lone Ranger opened in North America, he bought 2 tickets and took Bruce along to see it. If Lily and Elizabeth weren't on a business trip to Europe, he'd have bought 4, maybe even 5. After all, Bruce couldn't be left alone. At the Floyd Cinema in Beverly Hills, Martin and Bruce, dressed up in costumes, got out of their Chevrolet and leisurely entered the theater. Martin, wearing wide-rimmed glasses, a long wig, and a beard, completely transformed his appearance. At the theater entrance, perhaps to mitigate the negative impact of Johnny Depp's presence, the main poster for The Lone Ranger changed from showing Depp alone to featuring Depp and Armie Hammer. Depp's character's design was bizarre and eccentric, like an Indian version of Captain Jack Sparrow. Megan Ellison and Jerry Bruckheimer originally planned to remake The Lone Ranger into a new Pirates of the Caribbean film. Martin hadn't seen the two men recently, and after everything that had happened to Johnny Depp, he wondered if their minds had changed. Bruce glanced at Depp and said, "No normal person plays the kind of role this guy plays." Martin replied, "Normal people play roles like mine." They entered the theater, and Bruce went to buy his tickets. The ticket office was packed, so there was no need to line up. Tickets for The Lone Ranger were available for purchase. Bruce got his tickets and joined Martin in the theater. The theater, which seats around 200 people, was now quite empty, with only a few people in the audience. Martin reached the last row, where he could see the entire theater, and took a quick look. There were probably fewer than 10 people in the theater. Bruce said, "The attendance seems worse than Alexandrovich's Napoleon the Great." That comedy opened in North America in no more than 1,000 theaters. The Lone Ranger, however, opened simultaneously in 3,945 theaters. Martin reflected, after the premiere, "It seemed like a lot of media and critics praised the film, probably about the same as us," Bruce said, but he offered another perspective. Depp's reputation in the media and online has been incredibly negative lately. Martin had also noticed that, in addition to the long-standing rumors of alcohol, drugs, sass, tardiness, and absenteeism, gossip magazines and the internet had begun circulating about domestic violence following an argument between Depp and Amber Heard. Although Depp had specifically denied the rumors, Amber Heard remained silent. Martin knew full well that this was Musk scheming. The lights in the theater's ceiling dimmed, and the big screen lit up. The Lone Ranger began to play. After watching the opening credits, Bruce paid special attention to the audience, scanning the room before whispering, "Including the two of us, there's less than 10 people." Martin gestured to the screen, "Let's watch a movie." The Lone Ranger was directed by Gore Verbinski, the director of the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. The production team was Jerry Bruckheimer, a top-tier talent. The lead actor was the renowned Johnny Depp, and even the character's setting was an eccentric character that perfectly matched Depp's style. In every way, the film possessed all the necessary elements for success. Megan Ellison, though a recent Hollywood veteran, was no fool. And these were the key factors that convinced her to shell out $250 million for the film. Of course, these key factors were all specifically instilled in Megan Ellison by Martin, drawing on memories from a past life. Martin had negotiated copyright licensing with Disney, deliberately causing Davis Studios to compete for Depp, and then falsely hired Jerry Bruckheimer as producer, handing Megan Ellison a mature and seemingly inevitable assignment. So, Megan Ellison grabbed the project without hesitation, invested heavily, and copied the original. Frankly, the film wasn't awful. Even among Jerry Bruckheimer's previous box office hits, it certainly wasn't the worst. It could be said that Jerry Bruckheimer had nailed the film's bottom line. But going in with the same anticipation as Pirates of the Caribbean was bound to be disappointing. The couple sitting a few rows in front of Martin left before halfway through. Martin persisted for a while, repeatedly checking his phone. Finally, after nearly an hour and a half, he lost his patience and said to Bruce, "Let's go." Bruce was already checking Twitter and chatting with 3 people at once. Martin noticed it. "Old Bruce, you flirted with Kim, Chloe and Jody at the same time. It's so immoral." Bruce was completely disgusted. There is no psychological burden in being a degenerate scumbag. Martin walked out of the theater, got in the car, took off his wig and fake beard, and said, "This movie is doomed to flop." Bruce agreed, "I am an audience with a high tolerance for bad movies. I am bored to death. Even God can't save this movie." Before the car started, Martin received a call from Max. The fat white man laughed on the phone. "What the hell is Depp's new film? It's such a bad movie, and those film critics and media have the nerve to praise it? It's a fucking Western version of Pirates of the Caribbean. Who gives them the courage to publish such a column?" Martin said, "Of course it's Franklin." Yeah, Musk thought this made sense. Only Franklin can make them lie with their eyes open. But it's bad is bad. No matter how much you praise it, it's useless. Especially Depp's recent reputation and public opinion are super bad. He asked Martin, "When should I start?" Martin thought for a while and said, "Wait until the first week's box office in North America is released. As long as the data is ideal, investors, producers and distributors will all abandon Depp. No matter what you do then, it will be much easier." Musk said, "You are a teacher in this regard, I will listen to you." As The Lone Ranger was fully released in nearly 4,000 theaters in North America, The good reputation that the film had carefully created before collapsed. The Rotten Tomatoes rating went from pristine to rotten, plummeting from 82% to 41%. On Friday night, the film's IMDb score plummeted from 8.4 to 6.2. From websites to social media, negative reviews poured in like the Pacific Ocean breeze. This movie is just a long, awful farce. It's so boring. I left the theater early for the first time this year. The Lone Ranger is as bad as Johnny Depp himself. A bad actor in a bad movie, perfect match. I'm watching The Lone Ranger in the theater. The bad news is, only 30 minutes in, I can't help but pick up my phone to check Twitter. The good news is, I've decided to leave early. Seeing Depp is so distracting. What kind of character is that? He's clearly a sea captain in the American West. I can't relate to him at all. Depp's character is terrible, so contrived. I'm fed up with him. The overwhelming negative reviews of The Lone Ranger further eroded Depp's reputation. Depp's off-screen persona has collapsed. I thought he could redeem himself with his film roles, but they turned out to be just as bad as his other roles. I've seen both Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, and I can say with certainty that Depp is stuck in Pirates of the Caribbean. What's even more frightening is that his real life is a mess, which will only further hinder his acting career. With all the bad things Depp has done, the flop of The Lone Ranger is what he deserves. Although several Depp fan groups claim that they will support Depp's films regardless of his real-life situation, these die-hard fans alone can't sustain the market for a big-budget film. Furthermore, it's hard to say how many of them actually buy tickets. The attendance for The Lone Ranger was incredibly poor. On Friday night, most theaters showing The Lone Ranger still only had around 10 people who bought tickets. On the top floor of the Columbia building, Johnny Depp, who wasn't required to participate in the promotional activities for The Lone Ranger, was once again partying with his henchmen and playmates, drinking and taking drugs as if the financial crisis didn't exist and the movie he starred in was already a box office hit. Amber Heard stood on the balcony, enjoying the night breeze and gazing at the Los Angeles skyline. She would occasionally glance at the window where the chaotic noises were coming from, disgust practically written on her face. She glanced at the watch her sweetheart Elon Musk had given her, then picked up the poster for The Lone Ranger. This lunatic film had received poor reviews online, with Twitter and other social media outlets slamming it. With the film's reputation ruined, how could it possibly fare at the box office? Amber needed to see the box office figures before deciding her next move. After waiting for a while, her phone lit up with a text message. Her agent had sent the latest data. Amber quickly opened the message and saw the statistics for The Lone Ranger. On its first day in North America, the film had only grossed $7.56 million in nearly 4,000 theaters. Amber breathed a sigh of relief, her last remaining thoughts about Depp gone. The movie was a box office flop. Her husband, Johnny Depp, was also doomed. This drunk, drug addict, and financially bankrupt jerk was no match for a young, beautiful, top-tier woman like her. Amber left the balcony, crossed a long hallway, and burst into the ballroom where Depp was partying. She grabbed Depp's arm and dragged him out. Depp said, "Honey, what are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry today?" Amber dragged him out, slamming the door. She pulled a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and tossed it to Depp. "Drink some water, sober up. Your movie is doomed. You're fucking doomed." Depp unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. "It's just a movie. I'm not short of film contracts. Wake up." Amber tried to provoke Depp. "You worthless man, you lost to Martin Davis." Hearing Martin's name, Depp glared, but after glancing at Amber for a moment, he turned and went back into the party room. A man without balls, Amber was furious and muttered, "A wimp who doesn't even dare to commit domestic violence." Chapter 741, Digging a Pit and Stirring Up Trouble. In today's North American film market, a film that has a wide release and a poor opening requires not only rave reviews but also exceptional luck to turn things around. The difficulty of The Lone Ranger turning things around is undoubtedly hellish. This film is somewhat like Johnny Depp, captivating in certain circumstances, but outside of those circumstances, it can only be described as bad. Depp's first-day box office failure has left him facing widespread condemnation, with the media eager to bring him down for publicity. In addition to the recent setbacks, even River Phoenix, who died in Depp's bar in 1993, has been dragged into the media, with the allegation that the bar owner, Depp, overdosed him with drugs, leading to the tragedy. When things are going smoothly and generating enormous commercial value, a star is surrounded by good people and good deeds. Even drug and alcohol abuse can be touted by the media as a tenacious struggle against addiction. Stars who fall rapidly from grace often find themselves surrounded by villains and scoundrels, with even the smallest issues magnified by the media. Johnny Depp still enjoys a large fan base, but the constant media coverage has eroded his popularity. This was directly reflected in The Lone Ranger. On its second day of release, Saturday, the film's single-day box office revenue plummeted, bringing in just $6.58 million. 3 days into its North American opening weekend, The Lone Ranger unsurprisingly took the top spot at the North American box office, but its cumulative gross was only $18.55 million. This figure shocked Hollywood. It was abysmal. If this continues, who would dare to make a blockbuster film that grossed over $200 million in the future? But many also reveled in the disappointment, believing that the losers were outsiders who had come to Hollywood with their money and made a killing. Who wouldn't want to see the Ellison family suffer? Subsequently, CinemaScore released its audience reviews, with an average C-score, on par with Transcendence, and projected a North American box office of around $40 million. Burbank, Davis Studio. In Martin's office, Nicholson sat on the sofa, smiling with wrinkles on his face, saying, "Our Depp operation plan, which has been going on for more than half a year, has finally achieved significant results, guys." Martin poured 3 glasses of champagne and handed them to Nicholson and Leonardo one by one. "We have to drink to this," the 3 of them toasted to celebrate. Leonardo put down his glass and said, "In the past, I would always feel sad when I saw films starring other superstars fail. Why do I feel happy when I see this happen now?" He slapped his forehead and found an excuse. "It must be you 2 assholes who led me astray, turning me from a good person into a complete asshole." "You are a good person." Martin exposed his past. As early as 1998, James Cameron said, "Leo, you are an absolute asshole." Nicholson nodded, "I remember this and can prove it." Leonardo was not at all embarrassed by his past being exposed. He quickly changed the subject and asked, "Was the cost of The Lone Ranger shockingly high?" Martin knew this very well. Megan Ellison's Annapurna Pictures purchased a copyright from Walt Disney Pictures for $80 million plus confidential post-production share. "My studio participated in the competition at that time." Nicholson was dissatisfied with his mistranslation and said, "You are digging a hole and fanning the flames to drive up the copyright price." Martin smiled, no need to deny it in front of his best friend. He added, "I don't know what Megan Ellison is thinking. It might be related to her desire to film this subject into a so-called new Pirates of the Caribbean franchise." Annapurna Pictures hasn't included the copyright transfer fee in the production costs. Leonardo smiled and patted the armrest of the sofa. "That's really good news," Martin continued. "The original production budget for The Lone Ranger was $200 million. Because of Depp's various performances, it was increased to $250 million. The film's publicity and marketing was jointly undertaken by Annapurna and Warner Brothers Pictures, with a budget of $150 million. Annapurna is said to be funding half of it." Nicholson understood immediately. "Megan Ellison invested in a series before we even knew how the first film would perform. That kind of confidence is not something that many people can possess." Leonardo spoke frankly, "Because your father is worth $30 billion, and he's also known for his self-confidence and arrogance." Martin took the champagne and poured more for Leonardo and Nicholson, saying, "During the filming in Death Valley National Park, Megan Ellison was extremely dissatisfied with Depp. The two had an extremely sharp conflict, but for the commercial future of the film, they had no choice but to endure it." Leonardo said, "The more times you have endured it before, the more terrifying it will be when it explodes. Even if Megan Ellison doesn't explode, we will provoke her to explode." Nicholson's face was grim and he said coldly, "That bastard Depp actually dared to plan a car accident. Doesn't he know that Martin is my protection?" He slapped the armrest of the sofa. "Go after Depp. This time, we're going to do it in a big way. Make him unable to take care of himself." Martin agreed with both hands. "I have 2 plans here. One is to be carried out by Musk in Silicon Valley. He has already hooked up with Depp's wife, Amber Heard." "This guy has really strong tastes," Leonardo interjected. "Isn't he afraid of shitting in his bed?" Nicholson looked Martin up and down and said, "I thought you were going to do it yourself, but I didn't expect someone else to rush in first." Leonardo frowned. "You're a womanizer, and you didn't even do anything? That's unscientific," Martin raged. "Because I'm a mathematician and can solve math problems." Leonardo's face changed drastically. "I was wrong. It's all my fault. Martin Davis is an upright man. He pursues women uprightly, and he steals other people's wives uprightly. Martin thrust his middle finger directly into Leonardo's face. Nicholson said, "We're discussing how to get people. Can you two be serious?" Martin and Leonardo stopped messing around. Nicholson asked Martin, "What's next?" Martin replied, "Find an opportunity to provoke Megan Ellison face to face, letting her unleash all her pent-up frustration and anger towards Depp. Let Depp fully experience the wrath of a billionaire princess." He took a sip of champagne and added, "Musk will instigate a divorce between Amber Heard and Depp." According to his information, the famously love-savvy Depp didn't sign a prenuptial agreement with Amber. Nicholson slapped his knee in frustration. "I should have let Lorraine hook up with Depp." Martin and Leonardo DiCaprio were completely speechless at their idiot boss. Nicholson said, "Depp still has a lot of assets now. If Amber divorces, she can get a share of it." "That's not all." Martin suddenly laughed. "That bastard Musk is also enjoying this game we planned, planning to make Amber Heard a successful victim of domestic violence." Nicholson nodded. "That's exactly the result we wanted," he exclaimed. "Sure enough, the bastard you know is just as much of an bastard as you." Leonardo suddenly laughed. "Depp is being treated so damn well. The three of us are keeping an eye on him, Megan Ellison is keeping an eye on him, and Tesla's Musk is also keeping an eye on him. He should be honored to come and thank him for this." Martin said, "You can call Depp. Who's going to go and provoke Megan Ellison?" Nicholson was of course proactive about such an interesting matter. "I'll do it. I'm experienced." Martin had worked so hard to create today's situation, and of course he wanted to have some fun. "The project was snatched away from me by Megan Ellison. It would be best if I could do it myself." Leonardo didn't want to miss out either. "A few years ago, Megan Ellison asked me for an autograph and a photo, saying she was a fan. It would be even better if I, her idol, turned against her." The three of them argued for a moment, each wanting to go and take the plunge. Such an opportunity was rare. As the leader of the jerk trio, Nicholson made the final decision. "How about this? Let's go together and see who goes. This is fair and reasonable. Even those who don't go can still watch the show from the sidelines." Leonardo agreed. "Good idea, let's do it." Martin thought for a moment, then said, "Our current task is to quickly find out where Megan Ellison is and where she'll be." Nicholson, with the widest network, said, "Leave it to me." Annapurna Pictures, the president's office. Megan Ellison sat motionless in her executive chair, silent for over half an hour. On the desk before her lay the latest statistics for The Lone Ranger. The North American box office revenue of $18.55 million over its three-day opening weekend seemed to have a terrifying effect, leaving Megan Ellison unable to look straight. After investing so much, giving so much, and being so confident in the project and the film, only to receive such a result, who could accept it? Who could accept it calmly? Even though she's the daughter of the madman Larry Ellison, even though she has a billionaire father, such a devastating failure still makes Megan Ellison ache. The previous film, Transcendence, flopped, but Megan could tolerate it. After all, every entrepreneur has failed. But this time, The Lone Ranger, flopped again, and Megan couldn't understand it. The production budget was a whopping $250 million, a sufficient amount of funds. Producer Jerry Bruckheimer, a renowned Hollywood producer for over 2 decades, has proven his ability and vision through films like Breakdance, Bad Boys, The Rock, Armageddon, Pearl Harbor, Black Hawk Down, Pirates of the Caribbean, and National Treasure. Gore Verbinski was a highly talented director, having just helmed the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Johnny Depp, the leading actor, was a Hollywood A-lister with immense appeal. These individuals had also just created the success of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Add in an exceptionally capable investor, and you had all the ingredients for success. Yet, the film flopped, and flopped miserably. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742. I want Depp to be completely finished. Under the night sky, a black business car drove out of Beverly Hills and headed straight for Burbank. Inside the car, Martin flipped through an invitation featuring Tom Cruise's portrait and a Mission Impossible 4 poster. Nicholson asked, "Are you sure Megan Ellison will be at Tom Cruise's after party?" "There's no mistake," Martin said simply. Megan Ellison's brother, David Ellison, founded Skydance Pictures, which invested in Mission: Impossible 4. The film was a huge success, reversing Tom Cruise's recent decline. The Ellison siblings are key guests Tom Cruise invited. Leonardo patted Martin on the shoulder. "It's a good thing Jack and I came with you. Otherwise, you'd be outnumbered. If you lost, it would be such a disgrace for us three." The business car arrived at the Burbank Hotel. The three of them disembarked, walked the red carpet, and followed the signs to the ballroom where the party was being held. Tom Cruise and director Brad Bird immediately greeted them. After shaking hands with Leonardo and Nicholson, the former extended his arms and gave Martin a hug, saying, "You've been incredibly helpful in making Mission: Impossible 4 a success. All the advice you gave me has become the film's biggest selling point." "You're so kind, Tommy," Martin said with a smile. "Those things are selling points because you're so dedicated." Tom Cruise, impressed by Martin's tact, said, "Please come in. We must have a drink later." This year, he'd even bring Martin a cake. Martin and the other two entered the banquet hall. Leonardo glanced back at Tom Cruise and said, "Jack, why do I keep thinking Martin and him are having an affair?" Nicholson said, "Because Tom Cruise makes us think Martin is betraying the trio and secretly having an affair." Martin, unwilling to pay attention to the two idiots, simply pretended not to hear. He scanned the spacious banquet hall, searching for his target for the night. Martin's first sight was David Ellison. When he first entered Hollywood, he was also incredibly high profile. When investing in films, he claimed to add $1 million to the budget for every plane he saw in the frame. Skydance Pictures, founded by David Ellison, initially pursued the path of independent investment and production, but after the failure of Ace vs. the Stars, he abandoned independent production and became a more focused investor. Leonardo nudged Martin with his elbow and gestured with his eyes. "Over there, Megan Ellison." Martin saw Megan Ellison talking to a few people. Nicholson nodded at them. "Follow me." Each of them grabbed a glass of wine, and the three of them sat down not far from Megan Ellison, chatting away as usual. To an outsider, these three idiots looked incredibly happy and cheerful. Nicholson raised his glass, gesturing to Martin and Leonardo, and said, "High-end hunters always present themselves as prey." Martin took a sip. "That makes sense." Elsewhere, Megan Ellison quickly noticed Martin. Seeing him chatting and laughing, her already clogged mind suddenly tightened. Her face flushed, her skin became clammy, her emotions flared, her heart rate increased, her breathing became labored, and she felt a sharp pain near her sternum, nearly unsteady. It wasn't that Megan Ellison's mental resilience wasn't strong enough, but rather that the loss was too great. After pouring over $300 million into various investments, the final revenue might only be in the seven figures. Even her father wouldn't have been able to handle it for a while. Megan's eyes were glued to Martin, for she remembered clearly that she had snatched this project from Martin Davis. At this point in the project's development, she couldn't help but wonder, was this really a snatch? Watching Martin, Leonardo, and Nicholson clink their champagne glasses, Megan, despite knowing the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Her thoughts remained as tenacious as life itself, piercing through her clogged veins and bubbling out. Are those three bastards celebrating my failure? Megan, with her temperament, wasn't one to hide. She immediately walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from Martin. Martin snapped his fingers at the waiter, requesting a glass of champagne. Megan looked at the champagne in front of her and asked bluntly, "Why?" Celebrating the failure of The Lone Ranger, the film I invested in, the domineering female CEO looked quite imposing. Martin raised his champagne glass, unabashedly delighted. It's certainly worth a drink. Since the other person was meant to be an enigmatic, domineering female CEO, he decided to play the role of a superficial villain, showing off his cheerfulness. He took a sip of the champagne and said, "Ms. Ellison, congratulations on the failure of your film." Megan remained expressionless, as if this failure was nothing. But even if her outward appearance remained unchanged after losing hundreds of millions, her heart had certainly changed. Her voice cracked as she asked, "Did you do this on purpose?" Martin's acting wasn't on Nicholson's level, but he handled the situation with ease. He seemed confused. "What?" Megan asked. "Did you deliberately give me the Lone Ranger project?" Martin gulped down the remaining champagne in his glass and replied, "Are you crazy?" He stared into Megan's eyes, his pent-up anger boiling over. "Ms. Ellison, I've never seen anything like you. You stole someone else's project, messed it up, and now you blame the person you stole it from." Nicholson sneered. "In my 50 years in Hollywood, I've never seen anyone so shameless. Megan looked from Martin to Nicholson. It didn't seem like a lie. Martin nudged Leonardo with his foot. The trio of idiots had a tacit understanding. Leonardo DiCaprio said, Martin went to great lengths to find the Lone Ranger project from Disney's vast film library. He hired Jerry Bruckheimer, a top producer, to produce it, contacted Gore Verbinski, who had achieved numerous commercial successes, and finally found Johnny Depp. He seemed to be defending his best friend. And what happened? Martin did all the preparations, and you swooped in and snatched the project away. Now it's wrecked, and you're coming to Martin to make trouble? You're not mentally ill, you're a person. Megan Ellison certainly didn't feel the need for shame. Martin sneered, the reason for the project's failure lies with you. Your crew, your abilities. He shook his head. A project with such great potential, wasted like this, someone like Megan wouldn't question their own abilities. But if the project truly failed, it was the crew's fault. What was the crew's biggest problem? Johnny Depp's face immediately flashed before Megan's eyes. Leonardo shook his head. If you don't have the ability, don't complain about the environment. Nicholson stood up and said, we came here to celebrate Tom's success, but this is all wrong. Let's go. Martin stood up and said, let's go, let's go. The three of them went straight to Tom Cruise, said goodbye and left. After coming out of the banquet hall, Leonardo asked, how was my cooperation? Martin was realistic. It was a little stiff and exaggerated, but in terms of the effect, it was enough. Nicholson made a summary speech. Megan Ellison wanted to throw the reason for the failure on Martin. We stimulated her and said that she was incompetent, but people like her will not admit her incompetence. When she is annoyed, she will only look for new reasons and excuses. Who is the easiest outlet for her to vent? Martin followed up, of course it is Johnny Depp, who has had many conflicts with her for a long time. Nicholson said, don't look at the woman's unchanged expression. Based on my experience of meeting hundreds of women, she is about to set herself on fire. Leonardo smiled so hard that the fat on his face trembled. In the end, Depp will bear everything. Although her whole body seemed to be on fire, today was the celebration day for David Ellison's successful investment in Mission Impossible 4. Megan Ellison stayed here for a while before leaving the banquet hall. Arriving at the hotel entrance and getting in the car, she said to the driver, let's go to Griffith Observatory. The driver, who had worked for Megan Ellison for years and knew she was a powder keg ready to explode at any moment, didn't dare to say anything and drove around the street. Megan Ellison took out her phone, found Amber Heard's number, and said, meet me at Griffith Observatory in half an hour. The other party replied, I'll be right there. Megan Ellison hung up the phone and was about to put it away when it vibrated. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned. It was someone from the bank. This is Megan Ellison. Hello, Ms. Ellison. This is Judith. The voice on the other end sounded particularly pleasant. Well, the bank may officially notify you tomorrow. I just got the news, so I'm calling you quickly so you can prepare. Megan said, what's up? Judith said, the Lone Ranger hasn't been well received. The bank may take some measures, such as urging you to repay. Megan remained calm. I understand. Thank you. They quickly hung up. Megan gripped her phone tightly, the diamond-encrusted 4S seeming to scream. At that moment, she recalled all the outrageous things Depp had done on set and in publicity. Half an hour later, Megan Ellison met Amber Heard at the Griffith Observatory. Without further ado, Megan said, are you ready for what I asked you to do? Amber replied, I've collected a lot. Megan looked down at the observatory, addressing the city lights, and declared, I want Johnny Depp to never appear in a Hollywood A-list production again. I want him to regret his actions on the set of The Lone Ranger. Her final words were laced with endless anger and hatred. I want Johnny Depp to be completely destroyed. Amber, having never seen such a domineering female CEO, momentarily forgot to reply. Megan asked, can you do it? Amber had originally hoped to make a fortune from Depp, but her financial backer, Megan, pressed her new lover, Musk, with a demand. She gritted her teeth and said, I can do it. Chapter 743 Domestic Violence. In the spacious living room, Depp lay on his back on the sofa, several small transparent plastic bags casually thrown at his feet, and some powder was scattered nearby. Amber Heard brought over a bottle of particularly strong wine and placed it in front of Depp. She even asked Depp to replace the glass he usually drank from with one 2 sizes larger. Agent Wiggum came in from outside, glanced at Amber, and said to Depp, Johnny, the yacht now has a buyer who can pay cash immediately. but he is only willing to pay a maximum of $10 million US. Depp opened his eyes, slowly sat up, opened the bottle of wine, poured half a glass directly, drank 1/3 in one gulp, and said, "How long is the deadline for the first tax arrears?" He may be confused about other things, but Depp dared not forget the famous IRS. "Will it be troublesome if it is overdue again?" Wiggum said, "It is very troublesome. It will trigger the IRS's new penalty mechanism." Depp drank the rest of the wine in one gulp and said, "Sell it." Wiggum nodded, "I will find an agent to handle the relevant procedures." After the agent left, Depp poured another glass of wine, picked up the glass and started drinking again. "Honey, you've been so stressed lately," Amber said, acting like a good wife. "I've got a great way to help you distress." Depp's novelty with Amber had long worn off, and he asked, "What's that?" Amber opened a nearby cupboard, pulled it over, and said, "Look what I've prepared." The cupboard was filled with props. Then, Amber took off her coat, revealing a unique kink costume. Alcoholic, high on drugs, and visually stimulating, Depp couldn't resist and immediately transformed into a wolf. Amber had practiced role-playing with Musk for a long time, constantly prodding Depp with words, causing him to become increasingly violent. Finally, it was over, and Depp, his excitement over, fell asleep on the sofa. Amber quickly cleaned up the scene, disposing of whatever needed to be disposed of, putting it in trash bags and throwing it down the stairs. Musk's men immediately packed it up and took it away. As for the domestic violence weapons, which bore Depp's fingerprints, Amber kept them all. Then, Amber went to her bedroom and, facing the full-length mirror, took pictures of her injuries from the domestic violence. As usual, she saved them to her Apple Cloud Drive. She would save all the evidence and find the right media outlets to share it, potentially earning her a fortune. After calming herself down, Amber found the garlic Depp had used, squeezed the juice, and rubbed it on her eyes. Tears welled up, and her eyelids began to swell, as if she had been crying for a long time. She flushed the garlic down the toilet, then pulled out her phone and called 911. When the operator got through, she cried out, "Help, help me. I'm being abused and Johnny Depp is killing me. Please, help me." After the call, Amber locked herself in her bedroom and collapsed on the floor. Shortly after, there was a knock on the LAPD door. Amber shouted into the intercom, "Help me. I'm in the bedroom. I'm in the bedroom. Please, come." She unlocked the door, and two officers entered. Facing these celebrities, handling the situation improperly could be catastrophic. One of the officers immediately called for backup. Everything in the room was extremely detrimental to Depp. Amber was covered in fresh injuries, including blows from clubs, slaps, and restraints. Depp was not only intoxicated but also clearly under the influence of drugs. Amber provided police with the weapon Depp had used, claiming she had been violently assaulted and forced into sexual intercourse by Depp, and demanded a swift medical examination. Depp was completely stunned. Even under LAPD control, he continued to yell, "Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? I'm your husband, you're my wife, why would I force you?" Amber, seemingly terrified, hid behind a female officer, her voice trembling with fear. "Don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me." The female officer quickly escorted Amber out of the room. More LAPD officers arrived and, with the consent of the hostess, Amber Heard, searched the crime scene and nearby rooms. They found a large quantity of illegal drugs in a metal box labeled with Depp's name. As per protocol, Depp and Heard were taken downstairs separately to the police station. In a van in front of the building's main entrance, Bruce, in the driver's seat, picked up his phone and called Ivan, saying, "They're almost down." Ivan drove up quickly, parked, grabbed his camera, and rushed toward the main entrance. He chose a good vantage point and just as he turned on the camera, two officers escorted Depp down the stairs. Depp looked haggard and struggled, still under the effects of alcohol and drugs, swearing profusely. Ivan raised his camera and filmed everything until Depp was bundled into the police van. Soon, a female officer accompanied Amber out of the building. Her bruises were visible beneath her clothes. While filming, Ivan asked loudly, "Ms. Heard, what happened?" Amber's eyes were red and swollen, and she kept crying. She sobbed and said, I was abused by Depp. He beat me like this." Ivan gave Amber a close-up, filming her getting into the police car. He took out his cell phone and made a call. "Jody, hot news, Depp is suspected of domestic violence against Amber Heard. I took a video of the police taking Depp and Amber away separately. Amber had obvious scars on her body and face. After a few words, he responded, "I'll send the video over now, you get the money ready." Ivan ran back and got in the car. Before the LAPD vehicle left, he ran away. In the commercial vehicle, Bruce put away his phone. "It's a shame we can't get into Depp's house," Nicholson said with regret. "We can't see the best part." Martin watched the police cars drive away one after another and said, "Don't worry. You'll soon see the most exciting gossip drama of the year in the media." The previous life was already exciting, and now with the three of them fanning the flames, it will surely be even more interesting. Leonardo said, "Domestic violence alone wouldn't be exciting enough." Martin said, "Do you think, with Depp's daily needs, he has enough supplies at home? Since Amber Heard wants to completely break up with Depp, will she take advantage of this?" "Of course she will." Leonardo suddenly felt that he and Martin were so smart, so right. "So, don't get married. Marriage will bring countless troubles." "Johnny Depp is a typical example," Nicholson lamented. "What a pity for Depp, such a valuable resource." Leonardo didn't understand for a moment. Martin reminded, "Lorraine's long-term meal ticket." Leonardo said, "Aren't you afraid that Lorraine will be abused?" Nicholson patted Martin on the shoulder. "My brother is the best fighter in all of Hollywood." Martin motioned for Bruce to drive and said, "Let's see how things develop next." "Depp's condition will cause the box office of The Lone Ranger to drop further?" Leonardo asked. "How will the box office performance of this film after entering the working day?" Bruce had been paying attention and continued, "The revenue in these 2 days was $1.98 million and $1.65 million respectively. The market response was worse than the professional institutions predicted." Martin pointed to the police car in the distance and said, "It will only get worse next." Leonardo said, "Who would dare to use Depp as the leading actor in medium and large-scale productions in the future?" The commercial vehicle had not driven far when Martin received a call from Musk. "Hey, men, the show just ended. Did you see it?" Musk laughed and said, "Don't tell me you didn't come out to see it." Martin said, "How could we miss such a good show?" Musk was feeling incredibly good about himself. "I'm the director of this show, and you, the audience, should say thank you." Martin paused and said, "Mr. Director, if there's any new news, please keep us informed." Musk replied with a daunting smile, "No problem." Martin hung up the phone and suddenly noticed that Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson were looking at each other strangely. He rubbed his face and asked, "What's wrong?" Leonardo said, "Are you going to be a cheating scumbag?" Martin immediately understood what he meant and shuddered. "You two, stop being so disgusting." 10 minutes later, a video of Johnny Depp allegedly abusing Amber Heard appeared on the front page of TMZ. While there was no actual video of the domestic violence, the footage of the two being taken away by the LAPD was clear. Several media outlets immediately contacted the LAPD for confirmation, and the LAPD responded based on the current situation, stating that they had indeed received a call from Amber Heard alleging domestic violence against Johnny Depp. When officers arrived, Amber Heard was found with injuries and was currently undergoing medical examinations. More and more media outlets began to follow up on the incident. Johnny Depp hadn't fallen yet, and the news and scandal surrounding him held considerable traction. The situation was developing in a manner that was highly unfavorable to Depp. Amber Heard presented police with a series of evidence, including multiple instances of alleged domestic violence, including on Johnny Depp's wedding day. Selfies of Amber Heard, sporting injuries, were leaked through her agent to the media and subsequently released publicly. Public opinion can not only influence justice but can even kill. With the help of ulterior motives, photos of Amber Heard allegedly suffering domestic violence quickly circulated in the media and online, capturing the attention of the American public. Even before feminism entered the picture, public opinion was already lopsided, as Depp's public image had been so poor over the past year. The internet was abuzz with criticism of Depp. Depp is a domestic abuser. Why am I not surprised at all? A drug addict and alcoholic. Domestic violence is normal for a man like that. What did Depp do to that woman? How perverted must he be to attack such a beautiful woman? Chapter 744 Image Bankruptcy. Accompanied by his lawyer and agent, Wiggum, Johnny Depp emerged from the police station with a sullen face. The hundreds of paparazzi gathered there surrounded him like crazy, peppering him with questions. "Johnny, how many times have you beaten your wife? Is your drug use causing the domestic violence? What do you think of Amber Heard's accusation of marital sexual assault? You have a long history of abuse. Do you often abuse your partner?" Even though the police hadn't clearly established domestic violence, The media was already eager to convict Depp. Depp couldn't help but shout, "I didn't do it. Absolutely not. Johnny Depp, swear to God, I've never hid a woman in my life." He defended himself with unprecedented seriousness. "The only person I've abused in my life is myself," but none of the paparazzi believe him. Like most people online, they all assumed Johnny Depp was the perpetrator. Besides his male identity, Depp's long-cultivated image was too damning. Drug abuse, alcoholism, scumbag behavior, tardiness, smugness, showing off, flipping fans the finger, and publicly urinating on other crew members. These incidents have all but shaped Depp's public image. He's a rotten person, and isn't it normal for rotten people to do such rotten things as domestic violence? Destroying a Hollywood A-lister like Johnny Depp is no easy task. Ever since Depp publicly urinated on the crew of The Martian in Death Valley National Park last year, Martin has meticulously planned how to bring about the social and media demise of a Hollywood A-lister. After nearly a year of work, the results have finally arrived. No one wants to believe Johnny Depp. Even if Depp can prove his innocence in a protracted legal battle, his image in the media and public will be completely shattered. Depp's public urination has left Martin with not only financial ruin, but also the destruction of his image. Depp's ferocious defense, facing hundreds of paparazzi, has been ineffective. Urged by his bodyguards, lawyers, and agent, Depp temporarily shut up and got into the car. As soon as the car door closed, Depp shouted, "Where's that woman? Where's that crazy woman? Where is she? I want to ask her why I abused her. I never hid her once." The driver started the car and drove away. Wiggum quickly said, "Calm down, Johnny, calm down." How could Depp calm down? "I haven't done anything to cause her any physical harm. Why would she do this? Why, Johnny, you have to cheer up and deal with this matter. The evidence presented by Amber is extremely unfavorable to you," the lawyer solemnly informed. "Your fingerprints were on many key pieces of evidence she submitted to the LAPD. The injury examination showed that she had injuries on her lower body, and your DNA was detected from them." Depp said, "No, it's not like that. She saw that I was depressed, so she took the initiative to do these things to help me relieve stress," the lawyer reminded. "Do you have any audio or video recordings or other people to prove it?" Depp was stunned. His mind was in a trance, and he couldn't figure it out. "Why did she do this?" the lawyer said again. "I got information from LAPD. The evidence provided by Amber is not just this time, but also evidence from many times in the past, including but not limited to the videos and photos she took, and the wine bottles and murder weapon she provided," Wiggum reminded. "Johnny, wake up, that woman wants you to be completely finished." Depp, obsessed with love, finally sobered up a bit and asked, "Where is she? I want to talk to her in person. This is all fake, she's slandering me." For now, this was a solution. Wiggum made a phone call, his face darkening. The lawyer asked, "What happened?" Wiggum hung up and said, "Amber Heard is holding a press conference, accusing Johnny of domestic violence." It was clear that Amber Heard wanted to make a big deal out of this, rather than settle privately. Beverly Hills, Hilton Hotel. The vast press room was packed with reporters, their cameras and video cameras trained on the woman at the microphone. Amber Heard's eyes were red and swollen, her face was scarred, and there were red marks on the inside of her neck. Accompanied by her agent, she opened a box and took out an empty wine bottle, a full 7 centimeters in diameter. "During a domestic violence incident, Johnny Depp grabbed my throat," Amber demonstrated the action, then carefully picked up the bottle and said, "He pinned me to the ping-pong table." At this point, she covered her mouth and burst into tears. Though she didn't finish her words, the reporters present understood her meaning. The room erupted in an uproar, flashbulbs blazing, all cameras focused on the bottle. A 7-centimeter diameter bottle. Amber Heard composed herself and continued, "Johnny Depp hurt me time and time again. I just hoped it wasn't a broken bottle." A woman's fear and helplessness were vividly portrayed by Amber Heard. "To help Johnny Depp quit, I flushed all his drugs down the drain. Once, he had a drug spree and asked me where the drugs were. I said I'd thrown them all away. He didn't believe me and actually ripped off my clothes to look for drugs inside. This incident caused me tremendous emotional damage." Given Depp's extremely negative media reputation over the past year, none of the reporters in the room suspected this was a fabricated lie. This is something Depp would do. It's not surprising for a drug addict to do this. Poor woman, Depp tortured her like this. The reporters were buzzing, already putting the blame on Depp. Amber glanced at her agent, who turned on the projector behind him, projecting photos and videos onto the screen. The video played was from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's wedding night. Depp went berserk, smashing things up at the ceremony, and even violently pushed Amber to the ground when she tried to intervene, striking her in the face. The scene then shifted to a close-up of Amber in her wedding dress, her face covered in bruises. More photos and videos of Amber's injuries flashed across the projection screen. All of this revealed that Johnny Depp had been subjecting Amber Heard to chronic domestic violence since their wedding day. At the end of the press conference, Amber broke down in tears, saying, "I had hoped to endure this in silence, hoping to help Johnny overcome his drug and alcohol addictions. But all I got was repeated hurt and tears. I can no longer continue this marriage. I hereby announce my divorce from Johnny Depp and will pursue legal action against him." The press room erupted in excitement, signaling another major feud. There was no shortage of news to come. Amber didn't take questions from reporters. She left the press room alone and went into the back lounge. After making a phone call, she went into the reception room on the same floor. Megan Ellison was waiting there. She glanced at Amber and said, "You're doing great." Amber replied bluntly, "Boss, I need a good lawyer to help me with my divorce and compensation lawsuits." Megan Ellison, prepared, handed Amber her business card. Lawyer Bjorkman specializes in divorce and financial compensation lawsuits. Amber knew Depp still had a lot of assets to deal with. "I'll make Depp a pauper." Thinking of Depp's plight, who had ridden down on the crew and even her own head, Megan Ellison's mood brightened. She glanced at the evidence Amber held in her hand and asked, "Did Depp really use it?" Amber said, "With a drunkard like Depp, it's easy for me to get a bottle with his fingerprints and saliva on it." Megan Ellison nodded without further ado and left the reception room. Afterwards, Johnny Depp's domestic violence scandal set off a storm in the media, and its impact quickly spread to the whole world. This super quarrel was reported all over the world. Depp's side also launched a counterattack, and the two sides started a war of words through the media. This couple, how loving they were in the media, now hate each other as much as they did. Originally, Depp could have held on for a while, but Amber's side released a killer video, and even the National Parent-Teacher Association intervened. In the video posted on the homepage of TMZ, Johnny Depp, who was taking drugs, sat next to his daughter Lily Rose Depp. The latter was not only drinking heavily, but also had some powdery substances on the table in front of her. Public opinion exploded. What kind of godlike father could do such a crazy thing? Is this Johnny Depp's biological daughter? God, please come to the mortal realm and take Johnny away. The world can't bear such a god as him. I feel so sad for this girl. She has a father who's addicted to drugs, abuses her, and doesn't love her. Isn't anyone going to take care of Johnny Depp? He's committing a crime. The National Parent-Teacher Association immediately publicized its deep concern about the incident and would dispatch personnel to follow up. Perhaps in Depp's eyes, doing these things in front of his daughter was a minor matter, something he'd grown accustomed to over the years and didn't care about at all. But society and public opinion demand correctness. Consequently, public opinion completely sided with Amber Heard. Behind this little white flower is not only Megan Ellison, but also Elon Musk. And behind Musk is Martin, who can come up with hundreds of idiotic ideas a day. Through Martin's manipulation through Musk, Amber Heard has transformed herself into a spokesperson for the fight against domestic violence. Consequently, Johnny Depp has become synonymous with domestic violence. A few days later, Amber Heard's attorney filed for divorce on her behalf in a Los Angeles court, alleging more than just domestic violence and forced marriage. The lawsuit involved not only property division but also compensation for the violence. Amber's demand for $100 million in damages was based on the real-life arguments between the two. Chapter 745, The Rich Man Stumped by Money. Martin, Leonardo, and Nicholson had been enjoying themselves these past few days. Johnny Depp's divorce scandal was both tangy and sweet. The two exchanged blows, exposing each other's ugliest sides, exposing them to the world through the media. It was truly spectacular. Look, new explosive news today. In the office, Leonardo looked up from behind his laptop and said, "And it's got a kick out of it." Nicholson, who had been standing by the window texting Lorraine, practically jumped in front of the laptop. Martin joined him. Leonardo pointed to the latest TMZ news and declared, "Depp's side has revealed explosive news about Amber Heard." The news item began with a picture of a bed with a large, brownish-yellow mass centered in the sheets. Martin and Nicholson instinctively pinched their noses and held their breath. Leonardo excitedly said, the photo was taken by the Depp family's nanny, and Depp claims it was from Amber Heard. A video of Depp appeared alongside the photo. In the photo, there's some human excrement on my side of the sheets. It's from Amber Heard. Nicholson, recalling what he'd witnessed at the Disney studios, said, I never imagined she'd actually do something as disgusting as pooping on her own sheets. Leonardo looked at Martin. Your friend in Silicon Valley has some serious tastes. Martin, thinking of the fat white guy, said, maybe he just has a thing for it. Depp and Amber are truly an eye-opener. Soon, Amber released a clarification video, claiming it was Depp's dog who did it. Depp then appeared with his teacup terrier in his arms. A Yorkie only weighs 3 pounds. It couldn't possibly have pooped bigger than itself. Nicholson was enjoying the melon today and said, Depp should make a scale, put his dog on one side and that pile on the other side, so that it will be more intuitive in the video. Leonardo pondered and said, can the fresh and the old be of the same weight? Hey. Martin found that this topic could not be continued. You two's tastes are getting heavier and heavier. Can we not discuss this? Leonardo asked. Then what to discuss? Martin said, how much do you think Amber Heard will get out of the $100 million compensation she asked for? Nicholson continued, I remember that Depp paid off the first installment of tax arrears these days, and he still has funds to hire a big-name lawyer to fight the lawsuit. Depp can only sell off more assets. Martin laughed. No matter what the final outcome of this divorce and domestic violence lawsuit is, it has had a huge negative impact on The Lone Ranger. The film has not performed well at the box office, and the subsequent trend will be even sluggish. Leonardo agreed. Many women's organizations on the internet are calling for a boycott of Depp's films. He asked Martin, have you launched it? Martin shook his head. No, given the current situation, we don't even need to take action. Depp's partners will have trampled him to death over the years. In the past 5 or 6 years, Depp has had as many enemies as any production company or crew has worked with him. When a superstar plummets from the height of his career, he finds himself surrounded by villains. Tom Cruise's situation isn't unique to him. The Lone Ranger is entering its second weekend in North America. Dragged down by the various negative headlines surrounding its lead actor, Johnny Depp, the film saw almost no upward trend at the box office over the weekend. A precipitous drop from its already dismal first weekend. Over the next 3 days, The Lone Ranger earned only $4.38 million in North America. After 10 days of screening in North American theaters, this blockbuster, with a production budget of $250 million, earned a mere $26.54 million. This precipitous box office trend suggests that The Lone Ranger will ultimately only gross a little over $30 million in North America. Perhaps overseas screenings will help the film recover a bit. But after distributor Warner Brothers deducts publicity and distribution fees, how much will Annapurna Pictures actually receive? A major film flopped miserably, leaving many on the table. Annapurna Pictures, President's Office. Ms. Ellison, according to our loan agreement, we reserve the right to withdraw the loan if your business performs poorly. Judith felt the pressure, but some things had to be made clear up front. The massive $200 million you borrowed from our bank was primarily used to invest in the film project, The Lone Ranger, which has not been well received in the market. Megan Ellison raised her hand to interrupt her. I will repay your loan on time. Judith pulled out a document and placed it on Megan's desk. This is a formal letter. Megan, now penniless, could only say, my last name is Ellison. Judith said, it's precisely because your last name is Ellison that we extended the loan to the maximum term, rather than withdrawing it immediately. I understand, Megan Ellison said. This loan is nothing. Judith smiled, stood up and said goodbye. We will wait patiently for good news from Ms. Ellison. Megan watched her leave and couldn't help but sigh. When things aren't tough, banks are eager to lend you everything they have, but when things get tough, they're more than willing to suck your blood dry. $200 million in cash, plus interest, was a lot of money for her even back then. Now, where would she get such a huge sum? Even selling Annapurna Pictures wouldn't be worth that much. Megan Ellison instinctively picked up the phone, ready to call her dad for help, but after dialing a number, she hung up. Ever since she was little, every time she got into trouble, her dad had always been the one to clean up the mess. This time, Megan Ellison didn't want to rely on him anymore. She wanted to solve the problem herself. But how? Megan Ellison glanced at the whiteboard across from her. There were 4 movie titles on it: The Hurt Locker, Transcendence, The Lone Ranger, and Seventh Son. The Hurt Locker was a joint venture between Annapurna Pictures, and the film itself wasn't very profitable, so their share was even less. The returns from Transcendence were negligible. The Lone Ranger might not see a return. Only Seventh Son remains. Unrelated text follows. Annapurna Pictures invested $150 million in this epic fantasy project, also snatched from Martin Davis. Because the special effects aren't finished yet, the film's release is still some time away. After the devastating failures of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, even the most confident Megan Ellison had doubts about this remaining project. If it succeeded, she could recover some of her losses. But what if it failed? Not only would she lose all the money she invested in her Hollywood venture, but she would also be left with a massive bank debt. Megan Ellison suddenly had an idea: sell the rights to Seventh Son to pay off her bank debt. With a production cost of $150 million and a massive epic fantasy, a $300 million sale seemed reasonable, right? With this in mind, Megan Ellison called Wilson and Darrett, her right-hand men, to discuss the matter. Warner Brothers was considering terminating the distribution contract. Wilson sighed inwardly at his boss's words. 2 consecutive blockbuster failures had shaken his boss's confidence. Was he planning to sell out? But Wilson, for every day he worked at Annapurna Pictures, assumed responsibility. After careful consideration, he suggested, "We need to finish the film first. We can quietly release the news and test the waters with other companies. If there are many bidders, we can hold a bidding war, and the highest bidder will receive the rights." Darrett had no better idea. Megan Ellison thought for a moment and said, "Let's do as you say. Finish the film first." After the 2 subordinates left, Megan thought of Johnny Depp, the culprit behind the film's failure, and called Amber Heard again. "I want you to go after Depp's weak spot." Amber really didn't let go, using the media and public opinion to torture Depp to death. In a villa on the South Hillside of Beverly Hills, Johnny Depp moved out of his and Amber's love nest and was ready to sell the house. There remained the worst memories of his life. Depp poured a glass of wine and drank most of it in one gulp. He took down a treasured wooden guitar from the wall of the living room and gently plucked the strings, making a pleasant sound. The loyal old bodyguard Jerry walked into the living room at this time, found Depp, and said, "Johnny, there's something I must remind you. The security, driver, chef and nanny team have not been paid for 2 months. I can't keep them stable anymore. These people have been with Depp for the shortest time for 5 years. Depp set them extremely high salaries, spending more than $4 million a year." Depp frowned. "Let them wait a little longer." Jerry lowered his voice. "They have credit cards, mortgages and other loans to pay off. They can't wait any longer." Just then, his agent, Wiggum, came in. Depp said, "Use some of the proceeds from the yacht sale to cover the salaries of my staff first." Wiggum paused, then reminded Depp, "That money has already been used to pay back taxes. You signed and confirmed that a few days ago?" Depp thought again, remembered, and said, "No money in the account." Wiggum nodded, then stated a harsh truth. "The lawyers told me to inform you that the legal fees from a while ago are due." Depp had encountered countless problems in the past year, requiring lawyers extensively and incurring high fees. Depp felt a headache. "Can't it wait? The law firm has extended the deadline 3 times. Wiggum knew that if he didn't pay the legal fees, Depp would soon be without a lawyer. They can't wait any longer. Years later, Depp experienced a feeling of being overwhelmed by money and said, "Sell the house as soon as possible. The price is negotiable." Chapter 746: Cutting Flesh. In Malibu, a sprawling mansion occupied an entire hilltop overlooking the sea. Harris Carter stood on the rooftop, gazing westward at the Pacific Ocean. The breathtaking view, where the sea and sky merged, was undoubtedly one of the house's selling points. Real estate agent Schneider was on the phone, negotiating a price with the homeowner. Harris waited patiently. After a while, Schneider hung up and returned. "The owner wants at least $30 million. Any less, and he sees no point in selling it." Harris, understanding the homeowner's situation, shook his head and said, $20 million, that's my highest offer." Schneider refused to budge. "If you say that, we can't negotiate anymore." Harris shrugged and said, "There are so many luxury homes to choose from in Los Angeles. So, let's stop here." This was a fundamentally unequal negotiation. The homeowner was pressing for a quick deal, and Schneider knew that someone who could shell out such a large sum for a luxury home in such a short period of time wasn't always available. He was helpless. "Wait, I'll make another call." Harris, Sensing the deal was almost done, added a crucial factor: I have sufficient funds. No need for loans or anything like that. The deal can be paid in full. Schneider called again. The house, listed for $36 million, was finally sold for $20 million, despite the seller's desperate need for cash. The seller also set a necessary condition: expedited closing and funds transfer. The two sides reached an agreement, and Harris prepared to leave. Wait, Mr. Carter, Schneider stopped him and asked, you told me before to keep an eye on properties in downtown Los Angeles. I have a penthouse here, occupying the entire top floor of a building. The owner bought it for $18 million, and now they're selling it for $13 million. Harris immediately understood the property he was referring to and said, how about this? Let's go take a look tomorrow. Schneider smiled and said, sure. Harris went downstairs, got in his car, drove away from the mansion, and called Martin. Martin answered the phone and asked, is it going well? Harris replied directly, the Malibu house is sold for $20 million. Martin smiled and said, good job. It's not that I did a great job, but the owner is desperate for cash, Harris said modestly. The real estate agent specifically invited me to see a penthouse downtown tomorrow. I think it might be Daps, Martin said. If the price is right, take it. If you're a long-term investor, these houses will sell easily. If Depp wasn't desperate for cash, such a price wouldn't be a problem. In Davis' studio, Martin hung up the phone and refreshed the page. The TMZ front page featured another round of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's usual barrage. The court hearing wouldn't be anytime soon. This messed-up battle was bound to continue, and Johnny Depp's remaining good reputation would slowly dissipate. Most of what Amber Heard said was pure fabrication. But some of it, like the one about Lily Depp, wasn't. It's conceivable that when Lily Depp grows up, she might become something like Robert Downey Jr. There were two knocks on the office door, and Bruce pushed it open and said to Martin, Ivan just got some interesting news. Martin closed TMZ and asked, what's it? Bruce replied simply, there's been a rumor circulating lately that Annapurna Pictures is planning to sell the rights to Seventh Son. Martin couldn't help but laugh. Megan Ellison has lost confidence. He pondered for a moment. They're planning to sell the rights to recoup their losses. Bruce pulled up a chair and sat across from him. Very likely. Martin tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, we can't miss such a good show. Tell Ivan to keep an eye on it, I asked, and it uses a lot of special effects shots, and post-production isn't finished yet. Bruce said, even if we do a deal, we'll wait until the film is finished. Martin said, we'll also vie for the rights. Bruce was confused. Why? It's an epic production, and many Hollywood studios like it, Martin explained simply, just like Ridley Scott messed up again and again in the epic genre, and was able to attract huge investments. Maybe some company would be so stupid as to buy the copyright of Seventh Son at a high price. He was ready to participate, of course, to stir up trouble. If we join in, we can grasp the dynamics in time, and take action at the critical moment to get the copyright transfer fee for the film. Bruce said, this movie will not be successful. Martin said seriously, the success rate of The Lone Ranger is higher than that of Seventh Son. After the new century, there are too few costume epics in Hollywood that are not scams, except for the Lord of the Rings series. Bruce went to call Ivan. Martin finished the work at hand, took a bracelet gift box specially selected from Cartier, and left the studio. Crossing the overpass between ABC TV and Disney headquarters, Martin entered the Disney studio. Bruce was about to drive the electric car when a car came from behind and stopped beside the two of them. Elena Sadine sat in the driver's seat and waved to the two of them. Martin, old Bruce, get in the car. Martin and Bruce got on the electric car together. Elena Sadine drove inside and said, I haven't been here for a while. I didn't expect such a coincidence that I ran into you today. Martin asked casually, aren't you starring in Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you busy filming? I play a small role. Elena Sadine said a few words specifically, a banshee named Lorelei, a fugitive from Asgard who fled to Earth. Martin followed up her words and asked, what superpower does she have? Elena Sadine smiled and said, she can use her voice to charm and control men. Martin nodded, a very good superpower. Eastern European actors like me basically get roles like this. Elena Sadine smiled helplessly, it's hard for us to get serious good roles. Martin couldn't hear her accent and asked, which Eastern European country are you from? Elena Sadine said, I'm Georgian, but I grew up in Russia. We're here. Martin pointed to the La La Land studio in front of the left. Just park on the side of the road. No mistake. One song, one post, one content, 1 book, 1 bar. When the electric car stopped, he picked up the bag containing the gift box and got out, and said to Elena Sadine, "Thank you, goodbye." Elena Sadine waved and continued driving forward. Martin entered the studio, and the girl at the front desk said, "Mr. Davis, Ms. Mail asked you to go directly to her office when you arrive." "Got it." Martin smiled at her and nodded, then went straight to Louise's office. Seeing Martin come in, Louise turned on the TV, took out a DVD, and put it into the player. Louise said simply, "It was sent by a young director. He really wants to be the director of La La Land. His name is..." After glancing at the information on the desk, she said, "His name is Damien Chazelle. He was born in 1985, is younger than you, has no impressive resume, and has only directed a musical called Guy and Adeline on a park bench in the past." Martin went over and picked up the director's information. He should have heard of the name, but he didn't remember seeing the film that Louise mentioned. Louise said, "He knows he has little experience. Yesterday, when the director first interviewed me, he gave me this DVD. It contained a music short film he shot. I watched it and it was very unique." Martin said, "Let me take a look at the short film first." Louise had already pressed the play button. The short film began with a burst of dense jazz drum beats. A young drummer sat in front of a jazz drum set, practicing drums almost frantically, until his hands were rubbed and bleeding, and he practiced until he put on band-aids and continued. This is a story about the growth of a young drummer. Perhaps due to funding constraints, the length of the film is only about 20 minutes. The story was incomplete, but it was enough to remind Martin of a movie. Whiplash, The Almost Crazy Jazz Drummer, plus the name of some familiar directors. Martin felt that there was a high possibility. He still had to read the script for details. After the short film ended, Louise said, "This director wanted to adapt his experience in a band in high school into a movie, but he couldn't find any investment. So he had to invest in this simple short film himself to attract investors. I think this short film is very unique." Martin pointed to the DVD player. "Call him and ask him to come over one of the few days. I am interested in investing in this project." Louise was now almost superstitious about Martin and did not hesitate at all. "This project is part of Pacific Pictures." Martin nodded. "You talk to him and ask him to shoot a clip of La La Land. If he can pass our evaluation, the director position will be his." Louise said, "Maybe he can give us a surprise. I'm going to practice the piano. Come to the music room to find me if you need anything." Martin left Louise's office. On the way to the music room, when he passed by the dance studio, he went to take a look. Mandy Moore was rehearsing a dance, and Saoirse Ronan was also there. Martin waited until they finished a dance and waved to Saoirse Ronan. Saoirse, who was wearing a dance costume, immediately ran over and asked with a smile, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Martin handed her the handbag in his hand. "Happy 18th birthday, this is a gift for you." "Thank you." Saoirse saw the Cartier logo and asked, "Can I open it now?" Martin made a gesture of invitation. "As you please." Saoirse opened the gift box, revealing an exquisite platinum diamond bracelet. She held out her hand, revealing her pure white wrist. "Can you put it on for me?" Martin took out the bracelet and placed it on Saoirse's wrist. Saoirse raised her arm and waved it back and forth in front of her eyes, looking at it from the front and back. The more she looked, the happier she became. "It's so beautiful. I love it." Martin pointed ahead and said, "I'm going to practice the piano now." Chapter 747 Hollywood Band Step. At Disney Studios, the studio behind La La Land, Damien Chazelle sat at a long conference table, like a criminal about to go to court, anxiously awaiting his fate. The conference room door opened, and 4 people walked in. Chazelle recognized the first 2, producer Louise Mayer, whom he had met last time, and Hollywood star Martin Davis. He had never met the 2 women behind him. Louise introduced Martin, Maya, and Mandy Moore to Chazelle. Martin said directly, "Director Chazelle, I saw the short film about drummers you shot. It's a very creative film." Damien had been looking for investment, and asked directly, "Mr. Davis, are you willing to invest in this project? My original idea was to make a feature film, but I couldn't find the funds, so I had to make a short film and mail it to major companies and film festival organizing committees." He glanced at Martin and knew that this was a rare opportunity. $3 million, only $3 million. I can complete this film." Maya and Mandy Moore looked at Damien Chazelle curiously. "They came here to interview the director of La La Land. Why did they change to another film project? Damien continued, I'm willing to transfer the rights to this project for $1. Martin raised his hand to interrupt him, asking, did you bring the script? Damien opened his bag and handed the script to Martin. It's already finished. Martin took it and said to Louise and the others, talk to him about the rest. Don't worry about me. Let's get started, Louise mentioned, asking Damien to film a segment based on La La Land. Martin's attention was completely focused on the script. The title Whiplash on the cover literally means whipping. He read the first third and then flipped straight to the end to see the ending. The script was highly complete, with a conflict centered on the drummer's students and his teacher. After reading the script, Martin was completely certain that this was the Whiplash movie. After Louise and the others interviewed Damien Karazer and agreed to film the segment, Martin returned the script to him. Damien looked at Martin expectantly. Mr. Davis, can we work together on this project? Martin glanced at his watch. Wait here. Someone will come to discuss the transfer of the rights to the project. Okay, I'll be waiting. Damien didn't forget the most crucial point. The transfer of the rights has a prerequisite. I'll be the director. He didn't want to be a lowly screenwriter. Martin nodded. This is your story. Of course you're the director. Damien felt relieved. Davis' studio was just across from Disney Studios. Jessica arrived shortly after. A short wait later, Damien's agent also arrived. The two sides officially began negotiations on the rights to Whiplash. Martin, Louise, and the others left a meeting room for a brief discussion. After interviewing Damien Chazelle, including screenwriter Maya, all three agreed that he was a perfect fit for the director role of La La Land. Maya said to Martin, I have a strange feeling that this young director's ideas align perfectly with mine. His filming philosophy, his opinions on the script, and the choreography are exactly what I want. Martin nodded slightly. We'll wait until he finishes filming the footage before making a decision. Before noon, Jessica had negotiated the transfer of the project with Damien's agent, purchasing the rights to Whiplash for $50,000. Although Damien Chazelle offered a nominal fee of $1, his agent naturally included a profit-sharing option during the negotiations. Jessica, of course, disagreed, and the script was ultimately sold as a one-time buyout. During lunch, Martin met secretly with Harris. Depp's side, desperate for cash, quickly finalized a deal with Harris for the Malibu beachfront villa. The two sides are currently negotiating the penthouse at Columbia Tower. It's all about the price. They're so ruthless, asking too high, Harris said as they ate. A house with a market value of $18 million and a listing price of $16 million, and they're not selling it for $12 million less. That's outrageous. Martin asked, what's the lowest they think they'd accept? Harris said, according to the latest news, Depp is already behind on salaries for his staff and legal fees to his contracted law firm. He's about to face a divorce and domestic violence lawsuit from Amber Heard, and he'll need a lot of money to keep those around him on the sidelines. I'm confident we can get the sale price below $10 million. This was the man who had made Martin's idea of selling stars a reality, earning his full college tuition by selling the stars. Martin had faith in Harris's ability. You'll handle the details yourself. Harris smiled and said, we've already got the catch. Should we put it up for sale now? Sell it slowly. There's no rush. Martin, remembering the news he'd read, said, send someone to London, England, to contact J.K. Rowling. It's said that before she retired to write a new book last year, she was very interested in Johnny Depp's yacht. Depp had no intention of selling it at the time, so the deal fell through. Harris said, I'll have someone go to England specifically later. Martin said, it's all about eye candy. For someone who likes it, price isn't an issue. It's said that J.K. Rowling, thanks to the immense income from the Harry Potter series, ranks among the top 5 wealthiest women in the UK. As Martin was leaving the restaurant, he received a call from Saoirse Ronan. Teacher, are you free tonight? Knowing that Elizabeth Olsen wasn't in Los Angeles, she said bluntly, you didn't come to my 18th birthday party, so I'll have to invite you separately. Martin said, if you're free, where are we going? I'll send you the location later. Saoirse hung up. Not long after, Martin received a screenshot of a digital map. It wasn't a restaurant, but a small villa area outside Beverly Hills. He texted back, I'll be there around 6:30. Bruce, who was driving, saw Martin hang up and said, while you were having dinner, I got word that several companies that had been interested in working with Depp on film projects have dropped the idea. Martin said, that's normal. If it were just domestic violence and divorce, Depp would still have a crew willing to use him. But after 2 consecutive botched films with appallingly low box office results, who would want to use Depp except a studio with a hole in their head? Bruce said. Depp can't rely on his salary to get out of the current economic crisis. Martin smiled and said, that's good news, too. The more assets Depp sells, the more money he loses. Santa Monica, Lionsgate headquarters. McCormick, the company's business president, glanced at his deputy, Andrew, and said to director David Kerp, you strongly recommended Johnny Depp for the lead role earlier. Judging from the current situation, he's not a good choice. Lionsgate had launched a comedy project called The Nobleman, with David Kerp as director. Who in Hollywood would be willing to cast Johnny Depp in the lead role these days? Far from being upset, David Kerp felt lucky. Depp's scandals had already surfaced before the production even began. He said, if I insist on using Depp as the lead, wouldn't that be setting the film up for failure? McCormick said, Depp will not be used in any future Lionsgate film projects. Andrew responded, boss, you made a wise decision. Transcendence was withdrawn from North American theaters this week, having grossed $21.54 million there. The Lone Ranger had a poor start, and its box office performance was even worse. $30 million seemed within reach, a few $1,000,000 shy of reach, but in reality, it was a distant prospect, unable to even cross that threshold by the time the film was pulled from the North American theaters. Burbank, Warner Brothers. Faced with a project Black Mass, submitted by renowned producer Brian Oliver, John Berg, always bursting with creative genius, finally became ordinary for once. His genius didn't let loose when faced with Depp's name. John Berg glanced at the names of the 4 actors behind him for the lead role, Guy Pearce, Benedict Cumberbatch, Christian Bale, and Johnny Depp. He simply crossed out Depp and declared to everyone in the meeting room, from now on, no Warner Brothers projects will feature Johnny Depp, not even in supporting roles. Assistant McDonald immediately took note. Brian Oliver tentatively asked, shall we use Christian Bale for this lead actor? Bale? John Berg didn't have a good impression of Bale either. He'd botched Pharaohs and Gods. However, at Brian Oliver's urging, John Berg agreed to let Bale audition for the lead role in Black Mass. That afternoon, Warner Brothers subsidiaries, including Warner Brothers Pictures, Legendary Pictures, and New Line Cinema, agreed to no longer work with Johnny Depp. 20th Century Fox, Paramount Pictures, Universal Pictures, and Sony Columbia also reached a similar agreement. For an actor embroiled in scandal, disliked by the public and media, and lacking in commercial appeal, the consequences were predictable. These rumors spread like wildfire, spreading beyond Hollywood studios, reaching the ears of reporters, and even Johnny Depp's home. Hollywood didn't ban him, but it effectively shut him down. Several of Johnny Depp's acoustic guitars were smashed into pieces that night. It's said that Johnny Depp, suffering from an alcohol and drug overdose, was rushed to the hospital by his bodyguards. But there are few sympathizers. In the eyes of the media and the public, Depp, the loser, is not a fighter who fights alcohol and drug addiction tenaciously, but an alcoholic and drug addict. Chapter 748 Duets. Just as it got dark, an ordinary Chevrolet sedan drove into a community of single-family villas outside Beverly Hills. Martin, who was driving, made a phone call and quickly found his destination, then turned directly into the courtyard of a villa. The door of the villa opened, and Saoirse Ronan stood at the door and waved. Martin got out of the car and went straight into the villa. Saoirse closed the door from behind. All the windows of the villa were covered with thick curtains. There was no daily furniture in the living room. Mirrors were installed in some places on the walls and ceiling, and the floor was covered with smooth wooden floors. Martin's eyes swept across the hall. In front of the mirror on one wall, there was a footrest. On the opposite wall, near the mirror, there was a row of black sofas for rest. Facing the sofa, there was a steel pipe standing from the floor to the ceiling. The entire large living room of the villa was decorated as a dance studio. Saoirse smiled and asked Martin, "Teacher, this is the place I bought for dance practice. Is it okay?" Martin looked up at the ceiling mirror and honestly said, "It feels a little weird." Saoirse said, "I learned a new dance. Let me show you." Martin sat on the black sofa. "Okay, I'll go change into your dance clothes." Saoirse opened a nearby door and entered the dressing room. Not long after, Saoirse, dressed in her black dance clothes, emerged from the dressing room. After a thorough warm-up, she picked up a remote control and put on some music. To the rhythmic accompaniment, She danced gracefully. Her black costume accentuated Saoirse's fair skin. She performed demanding moves like high leg raises, splits, backbends, and backflips, proving her body's exceptional flexibility from years of dance practice. As the music was about to end, Saoirse bent her legs with one hand, concluding with a standing split. She was a good girl who kept her word. If she had promised to perform a split for Martin, she would definitely do it in the most spectacular way. Martin clapped his hands and cheered loudly. Brilliant. Saoirse, you're amazing, teacher, as long as you like it. Saoirse took a deep breath and walked to the center of the dance studio. Holding the pole with one hand, she spun like a top. Smooth and skillful, she was clearly a work of extensive practice. The music started again, this time with a powerful force. Saoirse suddenly unveiled her costume, ripped it off, and with a kick of her legs, she climbed onto it. Her dance was dreamlike, like a dragon in motion. It was a breathtaking performance art, showcasing exceptional physical strength and flexibility, allowing one to fully experience the unique charm of dance. Before long, the solo dance became a duet. That night, Saoirse Ronan tasted the infinite possibilities of life. The next morning, Martin and Saoirse left the villa together and got into the Chevrolet. Take a rest today. I'll take you home. Martin started the car. Saoirse nodded. I'm a good student who listens to my teachers. Martin tapped her lips lightly with his finger. Where did you learn all that? From the art films in the Sacred Valley, Saoirse said seriously. I asked Lily for a sculpture, and she made one herself, at a 1:1 scale. I often use it for practice. Martin's eyes twitched. He was determined to grill Lily about her shady dealings. Saoirse secretly observed Martin and said, Don't blame Lily. I asked her for help. She even gave Lily a Good Samaritan card. Lily is a good person who always helps me. Martin, remembering Lily's unreliable ways, said, I'll give her a gift for you later, so she can feel your kindness. Saoirse felt a little off about this, but at only 18, she couldn't grasp the deeper meaning. Martin walked her home. Before getting out of the car, Saoirse said, Teacher, when Elizabeth isn't in Los Angeles, if you want to see a dance, just call me. I'll be waiting for you at the villa. Martin nodded slightly. Go back and get some rest. Saoirse smiled happily as she got out of the car, slung her backpack over her shoulder, shoved her hands into her trouser pockets, and whistled as she entered the house. Monica Ronan was just coming out of the kitchen with breakfast. Seeing Saoirse, she called out, Come over for breakfast. Saoirse rubbed her stomach and said, I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Monica casually asked, What's for breakfast? Saoirse said, walking towards the stairs. A nutritious breakfast, of course. She entered the room and flopped onto the soft bed, quickly falling asleep. Meanwhile, Martin had arranged to meet Nicholson and Leonardo for breakfast at a restaurant in Century City. Nicholson, always well-informed, said, I've heard that because the Lone Ranger performed so poorly at the box office, the lending bank has officially issued a letter to Megan Ellison, preparing to withdraw the loan. Martin put down the peeled eggs in his hand, picked up a glass of milk, and said, Cheers to this good news. Leonardo clinked his glass with him and said, Annapurna Pictures must have lost $400 million between Transcendence and the Lone Ranger. Most of this money came from Megan Ellison or the loans she made. He couldn't help but admire. This woman has a strong mentality. Any other investor would probably have crossed the Golden Gate Bridge, Nicholson said, because her father is a billionaire. Martin said, for anyone else, the pressure from the bank alone would be enough to crush them. Leonardo put down his glass and said, with that much money, I might have become depressed and never recovered. That's not true, Martin said deliberately. You can now throw yourself into the arms of a rich woman and become a true winner in life, Nicholson asked, like mean. Thinking of mean swagger, Martin and Leonardo were speechless. That was a winner in life. The three of them had gone to Las Vegas after the Oscars to attend Celine Dion's party, even with her husband. They remained calm in front of Mean and even solemnly entrusted Diane to Mean. The jerk trio couldn't pull off that. No mistakes, no. Martin sighed and said, if only I had met Celine Dion or to Megan Ellison when I was in Atlanta. Nicholson, a seasoned man, understood Martin's mentality immediately. Back then, you were a pauper, living in the slums, your wallet empty. Yet, you were willing to compromise your brother for money, hoping to achieve a class leap solely through your brother's power. Leonardo understood his meaning and continued, now that bastard Martin has over $1 billion, of course he wouldn't compromise his brother for the sake of money. Heartbroken, He knocked on the table and solemnly said to Martin, "Stay true to your original aspirations." "You must stay true to your original aspirations." Martin ate the egg and said, "My original aspirations were to make a lot of money and sleep with a lot of beautiful women." "That hasn't changed." Leonardo glanced at Martin's plate and asked, "Why did you choose all high-protein foods?" Nicholson said, "Of course I need to ask." "He spent hundreds of billions last night," Martin casually said. "High protein keeps the body active and full of energy." After breakfast, the three of them drove to the Los Angeles courthouse, passing by the Columbia building, where Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had previously lived. Martin pointed to the rooftop and asked, "Are any of you interested in a penthouse?" "Depp's is only $9 million. Downtown is too chaotic." "I prefer a quiet environment," Nicholson said, uninterested. Leonardo DiCaprio said, "I'm afraid of the stench." He mentioned something. "Johnny Depp has a new nickname, Depp the Domestic Abuser." Martin said, "That nickname will stick with him forever." Nicholson concluded, "Depp's Hollywood career is basically over." Half an hour later, Martin and the others arrived at the Los Angeles courthouse. Today, a trial would be held there. Three of Depp's associates, led by Howard Booth, were charged with attempted murder and endangering public safety. Martin and Bruce were both victims and witnesses. Martin had originally hoped to run into Johnny Depp here, but Depp didn't show up for the trial at all. Even the lavish legal team Depp had promised in the media was gone. Depp, now struggling to save himself, couldn't afford to worry about anything else. The prosecution had triumphed decisively in the trial, with three of Depp's associates receiving sentences ranging from 3 to 8 years. Some tasks had already been taken care of privately, such as Howard Booth and the other two being incarcerated in the state prison, in the same section as the Affleck brothers. Perhaps the Affleck brothers would be grateful to Depp's associates for sharing the burden of collecting soap. Means childhood friends were constantly in and out, ensuring a constant flow of people, allowing them to fully experience the joy of collecting soap. Glendale, DreamWorks Park. In the post-production studio, the special effects in post-production for Seventh Son were finally complete. Producer Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and found Megan Ellison, who came over specially today and said, "President, the film is complete." Megan Ellison was silent for a moment and asked, "Warner Brothers hasn't scheduled a schedule yet." The schedule that was originally intended for Seventh Son was given to other films. Wilson had no choice. Two major productions of Annapurna Pictures failed in a row, and the distributor would definitely be skeptical about the next one. He said, "It will probably be scheduled in September, the off-season for movies." Megan asked, "What about terminating the contract with Warner?" Wilson could only tell the truth. "This is also Warner's idea." Megan Ellison no longer hesitated and said, "Let's carry out our plan. We will borrow the theater in DreamWorks and send invitations to major Hollywood companies to invite them to preview Seventh Son and negotiate copyright transactions. This was a last resort, and Wilson replied, "I'll get someone to do it right away." Megan Ellison hoped that the film could sell for $300 million. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749. You don't have to say anything. "Hi, Steven." Stepping out of the Escalade, Martin spotted Spielberg immediately. He went over to shake the old man's hand and said, "I think this is my first time at DreamWorks." Spielberg said, "Would you like to have a tour?" It was still early, so Martin followed his host's lead. "I'd love to." The two of them went straight to the DreamWorks exhibition hall. The DreamWorks campus was enormous. When it was first established, it encompassed film, television, music, and media, earning it the nickname the seventh giant in Hollywood. Like many conglomerates, the partners worked side by side when things were going well, but fell apart when things got tough. With a falling out between the three DreamWorks co-founders, DreamWorks fell apart. David Geffen was the first to leave, taking the music and media businesses with him. Then, DreamWorks Animation was spun off by Jeffrey Katzenberg. The film and television divisions under Spielberg's control struggled, even abandoning independent distribution to survive. Of course, all these losses were the company's own money. Spielberg remains the second richest person in Hollywood, second only to George Lucas. Walt Disney had already offered a whopping $4 billion to acquire Lucasfilm. This price didn't include Industrial Light and Magic. Martin simply took a quick look around the exhibition hall. Spielberg was busy with post-production on Lincoln, and he didn't want to take up too much of the old man's time. Leaving the exhibition hall, Martin, led by Spielberg's assistant, arrived at the DreamWorks Theater, where a preview of Seventh Son was being held. On the way, Martin met Erickson from Disney and Claude from 20th Century Fox, who were both traveling together. With Spielberg's assistant by his side, Martin and Bruce entered the theater smoothly. Perhaps due to the negative impact of the box office failures of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, not many people attended the preview of Seventh Son today. Martin and Erickson were familiar with each other, so they sat together in the middle. Erickson, aware of Martin's ongoing conflict with Megan Ellison, curiously inquired, "Why are you here?" Martin smiled and replied, "Everyone knows I was the one who first picked Seventh Son, but then my office safe was burglarized, and then someone else suddenly jumped in to snatch the project from me. I don't have deep pockets, and the rights ended up in someone else's hands." Word of this story had spread throughout Hollywood, and many who had heard of it looked over. Martin added, "Now that filming and production are complete, I'd like to see how I gave up. After all, it was a film that just passed me by. Come to see if it's still a flop." Claude chuckled. "The other two Annapurna Pictures snatched up, and they both flopped." Another person interjected, "Still a disastrous failure. Can we get a 20% return on our investment?" Erickson replied seriously, "Maybe after 10 years of offline operations, we can." The failures of other companies' blockbusters were still disastrous, and besides being content to watch, everyone present felt a strange sense of relief. Claude asked, "Martin, you've always had excellent taste. The projects you handpick are generally wildly successful. Aren't these a few you're doing on purpose?" "You're kidding. Who can guarantee a movie's success before it's released?" Martin shrugged. "A good script is only the foundation of a good film. There are countless good scripts that end up being awful. My studio's productions are completely different from anyone else's." Someone beside Claude suddenly whispered, "Keep an eye on Martin for a bit. He's very knowledgeable about this project. If he offers a high price, we'll consider moving forward." This resonated with Claude. Besides the producers, Annapurna Pictures, the person present who knew the most about Seventh Son was undoubtedly Martin Davis. And not just them, many others were secretly observing Martin. In a private box on the second floor of the theater, Megan Ellison spotted Martin and asked, "Who invited him here?" Darrett, standing next to him, said, "I looked at the invitation list. Martin Davis is definitely not on it." He pulled out his phone and made a call, then added, "Someone from DreamWorks brought him here." Megan Ellison's face darkened, but she said nothing more. This was DreamWorks territory, and everyone was already here, so it was impossible to go down and publicly chase them away. Delete asked, "Boss." Megan Ellison, believing she wasn't afraid of Martin and had no intention of changing her plans for one person, said, "The preview and subsequent interest trading will proceed as normal. Have Wilson prepare." Delete went to the adjacent screening room. Megan Ellison sat at the front of the balcony, staring blankly at Martin below, when a thought suddenly occurred to her. When she first entered Hollywood, her plan was to pursue an Art House Awards-winning approach, and her first film, The Hurt Locker, was also of that type. But with the scripts for Seventh Son and Transcendence before her, and Martin Davis's fame backing her, she didn't hesitate to change her strategy and opt for a more profitable, commercial production. The result? The dilemma she faced today. Megan Ellison wondered if Annapurna Pictures had stuck to the Art House Awards-winning approach of The Hurt Locker. On the first floor, Bruce reminded Martin, "Megan Ellison's watching us from the second floor." Martin replied, "It's okay. I brought her a gift this time." He absolutely would not allow Annapurna Pictures to undermine his Hollywood peers with a subpar product like Seventh Son. At that moment, Martin resolved to protect the entire Hollywood film industry. Boycott Seventh Son. The big screen lit up, and the previews began. The film differed from the script Martin had read. Beyond fantasy, witchcraft, adventure, and monster fighting, it also incorporated a romantic element, attempting to make the film seem darker and more brutal. The effect was, however, superfluous. This was a typical Hollywood assembly line-produced fantasy epic, with extravagant special effects scenes, the majority of which was invested in the visual effects. 10 years ago, with such high-quality special effects, this film might have attracted attention. But over the years, audiences have been dazzled by the garish computer effects, especially with the release of Avatar, which brought CG effects to a new peak and raised the audience's threshold for special effects films. Including Martin, None of the film experts and high-level buyers present were thrilled by the special effects. When the credits rolled and the theater suddenly fell silent, Erickson suddenly asked Martin, "What do you think of this movie?" "Not as good as The Lone Ranger," Martin said, honestly. "Aside from The Lord of the Rings. It seems like we haven't had a successful fantasy epic in a while, right?" The preview was concentrated in the middle section, and since the theater was quiet, most people heard these words. Wilson then emerged from backstage and stood on the small stage. He waved and said, "Guys, long time no see. That movie's doing great, isn't it?" Claude replied, "No wonder I haven't seen you in ages. You've been a producer at Annapurna Pictures." Wilson waved back, saying, "This film is well made and has strong commercial elements. Annapurna is looking to transfer the rights. If you're interested, please contact me." Martin glanced at Bruce. Bruce suddenly raised his hand and said, "Davis Studios is willing to purchase all the rights to this film for $30 million. Everyone's eyes snapped to Bruce, then to Martin. Martin smiled and nodded. If Annapurna Pictures was willing to sell it to him for $30 million, he could resell it to Netflix and make a killing. Claude from 20th Century Fox reacted quickly, saying, $35 million. The others didn't actively participate, instead glancing at Martin, waiting for his next bid. If they could get this film for $30 or $40 million, it wouldn't be impossible for them to turn a profit if they released it. Martin shook his head and said to Bruce, "Old Bruce, let's go." The two men stood up and headed out of the theater. Erickson followed without hesitation. Claude, who had come with him, ignored the previous offer and got up to leave. As the three people left, the others couldn't sit still anymore and followed. Soon, only 2 or 3 kittens remained in the theater, which had originally held nearly 20 people. The buyer from Lionsgate said, "Wilson, $40 million. If you want to sell it, we'll sign the contract today." Wilson looked up at the lighted second-floor balcony. Megan Ellison, in the balcony, didn't react. He gritted his teeth and said, $40 million is a joke. It's definitely not going to work. The Lionsgate buyer looked around. Not a single one of the 6 major studios was left. Reflecting on the fact that Martin Davis, who knew the project better, was only willing to offer $30 million, he sighed, picked up his bag, and headed out. Wilson looked at the 2 companies that hadn't left yet. One of them waved his hand, indicating they were just there to watch the fun. The other representative quoted a price, $30 million. "If you agree, we'll sign the contract and pay immediately." Wilson thought, "Are you crazy?" He held back his anger and said, "Your offer is too low. Someone just offered $40 million, but the guy who offered $40 million is gone." The representative pointed toward the theater entrance and said, "If you go back to him now, he won't even offer $30 million. Although the other person was right, Wilson couldn't help but retort, "If you don't know how to talk, just keep quiet." The man held up 5 fingers. $30 million. 5. 4. 3. At the number 1, he turned and walked away. Judging from the market performance of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, $30 million carried some risk. After all, purchasing the copyright was only the initial investment. Subsequent promotion and distribution would ensure sufficient output. All of this required money. The theater was completely empty. Wilson could only see Megan Ellison on the second floor. The preview and intent trade meeting had failed. Chapter 750, Inside the Mask. As the Escalade drove out of the DreamWorks campus, Martin made and received several phone calls, getting the latest updates on the theater through DreamWorks personnel. Bruce asked, "Have the film rights been sold?" "No, the price wasn't right." Martin put away his phone and said, "The big companies are gone, and in the end, some unknown company took the lead, and they only offered $30 million. Bruce said, "For a $150 million production, $30 million is honestly too little." Martin said, "If the distributor buys it, they'll have to promote it and get it into distribution channels. If they don't invest another $30 million, you can't expect a wide release." Bruce was puzzled. "You still want to buy it?" Martin explained simply, "I asked you for $30 million because I'm going to add $10 million and sell it to Netflix." Bruce couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Netflix is a garbage dump?" Martin laughed. The two chatted and laughed, returning to Burbank in a relaxed and happy mood. In contrast, the atmosphere inside the DreamWorks theater was somewhat subdued. Megan Ellison sat in a row of chairs in front of the screen, gazing at the mirror-like alloy screen, unwilling to speak. It wasn't surprising that Seventh Son didn't sell. But what was the jerk's offer? It was completely insulting. The last guy even backtracked, offering the same $30 million as Martin Davis. What was Martin Davis's status? What was his relationship with her? Giving $30 million was par for the course. How could anyone compare? Megan Ellison maintained an outwardly confident and self-assured attitude, but in reality, she was starting to lose her composure. She asked Wilson, "Where are your Hollywood connections?" "Keep pushing, seventh son," Wilson confessed, "tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars." "My old connections aren't enough," Megan Ellison asked. "Do you think we can still find a distributor for this film?" Warner Brothers had already terminated its distribution contract with Annapurna. Wilson couldn't answer this question because the film market lacks a reliable formula or guaranteed success formula. Hollywood has been using a well-established success model for years, producing commercial films in an assembly line fashion. While this has yielded numerous successes, it's also resulted in numerous failures. In recent years, the number of failures has increased significantly, as it seems many markets and audiences no longer buy into the successful Hollywood assembly line model. In his eyes, Seventh Son is a classic example of a film crafted according to this successful assembly line model. However, none of the buyers at the top distribution companies were impressed. Wilson had no choice but to say, "Martin's influence is enormous." Megan Ellison, already aware of what had transpired, nodded gently and said, "Continue to approach privately. If possible, $300 million, she clenched her fist, further lowering her expectations. $200 million is also acceptable. Wilson knew it would be challenging, but he would strive to do his best as long as he held this position. After all, his job at Annapurna Pictures wasn't permanent, and he needed to consider his next job. Megan Ellison stood up, leaning on the armrest of her chair. Her face, reminiscent of Larry Ellison, was no longer radiating the same confidence. She said, "Grab the copies and let's go." In a Japanese-style mansion in Woodside, San Francisco, Larry Ellison sat in a tea house. Deftly fiddling with the Japanese tea set, his eyes fixed on David Ellison across from him. Initially, he'd thought his son wasn't very reliable, and his daughter was more like him in both personality and behavior. But it turns out that one can't just judge by daily performance. Only after actual experience did it become clear that Megan wasn't as capable as David in the big things. Larry asked, "Is Megan not doing well?" David, who was in Hollywood, naturally understood, but he was a smart man and wouldn't comment on his sister casually. "It's all in the media." Larry nodded. "Can't you help? My Skydance doesn't have the distribution capabilities. Even if we buy Megan's movie, we won't be able to get it into theaters." David didn't want to get involved in his sister's affairs. After all, his father had always been partial. Skydance no longer invests in independent productions. "I'm involved in other companies' projects." Larry understood his son's thoughts and said, "I understand. You don't have to worry about this matter. But please keep an eye on your sister in Hollywood." David could still do this, although Hollywood is a self-contained organization and is always cheating outsiders. They wouldn't dare to do anything to the Ellison family. "What's the matter with Martin Davis?" Larry Ellison asked. "A man from the slums of Atlanta who succeeded by sleeping with one woman after another. You could even say he's the epitome of a successful gigolo." David said this, but there was no contempt in his tone. If his father wasn't Larry Ellison, and he had been a regular guy, could he have achieved the same level of success as Martin Davis? Hollywood rumors say Martin Davis can satisfy two female producers simultaneously. David Ellison doubts he can do that. Larry frowned. "Is this guy difficult to deal with?" David Ellison said, "Very difficult to deal with. He has a deep relationship with the Donald Trump party. On the outside, he has the halo of an American national hero, and on the inside, his identity as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult can influence the allocation of many basic votes. He has a very good public image and is said to treat his friends and people around him very well. His actual character, how should I put it? I think it is more appropriate to describe him as a mad dog. After biting the enemy, he will bite off a piece of meat even if it costs him a great price. Another point is that he can use public opinion, manipulate public opinion, and he is very rich." David Ellison had obviously done a detailed investigation. Some media reported that his net worth is at least $1 billion US. I feel it is more than that. He invested in Elon Musk's Tesla some time ago, and he also has certain shares in Apple and Netflix. I personally estimate that his net worth is around $2 billion US, Larry Ellison said. "I understand." David said no more. After drinking the tea prepared by his father using Japanese tea art, he left quickly. Larry Ellison picked up his phone and made a call. "Keep an eye on Megan. Don't worry about the details for now." That's it for now. In the newly decorated Davis Studios in Burbank, Martin, Louise, and Jennifer Siebel were watching the latter's newly completed film. Last year, after receiving extensive first-hand information and budget funding from Martin, Jennifer Siebel began filming her second film. She was both the producer and director of this film, and also appeared in it. The film had reached its conclusion, showing Harvey Weinstein sentenced to prison for multiple crimes. It was a documentary titled Inside the Mask. It covered the events leading up to the Weinstein scandal and related cases. Martin strongly supported the film's production, and Jody, who knew the story best, also appeared in the film. Dozens of victims, including Jennifer Siebel, were also featured. Without a doubt, this is a documentary about Jennifer Siebel championing women's rights and denouncing Harvey Weinstein. But it's certainly well made, primarily because it aligns with Martin's perspective and needs, portraying Harvey Weinstein as a human monster. The film ended, and the lights came on. Jennifer Siebel breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Martin and Louise. Technically, she had left Hollywood. As an actress and director who once harbored dreams, Jennifer Siebel longed for recognition from the industry's top professionals. Louise stood up and gently hugged Jennifer. "Thank you for speaking up for all women. This documentary is a remarkable achievement," Jennifer nodded vigorously. "That's what I should do." Martin looked at Louise and thought to himself, women's empathy is truly effective. He went over to shake Jennifer's hand. "I plan to get this documentary released theatrically and submit it for next year's Oscar for documentary." Now it was Louise's turn to exclaim. As expected of Martin, Gavin Newsom is now California's lieutenant governor, and you're planning to give him an Oscar? Given Hollywood's current political correctness and Martin's experience running the Oscars, who else could compete for the Best Documentary Oscar after this film's release? This completely caught Jennifer off guard. She had originally thought that simply having Inside the Mask available on Netflix's on-demand website, like the previous film, would be enough. But Martin's intention was not only to push it into theaters, but also to submit it for an Oscar. This was a good idea, Jennifer felt, and it met her needs. Although the film's production costs were covered by Davis Studio, she had also invested a great deal of time and effort. Gavin also valued the film's subsequent impact. At this point, it wasn't just the film itself that was pulling in votes, but also the family. Jennifer Siebel smiled and said, "Martin, thank you for your attention." Martin smiled and said, "This is a film funded by Davis Studios, so of course we have to operate it in the most prudent manner." Jennifer Siebel naturally didn't refuse and said, "As the director, I will follow your producer's instructions." Louise then pointed to her watch and said, "It's almost noon. Let's go to lunch first and discuss the details after lunch." Jennifer Siebel followed the host's wishes and said, "Okay." Martin led the way. "There's a very unique restaurant on Broadway. I've already reserved a table." While the three of them ate lunch, they further discussed the distribution and award-winning aspects of Inside the Mask. To be considered for an Oscar, the film had to be released in Los Angeles theaters. That was a prerequisite. This was no problem for Martin. He didn't even need to contact a distributor, he could simply contact a few theaters and book a screening. No one could expect such a documentary to have a large audience or box office. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.